Chapter 1052. Normally speaking, Southern Border, Central Continent, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert, these 5 regions' desolate beasts could not cross the regional walls and go to other regions. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts could match Gu Immortals. They were the essence of a region. They could not leave the region they were raised in. The 5 regional walls were like shackles to them. In comparison, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, and mutated beasts had more freedom. They could enter and leave the regional walls. But the ancient cloud beasts chasing after Fang Yuan were not raised in Southern Border. They came from White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The 5 regional walls did not discriminate between them. They treated all of them equally. There was no restriction or rejection. Or maybe it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens, they all covered the 5 regions. This characteristic was already known to everyone. Previously, when Spectral Soul defied heaven to refine Gu, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could reach Southern Border so quickly because they used Heaven Overseeing Tower to travel through White Heaven. And before that, Fang Yuan's Stargate Gu could use the Starlight of Immemorial Black Heaven as a guide to travel through the 5 regions. The essence of the two was the same as this group of ancient cloud beasts. They both used this characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Fang Yuan rapidly traveled through the regional walls. Fang Yuan could not manage the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He could only let them follow behind him. These cloud beasts were stubborn. They targeted Fang Yuan. They would not stop until they reached their goal. At this time, Fang Yuan could not help but think of the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would be able to get rid of these problems easily. Even if Fang Yuan was injured, there was a limit to how far the ancient cloud beasts could chase after Fang Yuan. Using fixed immortal travel, they could go beyond this limit. But Fang Yuan only had one movement Immortal Gu, Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Activating Sword Escape Immortal Gu could increase the distance. But the price he had to pay was too high. Most importantly, Fang Yuan did not know the limit of the ancient cloud beast's tracking range. If this distance was too high, even if Fang Yuan expended his entire fortune, it would not be enough to activate Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Although the land spirit of Xianxia is simple and doesn't lie, he has always been scheming against me. When I was dealing with Qizai earlier, I was tricked by him. Lend me Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But it cost me a lot. If I'm in a hurry to escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts, I'll be able to kill them. He might even take advantage of the situation. After all, Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The boundary wall in front of him suddenly turned dark blue. It turned out that Fang Yuan had already passed through Southern Border's Miasma Barrier and officially entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water Barrier. There was nothing more to say. Fang Yuan continued to fly. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. There were no living beings residing in the boundary wall, nor were there any other dangers. Because the boundary walls of the 5 regions were the greatest obstacle. He flew for a while more. Fang Yuan turned around to look. The ancient cloud beasts were still chasing after him. The cloud beasts did not have a fixed shape. When they flew, they moved like moving clouds. They were white like snow and had beautiful postures. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, they were truly detestable. At this point, Fang Yuan's Xianxia sect contribution points were completely used up. He was starting to owe the land spirit of Xianxia Immortal Yuan Stone. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, why would I end up like this? What's going on? While flying, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Bright light erupted in his eyes. He was surprised to find that in this blue water regional wall, his aura was undergoing a mystical change. The aura of the Southern Border Gu Immortals was weakening, while the other aura belonged to the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. But it continued to strengthen. If Fang Yuan used Familiar Face now, he would not be so surprised. But most importantly, he did not use this killer move now. Don't tell me, my brand new body can not only move freely through the 5 regional walls, it can also change aura and become a Gu Immortal of any region? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. The moment he flew out of the blue water regional wall, his Southern Border Gu Immortal aura vanished completely. He turned into an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan was surprised and joyful. This sovereign immortal fetus goo is truly mystical. I do not need familiar face to perfectly blend into the 5 regions now. I will not be rejected by the goo immortals of the region. But now, I'd better activate familiar face. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He sighed and activated familiar face, turning into an unfamiliar face. He had wanted to quietly pass through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now that there was a group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, his original plan failed. Being so ostentatious was not what Fang Yuan wanted, but he had no choice. However, this place is not far from the turbulent flow sea area. Maybe I can take a detour and go to the turbulent flow sea area, using the terrain to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts? A thought suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Thanks to his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was very familiar with the terrain of the 5 regions. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose to be cautious. He gave up on this idea. The turbulent flow sea area was like a maze. Once he got lost, he would not be able to control himself and get into trouble. According to rumors, the turbulent flow sea area was a battlefield where goo immortals fought to the death. After a bloody battle, many goo immortals died, leaving behind many inheritances and inheritances. Many Eastern Sea goo immortals, as well as Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border goo immortals, would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to explore and seek fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had never heard of anyone obtaining huge fortuitous encounters from there. Instead, he often heard, a certain goo immortal went missing in the turbulent flow sea area. Or a certain goo immortal might disappear for months or years, but after escaping, they would reappear. The turbulent flow sea area was not dangerous, but because of the terrain, goo immortals were often trapped. They could not be free. Fang Yuan moved like an arrow, drawing a straight line in the sky. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Instead, he flew towards the regional wall closest to Northern Plains. Sword Escape Immortal Goo activated, gradually getting rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He had already asked about Land Spirit of Xianxia a long time ago. He asked about the ancient cloud beasts, but Land Spirit of Xianxia did not know much. Fang Yuan sent dozens of wills to search the jewel yellow skies, trying to find the limit of the ancient cloud beast's tracking range, but there was no good news. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only try and see if he could get rid of the ancient cloud beasts. He hardened his heart. Fang Yuan continued to use Sword Escape Immortal Goo. He did not stop for even a moment. Finally, he got rid of the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Goo. He used a mortal killer move and continued to fly. His speed fell. After paying such a price, it would be great if I could get rid of them. Fang Yuan was secretly worried. He could not see the ancient cloud beasts, but that did not mean he had gotten rid of them. These rank 7 goo immortal level existences often did not rely on sight to track them. It all depended on the limit of their tracking distance. Just as Fang Yuan was looking back with worry, a blood light suddenly flew from the southeast direction. The blood light tore through the sky. After sensing Fang Yuan, it slowed down for a moment before approaching Fang Yuan rapidly. It is a rank 6 blood path goo immortal. He seemed to have gone through an intense battle. Fang Yuan sensed the aura of the newcomer and frowned. Regardless of the person's intentions, Fang Yuan did not want to get into any more trouble. He had enough trouble already. He did not know if he had gotten rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. There were less than 2 months before the tribulation arrived. Thus, he immediately changed his direction, getting away from the blood light that was approaching him. The goo immortal in the blood light sensed Fang Yuan's intentions. He quickly shouted, "Wait! I found a supreme fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me escape this tribulation, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Goo and share this supreme fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Supreme fortuitous encounter? People have really obtained benefits from it? Fang Yuan was surprised. At this time, several goo immortals appeared from behind the blood light. They were approaching with strong auras and imposing auras. They seemed to have heard the words that the Blood Path Gu Immortal shouted at Fang Yuan. They scolded him one after another. Blood Path Demon harms the world. Everyone has the right to kill him. Anyone who colludes with this demon will be killed without mercy. Fellow Immortal Fang, if you manage to stop this demon, my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. This demon was hit by my, Lu Qingyu's, Immortal Killer move. It definitely can't escape. Friend ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost. At once, Fang Yuan was persuaded, warned, and scolded by these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was not a person who was afraid of trouble, but his priority now was to get to Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land and deal with his Immortal Aperture's calamities and tribulations. Changing his direction, Fang Yuan directly retreated towards the Blood Path Gu Immortal. The Blood Path Gu Immortal was anxious. He had reached his limit. Fang Yuan was his only hope of survival. Once Fang Yuan retreated, he quickly changed his direction and moved towards Fang Yuan. If you help me, I am willing to give this fortuitous encounter to you, he shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, someone among the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals laughed. That's right. You know what's good for you, get lost. Someone else shouted, Friend ahead, why don't you help us, we will reward you later. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He only wanted to return to Langya Blessed Land quietly. Why did he encounter so many troublesome matters along the way? He did not want to get involved, but these troubles took the initiative to stick to him. Friend, this is the crucial information of the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation level will rise rapidly, you will become an immortal above immortals. The Blood Path Gu Immortal threw an information path Gu worm towards Fang Yuan, trying to entice him. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, Get lost. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind blew the Gu worm apart. At the same time, his body suddenly flew into the sky. The Blood Path demonic cultivator could not plot against Fang Yuan. Seeing this, he felt despair. He suddenly shot out a mystical light towards Fang Yuan. I have already handed the key to the inheritance to this person. If you want the fortuitous encounter, killing me is useless. The Blood Path demonic cultivator shouted as he turned around and retreated in the opposite direction. The mystical light was extremely fast, approaching Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not want to get involved in trouble, he shouted. I have something to do, don't provoke me. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape and Sword Light, these two rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Escape raised his speed, while Sword Light Immortal Gu directly slashed the mystical light, shattering it. Ah, 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Who is this person? Chapter 1053. Fang Yuan's aura was only that of a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Before he attacked, there was nothing special about him. Adding on the fact that he dodged twice, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could not help but feel disdain towards him. However, when he suddenly made his move, everyone's hearts trembled. The Eastern Sea Immortals were shocked. They stopped in their tracks and sized up Fang Yuan again. They saw that Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was elegant and handsome. He had a unique aura. Right now, Fang Yuan's face was filled with anger. His killing intent was like ice. It was extremely stifling. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals had the advantage in numbers, but they were silent now. They turned their spears towards the Blood Path demonic immortal at the same time. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries seemed to be acting up. His speed fell. After a few rounds, he was killed by the surrounding Gu Immortals. Looking at this, he was truly at the end of his rope. No wonder he did not hesitate to give up his fortuitous encounter to beg for a chance of survival from Fang Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, the leader of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, Lu Qinyu, had a change of expression as he said, The insignia is not on him. Another rank 7 Gu Immortal reacted. He turned around and shouted at Fang Yuan, Friend, please wait. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. It had already changed the Immortal's impression of him. No one shouted like before. They looked at each other before flying together towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped in the air, smiling coldly. Friend. The rank 7 Gu Immortal stopped. He was halfway through his words when he found it hard to speak. The insignia to activate the inheritance was extremely important, but it could not be found now. The biggest suspect was Feng Yuan. But if they wanted Feng Yuan to let them search his body, he would definitely not be willing. Not to mention, inspecting other people's immortal apertures was a taboo in itself. If Feng Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, it would not matter if he said this because he had the advantage in numbers. But now, Feng Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, and this was just what he had shown. Zhou, what are you afraid of? The third rank 7 Gu Immortal waved his sleeves. He stepped forward. His face was grim. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Feng Yuan, saying, I am Eastern Sea's Tang Clan's Gu Immortal Tang Song. This matter will not end peacefully. However, I have a method. As long as you do as I say, you can prove your innocence. Ha! Feng Yuan burst into laughter. Prove my innocence? Why should I prove my innocence? Amid the laughter, his fighting spirit overflowed. It seems that everyone thinks that I'm a person who is afraid of battle. Feng Yuan's voice was low and unhurried. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals changed slightly. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. It's laughable that you were deceived right in front of your faces, yet you didn't know. Lu Qingyu, you personally killed that blood path demonic immortal and clearly obtained the inheritance mark. Yet you came to frame me. You are quite scheming. The immortal's auras faltered once more. Many people looked towards the rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Feng Yuan with anger in his eyes, but he thought to himself, amazing. This person has sharp words, he is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. But he has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Who is he? Since when did Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world have such a person? I don't even know about it. At the same time he shouted, everyone, don't forget our agreement. What kind of person am I, Lu Qingyu? How can I deceive you all? Feng Yuan chuckled, what agreement? I only know that no matter what information path alliance agreement it is, information path methods can be used to get rid of it. What kind of person is he? I only know that people change in the face of great benefits. It is hard to judge a person's true nature. Feng Yuan's words were sharp. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals became even more hesitant. Lu Qingyu was furious. He pointed at Feng Yuan. I clearly saw him throw the inheritance mark to you. Everyone else saw it too. I personally destroyed the mark. Feng Yuan quickly replied. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. There are too many tricks in the world. Who knows if you used some method to secretly receive the mark? Feng Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a melancholic tone, I have First Supreme Elder's mission. I did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on my door. Since that's the case, let's have a match. Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many Gu Immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, so this person is not alone, he has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. At once, the wariness in their hearts deepened. Especially the lone cultivators among them, they were loners and did not have much influence. They naturally did not want to offend a huge force. At this time, Tang Song stood up again. I guarantee with Tang Clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our inspection, as long as we find that the inheritance mark is not on you, we will definitely let you go, we will not stop you. Tang Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It was like one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Tang Clan? Feng Yuan snickered. He raised his eyebrows as flying sword Immortal Gu flew around him. So what if it's amazing? Using Tang Clan, do you think my clan is afraid of you? Hee. In that case, let me test your Tang Clan's methods. Before he finished speaking, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape, attacking the rank 7 Gu Immortal Tang Song. Tang Song did not expect Feng Yuan to ignore him. He was caught off guard and was quickly attacked by Feng Yuan. He fell into a disadvantage. The other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals dispersed, watching from the sidelines. This person is not afraid of Tang Clan, he definitely has a huge background. Even though Tang Clan is an overlord in Eastern Sea, they are also at odds with Shen Clan and Su Clan. Is this person from those two clans? Since he chose Tang Song, it is a good thing. I will stay out of this matter. I will watch their methods patiently. Even if I attack later, I will be prepared. These Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not united. Earlier, they were united because they wanted to capture the blood path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan understood the hearts of people deeply. With his words and actions, he split the immortals apart unknowingly. He was also very particular about the opponents he chose. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, it would only make people think that he was bullying them with 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal would he be a threat. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed him and knew that he was the only Gu immortal with a huge force among the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces. Super forces were also wary of lone immortals because they had huge businesses. Thus, when Tang Song was in the group, he would have many qualms about his actions and words. It was because he was not writing for himself, but also for the super force behind him, Tang Clan. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting endlessly. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat from Fang Yuan's attacks. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu was really sharp. Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu immortal. His defensive methods were lacking. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu head-on, he could only dodge. He was shocked and furious. A Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal was actually being suppressed by a Rank 6. After being forced to this extent, he had lost all his face. Tang Song's expression was grim. He thought, to redeem my face, I have to use that immortal killer move. As long as I capture this Rank 6 Gu immortal alive, my earlier display of weakness will be seen as a tactic to show weakness. But this immortal killer move was not easy to activate. It contained a total of 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's sharp attacks. He could only focus and activate the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Next, he slowly formed the killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is very useful against Gu immortals. Once it pierces Tang Song's head or heart, he will die on the spot. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing swept through Central Continent. He was known as the number 1 person under rank 9. This can be seen from this Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had the upper hand, but he could not be careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His foundation was definitely deeper than Fang Yuan's. It was just that he lost the initiative and was attacked by Fang Yuan. The current situation was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would be for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use Dark Assassination now. Because he had to maintain pressure on Tang Song at all times, Fang Yuan had the upper hand by attacking first, suppressing him. If he could catch his breath and use his methods, the situation would not be like this. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination. It needed to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, it could be used together with other supplementary Mortal Gu to activate Dark Assassination. Immortal Gu are rare. If only I had a few more Immortal Gu. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movements slowed as he looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were already at the edge of his vision. Seeing these ancient cloud beasts again, Fang Yuan did not feel any disgust. Instead, he was filled with joy. The variable that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What is going on? What are these things? Their auras are so strong. Those are cloud beasts. Oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu immortals also discovered the ancient cloud beasts. They were shocked and uncertain. Tang Song's attention was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan's attacks had weakened, he was overjoyed. The immortal killer move that he was preparing in his immortal aperture sped up. A third of it was activated in a short period of time. Soon, after I use this move and capture you alive, I will deal with you then. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, "Umph!" These ancient cloud beasts were lured down by me when I came to White Heaven. I cooperated with the clan's supreme elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and hunt them down. You obstructed me and ruined my clan's plans. I will settle the score with you one by one. If you want to die now, follow me." Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song and flew into the sky. The immortals were shocked, but soon, they understood. Fang Yuan's injuries were clearly caused by the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. All of this seemed to prove Fang Yuan's words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare. This large group of ancient cloud beasts were most likely from White Heaven. Chapter 1054. To chase or not to chase? The Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Gu Immortal Tang Song. "Don't think of leaving." He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "Insatiable scoundrel. Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my mission, I would kill you right here." Tang Song heard this and became even more furious. Bullshit. He was about to activate his immortal killer move. He was about to regain his face, but at this time, Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran away. Tang Song did not want to let this go. He chased relentlessly. His actions attracted the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals who were lost. They also chased after him. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted on the surface, "Those who are not afraid of death, come over." Tang Song shouted, "Those who are afraid of death are cowards. Chase. The inheritance imprint is in his hands. We cannot let him meet up with the other Gu Immortals. Only by capturing this person can we have a chance to split the great expert's inheritance." With such huge benefits in front of them, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals flew even faster. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid." He suddenly pointed behind him as Flying Sword Immortal Gu shot out like lightning towards Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked. He quickly dodged. With this distraction, the immortal killer move that was about to be activated was immediately destroyed. He would need to start again if he wanted to use it. Tang Song was so angry he wanted to stomp his feet. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Qinyu passed him, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance. He tried to sow discord. "Lu Qinyu, the inheritance imprint is clearly in your hands, but you came to kill me. Good acting." Lu Qinyu was furious. "Don't run if you have guts." "Against you, why would I need to run? I would be throwing away our clan's reputation." Fang Yuan shouted. "Chase me if you have guts. I want to see who will be the unluckier one." Fang Yuan was fearless. He was still so arrogant despite being chased by a group of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals felt even more hesitant. Not to mention, who had the inheritance mark. Fang Yuan's previous words were very credible. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's reinforcements were just ahead. Moreover, they had to hunt such a large group of ancient cloud beasts. It was likely that he had already set up an immortal battlefield killer move or even mobilized an immortal Gu house. If I fall into an immortal battlefield killer move, it will be difficult. Tang Song was a member of the Super Force Tang clan. He might not be afraid, but these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were mostly lone cultivators. These loose immortals weren't doing too well either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be heading to the turbulent current sea in search of fortuitous encounters. After all, a Gu Immortal's time was very precious. First, a Gu Immortal fell to the back of the group, before gradually breaking away from the group. Soon after, more and more Gu Immortals followed suit. Gu Immortals were not stupid, they were astute. The lagging Gu Immortals were not willing to let Fang Yuan go, but they were also afraid of falling into an immortal battlefield killer move. He couldn't get away. Thus, they were planning to let the Gu Immortals in front lead the way. These guys won't be able to accomplish anything. Lu Qinyu, who was closest to Fang Yuan, sensed the situation. He cursed internally. His movements also showed some hesitation. He was a lone cultivator. He had an immortal opportunity in his early years, but even though he had immortal Gu, they were all rank 6. If he faced an immortal battlefield killer move from a super clan, it would not be easy to escape. Even Tang Song had some reservations. He had to reserve some strength and attention to deal with the enemy's reinforcements. Thus, a strange scene of a chase was formed. Fang Yuan flew ahead, cursing and shouting at times. He was at a disadvantage but had an arrogant attitude. And the large group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him had the advantage in numbers, but they were holding back. They were at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Fang Yuan spent most of his time flying with mortal killer moves. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him also used mortal killer moves to chase after him. Fang Yuan was not as confident and calm as he looked. So troublesome. In this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the terrain to shake off these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan engraved this name in his mind. He had not received any inheritance imprints. He might have destroyed them, but it was also possible that the Blood Path demonic immortal had used a concealment method earlier. The true inheritance imprint was already in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, this Lu Qingyu's acting skills could match Fang Yuan's. He was an extremely shrewd opponent. In the sky above the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals moved like lightning. They tore through the sky with great momentum. The immortal killer move that Tang Song had been preparing could be used now. He restrained his excitement as he sped up, passing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This strange action immediately aroused Fang Yuan's vigilance. He quickly activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased as he left Tang Song behind. Damn it! Tang Song cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move was more powerful the closer it was to him. Right now, with the distance between him and Fang Yuan, he could not capture him alive. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased. The Gu immortals behind him could not help but complain. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were fine. They could use rank 6 immortal Gu or immortal killer moves to maintain their distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world. They did not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting further away, rank 7 Gu immortal Zhou Li said anxiously, "I have a method that can bring the two of you along. It has great speed. But I am too focused. I cannot split my attention. I hope you two can restrain him." Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other. They nodded in agreement. Tang Song's reply was the most straightforward. These people had already reached an agreement and made an alliance, so there was a foundation of trust between them. Zhou Li let out a long roar. Suddenly, countless illusory waves surged around him. The illusory waves carried him and increased his speed. Immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They took the initiative to step into the illusory waves, allowing the waves beneath their feet to carry them forward. The two had some free time. They started to attack. Fang Yuan fell into a dangerous situation. Earlier in the process of escaping, the Gu immortals behind them had also attacked. But firstly, Fang Yuan often used offensive immortal Gu to interfere, and secondly, he was agile and slippery. The Gu immortals behind them did not succeed. But now, the situation was different. The 2 Gu immortals could use more exquisite methods. They were more threatening. Fang Yuan's pressure rose. A moment later, he was injured. Good job. This person only has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. His other methods are just mortal killer moves. The rest are all mortal killer moves. Zhou Li said. He was already injured. It was likely caused by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 immortal Gu, he is still a rank 6 Gu immortal. How much green grape immortal essence can he have? Tang Song said. Even he laughed. As long as this situation continued, they would definitely win. Their only worry was the non-existent clan force behind Fang Yuan and the ambush. Thus, they held back and did not kill him. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. If he allowed the situation to continue like this, he would probably die today. Gu immortals were full of intelligence and intelligence. They were much harder to deal with than the dumb ancient cloud beasts. If they fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not the ancient cloud beasts' match. But the threat they posed to Fang Yuan was much greater than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never hoped for these two to fight. They would interfere with each other. The Gu immortals were not stupid, they had to consider the benefits before killing a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. In that case, I can only use the 5 regional walls. Even if I am exposed, there is no other way. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, flying towards the nearest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him followed. There were also those ancient cloud beasts. So, the regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The regional wall was like a fence, enclosing the whole of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan came out of the regional wall. He was very close to the other regional walls. But back then, he wanted to fly in a straight line for a short distance. If he followed the regional wall closely, he would have to take a long detour. But who could have expected that a disaster would befall him while he was traveling? Oh no, he wants to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu immortals. We will be more restricted than him when we enter the regional wall. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack. Don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks were different. They attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan could not block them. His injuries became more severe. Some wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. But he laughed. You really dared to attack? Very good, Tang clan. If I die and ruin the clan's plan, my clan will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook. You say you are from the clan, you are just trying to hide it. I am familiar with Eastern Sea's righteous path forces. How come I have never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again. He said with hatred, Tang Song, why are you trying to provoke me? I will not fall for your trick. My clan is doing this secretly. We are worried that others will ruin it, so we sent me to attack. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my origin. I will even self-detonate my soul. You will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made the 3 Gu immortals' hearts sink. What kind of enemy was the scariest? There were many different opinions on the answer to this question. But a large portion of people felt that enemies hiding in the dark were the scariest. The enemy was in the dark while you were out in the open. You did not know where the enemy was or what they would do to deal with you. This was what the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were worried about. From start to finish, they did not suspect Fang Yuan's lies. Because ancient cloud beasts were too rare, why would he be chased by such a large group of ancient cloud beasts for no reason? There had to be a scheme. Since there was a scheme, the schemer must have the confidence and strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. In Eastern Sea, what kind of organization could take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, it could only be a super force like Song clan. Fang Yuan's words finally caused the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals to slow down. He had precious time to breathe. Chapter 1055. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qingyu surged forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Even though the waves were phantom, he felt like he was facing a huge tsunami. He was helpless. He was like an ant about to be devoured by the waves. Such a powerful immortal killer move. Rank 7 Gu immortals are not easy to fool. In the face of danger, these 2 thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves, the 3 immortals stopped. It is done. Zhou Li chuckled, his eyes shining with confidence. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu looked at each other. They had already guessed Zhou Li's plan. They could not help but look at him in a different light. It turned out that Zhou Li had been secretly collecting information on Fang Yuan. He gradually understood Fang Yuan's background. He knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, and what methods he had to use to restrain Fang Yuan's strengths. On the surface, he was helping them fly, but he was using the chance when they were holding back Fang Yuan to create phantom waves below him. As they chased, these phantom waves grew in size. They gradually formed a large force. At this moment, Zhou Li made his move. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was like a tsunami. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. With a large force, it was faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. It could not be dodged or blocked. Fang Yuan had rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu, but against the phantom waves, it was like dealing with the mud monsters and cloud beasts. It was not effective. He still had sword escape immortal goo, but the phantom waves were coming at him. They had already surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's space to dodge would only become smaller. Sword escape immortal goo could not escape the phantom waves' encirclement. It would not be effective. To think that this Zhou Li is so weak on the surface, but he has such a plan. I was yelling at him earlier, but he did not say anything. He actually didn't say anything. This person is even more shrewd than I am. Lu Qingyu was fearful of Zhou Li. Tang Song's expression was ugly. He had prepared his immortal killer move to regain his face, but he did not have a chance. In the end, Zhou Li gained the upper hand. Forget about rank 6 Gu immortals. They could reach rank 7. Which one of them was simple? Zhou Li made his move. Fang Yuan was like a turtle in a jar. The outcome has been decided. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals had the same thought. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Ha, fellow immortals, why are you so unwise? He actually rushed over to throw his life away. In my opinion, those rank 6 Gu immortals are much smarter than you. The 3 immortals looked over, only to see Fang Yuan standing there with his hands behind his back. He hovered in the air, calm and unruffled. The 3 immortals shuddered and cried out in their hearts, "Not good. He has nothing to fear." Could it be that this is the place for the ambush? Fang Yuan asked again, "What is the name of this move?" It is actually a continuous transformation move, but can it break our clan's immortal battlefield killer move? I don't think there's much hope. Clearly, these illusory waves possessed outstanding offensive power that could take his life, but Fang Yuan actually turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't facing fatal danger. It was like a warm spring breeze. He even dispelled the defensive killer move lion fur armor on his body in front of the 3 immortals. Oh no. This move of mine expended almost all of my immortal goo. It has strong offense but weak defense once the enemy attacks. Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. He had no time to think. He subconsciously moved the illusory waves back to defend himself. Raging waves. Originally, there were many afterimages. It was a sure kill move, but Zhou Li moved most of them back. Only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. There was a weakness that Fang Yuan took advantage of. I won't be sending you off. Fang Yuan activated sword escape immortal goo as he flew into the sky, passing through the gap and entering the blue water regional wall in a flash of lightning. The 3 immortals were stunned before flying into a rage out of embarrassment. This lad is so crafty, he is actually bluffing. He was already at the end of his rope earlier, but he concealed it so well. Let's chase. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They chased after Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned green and white. He was dazed for a moment before slapping himself before continuing to chase. But the good situation earlier was ruined by him. What chance would there be now? Fang Yuan narrowly escaped death. After entering the regional wall, he went deeper into the regional wall. The 3 immortals complained incessantly. The advantage of cultivation level had become a hindrance here. At this moment, the 3 immortals wished they could become rank 6 Gu immortals. The deeper they went into the regional wall, the stronger the suction force they felt. Their speed fell sharply. Without a choice, the 3 immortals could only place their hopes on the rank 6 Gu immortals who were chasing after them. But these rank 6 Gu immortals were also greatly affected. Compared to Fang Yuan, who was unobstructed and could move freely, the difference was too great. Soon, the Gu immortals were getting further away from Fang Yuan. What cultivation level is this person? He is actually so little affected in the regional wall? The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were puzzled. But they did not know that this was the result of Fang Yuan purposely restraining himself. Fang Yuan did not want to expose this secret. He purposely lowered his speed and acted like he was having a hard time, to make people suspicious. Although they could not catch up to Fang Yuan, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not willing to give up. I don't believe he is really hiding here and not coming out. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal. He will expend a lot of immortal essence to fly here. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu immortal's foundation can match a grand rank 7 like us. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were unwilling, the truth was cruel. Fang Yuan was getting further and further away from them. Even the ancient cloud beasts behind him were catching up. After some chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals could only watch bitterly as the ancient cloud beasts overtook them and chased after Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven. The 5 regional walls had no effect on them. Gradually, Fang Yuan left the range of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They could only chase after the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts were getting closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. His speed rose as he left. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals chased for a while. Finally, someone could not endure it and gave up, escaping from the regional wall. So unlucky. We actually met such a person. Who is this person? We have no idea. Whether or not he has a super force supporting him is still a question mark. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed. They felt that there was little hope. Only Lu Qingyu did not say a word. He continued to chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is nowhere to be seen. This matter has become troublesome. Let's go out first. Let's discuss this. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qingyu said, I have my methods. I specialize in tracking. If I don't catch him, I will not rest. Wait a moment, I will try again, I will be right back. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow. His speed rose by a large margin. He chased after the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at this light, saying in surprise, it seems that Brother Lu is anxious. He even used this move. This move required the Dao marks on his body to be used. It has a high price, it is his trump card, he rarely uses it. In the past, he had used it to escape from many strong enemies. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was stunned, his expression also turned grim. The 2 immortals looked at each other, seeing the anger in each other's eyes. This Lu Qingyu was probably not chasing after Fang Yuan, he had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint. He was using this to escape from them. After all, everyone had seen Fang Yuan destroy the inheritance imprint of the Blood Path Demonic Immortal. And the person who killed the Blood Path Demonic Immortal was Lu Qingyu. Brother Lu, this scoundrel is crafty, he might have a helper, we will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qingyu heard this. He ran even faster, he did not even turn around, as if he did not hear anything. Tang Song and Zhou Li were even more certain of their deductions, their expressions turned darker, they swore to themselves that they would not rest until they caught up to Lu Qingyu. Half a month later, a figure passed through the green licorice regional wall, entering Northern Plains. I'm finally in Northern Plains. The person was Fang Yuan, he had an exhausted expression, his body was covered in injuries. If he could heal himself, he would have already healed. But most of his injuries were caused by ancient cloud beasts, immortal gu, or even immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks, he needed healing immortal gu to heal them. Fang Yuan only had 3 immortal gu, he could only stall for time. Land Spirit of Langya should have healing immortal gu. As long as I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will be able to recover. Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged himself. Earlier, when he fought with the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, these last days, to get away from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu many times. Right now, he already owed a huge debt to Land Spirit of Langya. The crucial thing was the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Because of their pursuit, Fang Yuan had to travel through the regional wall. This way, he took a long detour, he had to expend a lot of immortal essence. But this was not important. The important thing was the immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. Time was getting shorter, Fang Yuan's bad premonition was getting stronger. Turning around to look, the ancient cloud beasts' figures were already faintly discernible in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed. He used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know its exact location. Previously, Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land was moved from Crescent Lake. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land, He only gave him a direction and said that a Gu Immortal would come to receive him. 3 days later, Feng Yuan arrived at the receiving location, but he did not see anyone. The ancient cloud beasts chased after him. He could only escape again. After contacting the land spirit of Xianxia, he learned that the land spirit of Xianxia had sent a hairy man Gu Immortal, but he encountered a human Gu Immortal and was killed on the spot. The land spirit of Xianxia could only send more people to receive him, but an accident occurred again. This hairy man Gu Immortal had mysteriously disappeared. He could not be contacted no matter what. In order to receive Feng Yuan, Xianxia sect actually lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals. They could not even bring Feng Yuan back. The land spirit of Xianxia's heart was bleeding. He could not bear such a loss. He directly told the location to Feng Yuan. 7 days later, Feng Yuan arrived at Feng Bo Cliff. At the bottom of Feng Bo Cliff, he found the arrangement of the land spirit of Xianxia. This was an immortal Gu formation. Its effect was similar to Zombie Alliance's Green Crystal Heroes path. Feng Yuan used this to truly escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts. He returned to Xianxia Blessed Land. After so many setbacks, he was finally safe. Chapter 1056. Xianxia Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Whoosh. Steel Thread City was the most majestic city in Black Hair Continent. Just in the city, there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the countless villages and towns that spread out from the periphery of the city. Xianxia Blessed Land could be said to be the largest hairy man paradise in the world. It was a paradise. There were 4 continents in the Blessed Land. 3 of them were on the sea. They were about the same size. The last one was the smallest, but it floated in the sky. It was called Cloud Cover Continent. It was the holy land that hairy men yearned for the most. Steel Thread City's trading market was bustling with noise. It was one of the most famous trading places in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this trading market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked up the platform. Below the platform, there was a circle of hairy men. They were all muscular and covered in hair. These hairy men's hair was mainly black and brown. This was the main hair color of hairy men in Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man had just walked up the platform when the hairy men below started to clamor. One of them asked loudly, "Kong Ba, what good stuff did you bring this time?" The hairy man called Kong Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. His business was not small and he had a certain reputation. Kong Ba heard this and laughed. He looked at everyone. "Don't worry everyone, I brought many yellow hair slaves this time. There are even some quasi-master Gu refinement experts among them. I am sure you will be satisfied." The surrounding hairy men's eyes shined. They started to discuss again. Ever since Cloud Cover Continent's Immortal issued a decree, every 10 years, they will choose immortal seeds. After imparting the path of immortal ascension, our 3 continents started to fight. And how do we choose immortal seeds? We will see who can enter the immortals' discerning eyes in the war between the 3 continents. This time, our Black Hair Continent and White Hair Continent joined hands to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured many yellow hair slaves. An old man like me has no hope of becoming an immortal, but I want to take these yellow hair slaves and add labor to my Gu refinement workshop. These slaves are much better than hiring those Gu masters. Not only are they cheap, we can even control their life and death. Their descendants will be our slaves. Everyone. The hairy man Kong Ba raised his hands, causing the surrounding discussions to subside. We don't dare to waste everyone's time. Next, we will bring out the first slave to let everyone broaden their horizons. Someone came. Bring him up. Go. Behind the high platform, a black hairy man with a strong physique fiercely pulled the chain in his hand. At the end of the chain, there was a man covered in scars. A slave whose flesh had been torn apart. It was Feng Zheng who had been tortured. Feng Zheng was no match for the black hairy man's strength. He was pulled by the chains and almost fell to the ground. But when he stood still, he stared at the black hairy man in front of him with a determined and stubborn expression. The black hairy man raised his whip. He slapped Feng Zheng's face hard. Feng Zheng felt his face go numb as if he was struck by lightning. Then, an incomparably intense pain assaulted his heart. but he gritted his teeth, forcefully swallowing the screams that rose to his throat. "You are asking for a beating, Leaf." The black hairy man laughed sinisterly. He stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fang Jing's thigh, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Next, the black hairy man walked up the stairs and walked to the center of the high platform, throwing Fang Jing onto the platform. Fang Jing's neck was grabbed. He could not breathe. He was already feeling dizzy. He was thrown onto the sturdy platform again. He almost fainted on the spot. His vision was blurry. He felt dizzy. He sprawled on the platform, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot," Kang Ba scolded. The black hairy man who escorted Fang Jing up did not dare to provoke him. He quickly apologized. "Scram!" Kang Ba shouted coldly. The black hairy man quickly flew down the platform. Kang Ba's expression changed as he wiped away the anger on his face, changing it into a smile. He pointed at Fang Jing and introduced him to the hairy men below the stage. "This slave is a rare commodity. It wasn't easy for me, Kang Ba, to find him." These words attracted the audience's interest to a large extent. This slave's cultivation level is not weak. He actually has rank 5 cultivation level. Soon, someone sensed the weak Gu Master aura on Fang Jing and exclaimed, "Which city lord of Yellow Hair Continent is this?" He was actually captured and almost all of his hair was shaved off, humiliating him like this? Soon, someone asked curiously, "In this sea of Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, the city lords had the highest authority. They usually had rank 5 cultivation level. And in the customs of hairy men, they were proud to have hair all over their body. Being shaved off was the most humiliating punishment for hairy men. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was crueler than death. For example, it was like in Earth's Chinese history, male prisoners were castrated." Kang Ba laughed. "Everyone is wrong. This slave is not a hairy man. He is the purest human." "What? Human? He is a human?" In Langya Blessed Land, hairy men were the majority. There were very few other races. Many of the hairy men present could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time they had seen a legendary human. Fang Jing had already recovered. He felt extremely uncomfortable being sized up by these hairy men. "Get up, stand properly." Kang Ba hooked his finger. Fang Jing's body was restrained by a formless force. He was brought to stand on the platform. The hairy men below the platform could see it clearly. They whispered to each other, praising Fang Jing. Kang Ba smiled. He was very satisfied. He paid a huge price to buy this Fang Jing. It was to create a commotion. Now, it seemed that he had achieved his goal. The hairy men below the platform continued to discuss. Their voices were getting louder and louder. It was also getting noisier. "Look, there are human slaves being sold there. Is that so? I want to take a look." "Let's take a look." More and more hairy men noticed this place. They gathered from all directions of the market. Fang Jing stood on the platform, looking at the sea of hairy men below. He opened his eyes wide. There were so many of these hairy men. This was the first time Fang Jing had seen them. He had seen hairy men in Crane Gate. They were slaves refining goo for Crane Gate. He knew the situation of the 5 regions. Humans were the absolute rulers. Variant humans were suppressed badly. They were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here. Humans were very weak. Where is this place? The suspicions in Fang Jing's heart became deeper. He remembered that he was tortured, and from the jailer he learned that his brother had died, and whose immortal blessed land was destroyed. At first, he did not believe it, but as he was tortured and tortured, he became skeptical. But now he saw this scene. The suspicions in his heart deepened. "Kang Ba, how much are you selling this slave for?" Someone shouted. This price?" Kang Ba raised his 2 hands, spreading his fingers. The crowd went into an uproar. Many people shouted, "So expensive! Kang Ba, you are robbing us. You really want money, you are going crazy." Everyone, gentlemen." Kang Ba raised his voice and shouted, "This is a rank 5 Gu Master. After becoming your slave, he will become a rank 5 fighter. You might not encounter such an opportunity again in your life. but there were astute hairy men below the platform. A rank 5 Gu master, it will not be easy to make him a slave. That's right, to enslave such a strong person, one's cultivation must be at least rank 4, right? Also, this slave has clearly been tortured, he might be half dead already. He won't die the moment we buy him, right? Kong Ba pretended to be angry. What do you think I, Kong Ba, am doing? I, Kong Ba, value sincerity the most when doing business. Look at him, take a good look. With that said, Kong Ba walked in front of Fang Jing and pinched his chin. Fang Jing felt intense pain. He opened his mouth, showing his teeth and lips. Look at his teeth. Come, look at his skin and flesh. Kang Ba stretched out his hand and tore off Fang Jing's tattered clothes. Fang Jing's body shook. He was completely naked, exposed in front of the hairy men. Although he is injured, these are all flesh wounds, they can be healed. I, Kong Ba, can guarantee it will not be a problem. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, intense anger and shame filled his heart. He wanted to kill all these hairy men. Kong Ba chuckled, holding a tree branch, he picked up the thing between Fang Jing's legs. Everyone, take a look, this thing has complete functions. In the future, it can give birth to human descendants for you. There will be an endless supply of slaves. Ha, the hairy men laughed. Fang Jing's face was red, he was extremely embarrassed and angry. If not for Kong Ba's strength restraining him, he would have already committed suicide. If not for Kong Ba's strength restraining him, he would have definitely committed suicide. I will buy this slave. Suddenly, a voice could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the voice and saw a female hairy man. She was covered in black hair, looking at Fang Jing with a lustful gaze. Greetings to Lord City Lord. The hairy men knelt down, even Kong Ba was no exception. Haha. The female city lord with 2 muscular hairy men raised her head and laughed, ordering, Kong Ba, heal this slave, then wash him clean and send him to my city lord manor, I want to see him tonight. Understood, beautiful and powerful city lord. Kong Ba was overjoyed, he kowtowed and accepted the order. Fang Jing closed his eyes, his heart was dead. At this moment, with a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. A 5-colored light shot up from Cloud Cover Continent, illuminating the entire Langya blessed land. What happened on Cloud Cover Continent? Heavens, this is the light of an immortal, this is a very auspicious sign. The hairy men's attention was attracted by this change in heaven and earth. They looked up, their eyes were filled with curiosity, worship, envy. As for Fang Jing, he was already thrown to the back of their minds. Chapter 1057. On this day, Cloud Cover Continent suddenly emitted a dazzling light that soared to the sky. The dazzling light was of all colors. It was like a heavenly pillar that soared to the 9 heavens. It was so dazzling that the hairy men of black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents only needed to raise their heads to see it. This is the immortal world. The hairy men sighed. If it was in the past, news about Gu immortals in the 3 continents would only be groundless legends. But after the land spirit of Langya changed his personality, this situation underwent an earth-shattering change. The land spirit of Langya personally issued an immortal decree, imitating the imperial court contest, inciting a war between the 3 continents and selecting elite seeds to bring to Cloud Cover Continent to cultivate. The war between the 3 continents affected all the hairy men, and now the immortal world on Cloud Cover Continent aroused the passion of the hairy men again. Becoming an immortal. Black Hair Emperor gazed at the sky, his eyes shining with bright light that people could not look at directly. As the bright light faded, Black Hair Emperor suddenly made up his mind. Men, pass down my decree. The immortal world is an extremely auspicious omen. My country is holding a special martial competition in remembrance of it. I will open the treasury to the winners of the martial competition and let them choose their treasures. The guard immediately bowed and retreated. Black Hair Emperor's idea was not a sudden one, he had been thinking about it for a long time. The war between the 3 continents made Black Hair Emperor realize that he needed to abandon his narrow thinking of Gu refinement as the #1 priority. For the future war, he urgently needed powerful elites and Gu masters who were proficient in fighting. Black Hair Emperor gave the order. A huge storm quickly radiated from Royal City in all directions. The influence was getting greater. In a flash, half a month later, in Steel Thread City, an esteemed guest was welcomed by Steel Thread City Lord. This esteemed guest was personally received by the Steel Thread City Lord because he was also a city lord. Huafeng City Lord, what matter do you have for coming here? In the welcoming banquet, after 3 rounds of wine, Steel Thread City Lord asked. City Mistress Steel Thread, you're an understanding person. You already know why I'm here. City Lord Huafeng smiled. He pointed at the hairy Mangu masters standing behind him. Lord King is holding a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. We only have 2 cities in this area. Right now, these Gu masters behind me are the candidates I am sending to the competition. However, the number of people given by the king is limited. Let's have a few matches first and decide who will participate in the martial arts tournament. Ha! Very good, that's what I was thinking too. The Steel Thread City Master laughed and clapped her hands. He summoned the hairy Mangu Immortals behind the scenes. Both sides sent 1 person to the arena, and the fight began. After a few rounds, Huafeng City won every battle. Steel Thread City, on the other hand, did not win a single match. Huafeng City Lord smiled and drank leisurely. Steel Thread City Lord's face was as dark as still water. His heart was heavy. To think that City Lord Huafeng came prepared, the Gu masters he chose are all elites. Oh no! If we do not win at all, the result of this battle will be widely spread. In the next few years, Huafeng City is going to suppress our Steel Thread City. Only the last match is left. City Lord Steel Thread, please deploy your troops. City Lord Huafeng raised his voice. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly, placing her gaze on the final hairy man. But this hairy Mangu master was sweating profusely. In this situation, he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders. But precisely because of this, he felt his confidence weakening. Not only was he lacking confidence, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City who were at the banquet were also lacking confidence. At this time, an elder of the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord, City Lord, I have a candidate who can help us regain our reputation. Steel Thread City Lord was overjoyed. She quickly asked. This elder replied, City Lord, have you forgotten that you recently took in a human slave? He has rank 5 cultivation level. Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. She had a bitter expression as she transmitted, this is not appropriate. My confrontation with City Lord Huafeng is perfectly justified and fair. If I send this human slave, not only will he lose, even if he wins, I will send him up to participate in the martial competition. If the Emperor sees that my Steel Thread City is sending a human instead of any hairy man, won't he blame me? The elder smiled. He knew that this was Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. It was just that Steel Thread City Lord was reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan, ever since he was bought by the City Lord, he had been visited by Steel Thread City Lord almost every night. This situation had already caused dissatisfaction among many higher-ups. Elder Yun continued, Lord City Lord, don't worry. The current emperor is magnanimous and only cares about talent. He has many snowmen and feathermen among the assisting elders. If you send Fang Yuan to fight, if he loses, he will take responsibility. If he wins, our city's reputation will be preserved. If we send him up, the emperor will definitely look at you in a different light. He might even treat you as a close friend. The Steel Thread City Mistress looked at this elder meaningfully and muttered in her heart, this old bastard is really scheming. Isn't it because I've been neglecting the nephew you sent to me recently? You actually came up with such a vicious plan. If I win, I will send Fang Yuan up. If I lose, I will kill Fang Yuan and push the responsibility to him. Whether I win or lose, I will lose Fang Yuan. Sigh, forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed internally. How can I be a fool who will abandon my career for a beauty? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fangjing every night and was infatuated with him, she was a cold-hearted hairy man with a strong sense of authority. In her heart, mere beauty was nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord temporarily replaced the hairy man and called Fang Jing over to instruct him. After learning the reason, Fang Jing walked out of the arena. A rank 5 Gu Master. Huafeng City Lord's heart jumped as he sensed Fang Jing's rank 5 aura and became vigilant. He smiled and said, "Logically speaking, this match should be decided by our side. In the previous few battles, we fought using martial arts, but how can we throw away the essence and tradition of us hairy men? This match? Let's use Gu refinement to determine the winner." The moment he said that, the Steel Thread City Lord almost cursed out loud. The elders of Iron Thread City. They all looked at City Lord Huafeng with disdain. However, City Lord Huafeng had been the lord of a city for many years, and had long since developed a thick skin. He turned a blind eye to these gazes. The Steel Thread City mistress couldn't refute. After all, it was a rule that had been set beforehand. She could only wave her hand at Fang Jing and say, "You can go down and compete. Make sure you give it your all. Remember one thing, there is only victory in this battle. If you lose, use your life to pay for your sins." Fang Jing heard this but remained expressionless. He had been humiliated these last few days. The Steel Thread City mistress was very strong. She liked all kinds of positions. She did it 17 to 18 times a night, asking for it without restraint. She made Fang Jing's life worse than death. Fang Jing really wanted to die, but as a prisoner, he was under the control of others. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Steel Thread City mistress was using death to threaten him now. He felt a sense of freedom. In his mind, a thought appeared, will I still be reluctant to part with this world? Why don't I just admit defeat and ask for death? But at this time, a voice resounded in his mind, fool. A man needs to know when to submit and when to stand tall. So what if they are humiliated? If he had the guts, he would take revenge in the future. He would chop all the enemies who had humiliated him into mincemeat. That is what a hero should do. Who is it? Fang Jing was shocked. He shouted in shock. On the other side, Huafeng City's final hairy Mangu master had just left the stage. He thought that Fang Jing was asking him. Thus, he puffed up his chest and said loudly, "I am Mao Sherba." Fang Jing had no reaction. He had regained his freedom now. He even borrowed many goo worms. That voice in his mind suddenly disappeared. No matter how he inspected himself, he could not find any traces. Damn you, you dare to humiliate me? Mao Sherba was furious. He said his name but Fang Jing did not respond. It was as if he did not want to tell him his name. Mao Sherba was furious. Why is he angry? Fang Jing was startled awake by Mao Sherba's shout. He felt strange. Because of this misunderstanding, before the battle even started, the smell of gunpowder was already intense. Under everyone's gazes, the battle began. Mao Sherba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he skilled in fighting, he was also skilled in Gu refinement. In contrast, even though Fang Jing had cultivated in Crane Gate for a period of time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path. He only dabbled in refinement path. The battle had just started, but Mao Sherba was already in the lead. By the middle of the battle, Mao Sherba was already far ahead of Fang Jing. He had a huge lead. At the final juncture, the spectating hairy men, be it Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fang Jing had a chance of winning. Even Fang Jing himself thought so. Am I going to lose? Forget it, death is a form of release. He sighed in his heart. Bullshit. At this time, the voice that had just appeared resounded again. Fang Jing was alarmed as his hands trembled. The half-finished product he had refined immediately failed. Ha! Huafeng City Lord laughed loudly. Steel Thread City's side had unsightly expressions. In Fang Jing's mind, that voice continued, as a man, what is a small setback? Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Jing finally recognized the voice. Hee, my main body died long ago. Only this will is left in your mind. As my younger brother, you live in this world but do not think about improving yourself, do not seek revenge. I cannot bear to watch this. Fang Yuan's will chided. Fang Jing snorted coldly, thinking, you are already dead, Why are you still causing trouble? He had mastered Tenchiru's soul in the past to guide his cultivation. Now that he could converse with Fang Yuan's will, he felt a sense of familiarity. On the surface, the hairy men could not see anything strange. They thought that this expressionless Fang Jing was scared silly by this result. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Jing's enmity, but he smiled nonchalantly. Since I am already dead, why do you still want to impersonate me? Fang Jing was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued. You were humiliated and tortured, unwilling to tell others your real name. This means that you still have shame, anger, and hatred in your heart. So why don't you work hard now and fight for this excellent opportunity? You know the reason. As long as you win this battle, you will be able to participate in the martial competition, leave your slave status, and become a free person. I also want to win. Who doesn't want revenge? Who doesn't want freedom? But I have already lost this battle. Fang Jing said angrily. Haha. Fang Yuan's will laughed loudly. You only need to follow my instructions, and you can surpass Mao Shirba and turn defeat into victory. Fang Jing was stunned. He asked, What scheme do you have now? Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly. Even though I am dead, I am not resigned to this. I want revenge. All the hairy man Gu immortals who killed me cannot escape. And you are my hope of revenge. Didn't you impersonate me? Then take revenge for me. Why should I help a demon like you, who massacred your entire race, to take revenge? Fang Jing said angrily. Fang Yuan's will said, If you continue to speak, there will be no time. Listen to my instructions, light up the fire and place the 3 metals in it. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold need to be placed in the fire to be cooked. Fang Jing gritted his teeth. Even though he was unwilling to listen to Fang Yuan's instructions, Fang Yuan's will's words gave him some hope of victory. This matter concerned his life. After hesitating for a while, he finally stretched out his hand. Refine Gu again. The surrounding hairy men saw this and sneered. But after a few minutes, they could not laugh anymore. They looked at Fang Jing in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm in his hand. He had refined it in front of everyone. I've won. He took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the hall, no one spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Shirba, could not accept this fact. He had a dazed expression. The atmosphere was strange. The hairy men present did not want to admit that a human had defeated an expert hairy man Gu master in a Gu refinement competition. After a while, someone said, Look, the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent is fading. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Dozens of gazes passed through the door of the hall. They saw that the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent was fading. From the dissipating 5-colored light, a figure walked out. It seems you have recovered. Land Spirit of Xianxia looked at this person and smiled. Yes. The person nodded. I have to thank First Supreme Elder for this. As they spoke, the 5-colored light faded, revealing the person's appearance. If Fang Jing saw this person, he would be shocked. It was Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Xianxia laughed loudly. Isn't it simple to thank me? Give me Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. It is impossible to give it away. But we can make a transaction. I wonder what price the First Supreme Elder is willing to offer? Land Spirit of Xianxia's laughter stopped. This? He hesitated. He had an awkward expression. Chapter 1058. Be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were all priceless treasures, unique and unparalleled in the world. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could the Land Spirit of Xianxia take out to trade? Fang Yuan was not rejecting it, he was looking forward to it. Xianxia blessed land had a deep foundation. It was not an ordinary existence. It had experienced 2 venerables. It had existed since the medieval antiquity era. After Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, it could be said to be the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. The Land Spirit's identity when he was alive was known as the number 1 refinement path expert in history. He had vaguely surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kongju. How could such a person not take out something to trade? It was like trading Immortal Gu. Every immortal goo was unique and unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled items could naturally be exchanged with similarly unparalleled items. The value was measured by the two parties' evaluation of their own situation. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Wisdom Goo, these three, in Fang Yuan's opinion, there was nothing he could not trade with as long as the benefits matched. The land spirit of Langia started to walk around. He frowned as he fell into deep thought. If it was the previous land spirit, there was no need to consider it, he would not trade with Fang Yuan. But after the change, this land spirit of Langia had different thoughts than the previous one. The white-haired land spirit was formed from his obsession with space escape goo, so he was only interested in goo refinement. He nurtured all of the hairy man goo immortals into refinement path geniuses. But this black-haired land spirit wants to be the king of his own race. I can make use of this. Fang Yuan thought in his mind, looking at the land spirit of Langia walking around in front of him. He patiently waited for the other party's decision. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. He believed that the land spirit of Langia would not disappoint him. As expected, as Fang Yuan expected, the land spirit of Langia struggled for a while. He made up his mind to transact with Fang Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I do not doubt that you have the capital to transact with me, but transactions have to be consensual. If what you have in your hands can't move me, I'm afraid, Fang Yuan deliberately said. The land spirit of Langia widened its eyes. Don't worry. The treasures of my Langia sect are definitely not inferior to those 3 items of yours. Saying so, he handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and received the goo worm. This goo worm was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis. Although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its entire body was like a spindle, and it was somewhat round and cute. It was pure white, as if it was made of porcelain. The surface was like fine enamel. Fang Yuan held it in his hand and felt that it was smooth, and very comfortable. This is a bookworm? Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had seen the bookworm before. It was a rare rank 1 goo. But what surprised him was that the bookworm in his hand was clearly emitting rank 3 aura. The land spirit of Langia snorted, saying, "This is something created by my previous master." He broke through the shackles of rank 1 bookworm and developed rank 2 and 3 goo recipes. You said he was doing this. What is the use? If the enemies attack, can these bookworms resist? Although he said that, Fang Yuan could still sense the slight pride hidden in the land spirit of Langia's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head and did not speak anymore. He took out a trace of primeval essence from his immortal aperture and used it to activate the bookworm. At the same time, he injected a portion of his consciousness into it. The bookworm was not his, but the land spirit of Langia lent it to him. There was no obstruction when he activated it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The contents of the bookworm made him excited. His blood and qi surged uncontrollably. As expected, Fang Yuan praised in his heart. The thoughts in his mind were fluctuating. Fang Yuan rushed back to Langia Blessed Land and spent a lot of time healing his injuries. At this moment, his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations were right in front of him. In Wuxia, He Lulon, who Immortal Blessed Land, fixed immortal travel, and others were all tossed aside. The biggest difficulty was how to survive this calamity. Once in a while, a calamity or tribulation would descend on a goo immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the immortal aperture's foundation, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had not been developed yet. It was empty, but the space was terrifyingly huge. The time path resources were plentiful, and it was not restricted to the 5 regional walls. Such an immortal aperture already surpassed the total of the 10 extreme existences. It was easy to imagine the unprecedented dangers the calamities and tribulations would face. It could be said that this was a sharp blade hanging above Fang Yuan's neck. When he was healing earlier, Fang Yuan had been teaching Fang Jing while thinking about his current situation. There were only a few days left until this calamity. Fang Yuan had no confidence. He had no confidence. Most of his immortal goo were left in his body. Many were self-destructed. Some were left in Wuxia's hands. This caused Fang Yuan's strength to fall greatly. Tai by Yunsheng and He Lulan were also missing, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis were dead. The only place he could borrow strength from was Langya Blessed Land. And Langya Blessed Land had existed until now. It had definitely passed many calamities and tribulations. It was a model for immortal apertures to pass tribulations. There were definitely many things that Fang Yuan could learn from. How is it? Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Langya sect has 3 foundations. First, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body. It contains the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Second, the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Third, the theft path true inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When my main body was alive, I refined goo for the 2 venerables. The compensation I requested was a true inheritance for each of them. Fang Yuan nodded. The contents recorded in the bookworm were regarding these 3 true inheritances. Regardless of which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only skimmed through some superficial information before he was deeply attracted. They could be said to have extraordinary value. Land Spirit of Langya continued. Among these 3 true inheritances, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is slightly inferior. That is because even though my main body refined space escape goo, he was unable to activate it. Thus he returned a portion of the compensation. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances are always in pairs. If you are lucky and obtain this true inheritance, and the corresponding true inheritance is not inherited, you can even obtain clues to a second Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind a total of 8 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can obtain them. Only mine is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. If you obtain another Thieving Heaven true inheritance, you can easily inherit it. Fang Yuan nodded. He had personally witnessed the power of formless hands. With theft path methods, he could even steal other people's immortal goo and keep the greatest loot for each battle. And the unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face that he relied on to survive were also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's own immortal killer moves. The amazing use of theft. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of this. Obtaining this true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Land Spirit of Langya continued. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 8 true inheritances, but Giant Sun Immortal only left behind 3. My main body successfully refined the Immortal Goo House 88-point Zhenyang Tower for him, so the value of this true inheritance is slightly higher than Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances contain all of his luck path methods. They are self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among them, self-luck is the true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court Blessed Land. The legacy of the world's fate is in the Longevity Grotto Heaven. Fate of oneself, fate of all living beings, fate of heaven and earth. Connect Luck Immortal Goo, Break Luck Immortal Goo, and Divert Disaster Immortal Goo were part of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, a portion of these immortal goo were left outside. As for the specific content of cultivation, it was already a mystery. Fang Yuan had interacted with Ma Hongyun before. He knew the power of luck path. Let's not talk about other things. If I have Divert Disaster Immortal Goo, then I can learn from Imperial Court Blessed Land and send the calamities and tribulations to the outside world. Fang Yuan knew that the Tao of Luck would have a miraculous effect on his tribulation. Even in this true inheritance of self-luck, there was no existence of Divert Disaster Immortal Goo. The better Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker the calamity he faced would be, and the easier it would be to deal with it. Fang Yuan, I suggest you choose the self-fate true inheritance, because your luck seems to be very bad. The Land Spirit of Langya said. This time, you rushed back from the southern border. How many accidents and unforeseen events had occurred along the way? Even my side lost 2 hairy man goo immortals. You might not even be able to guess the cause. Old ancestor Shui who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu, he ordered the demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain blessed land to gather Gu materials for him. In the end, he lost the trust of the people, and when the matter reached a critical point, Snowy Mountains Gu immortals rebelled and stole one of the crucial Gu materials. Old ancestor Shui who was furious, he sent Gu immortals to capture all suspicious people. The hairy man Gu immortal I sent to receive you was caught in the crossfire. As for the second Gu immortal who mysteriously disappeared, I have not found out what happened to him even now. I believe that the truth will come to light one day. They will not sacrifice themselves for nothing. Feng Yuan consoled. The land spirit of Langia gritted his teeth. He did not dwell on this matter. He continued the previous topic. Actually, in my opinion, the most suitable thing for you is the first true inheritance. Refinement path has 2 paths. Do you know about it? I have heard of it. Feng Yuan answered. The land spirit of Langia said slowly, the 2 paths are the hairy man heaven and earth style and the human isolation style. We hairy men refine Gu differently from you humans. We can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to create the most optimal environment for Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate of the Gu refinement. Feng Yuan listened patiently. The land spirit of Langia definitely had his reasons for saying this. In the past, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables sought help from my main body was because my main body cultivated the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. The success rate of refining Immortal Gu was much higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only grasped the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style, he even used old Immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to transcend the shackles and reach a higher level. He created an immortal killer move called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was greatly interested. The land spirit of Langia had a proud and pleased expression as he continued to explain. It turned out that this immortal level tempering aperture killer move was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu and over 100,000 mortal Gu to form. Its concept was extremely ingenious. It used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement body. Through the killer move, it connected with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture to influence calamities and tribulations, using the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. The immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are of all kinds. They are hard to deal with. But using this killer move, we can often restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. Do you know why Langia Blessed Land was placed at Crescent Lake previously? That is because Crescent Lake's surroundings are filled with dense water path Dao marks and refinement path Dao marks. My previous self used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally, they would form water path and refinement path calamities. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. 180,000 years ago, Langia Blessed Land did not have an ocean. But look at it now, there is an ocean. The vast land only has 3 continents left. This is the sign of an abundance of water path Dao marks. Feng Yuan heard this and thought of the scene where Spectral Soul used myriad tribulations to refine sovereign immortal aperture Gu. This immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move has the same effect as Spectral Soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had once placed spies in Langia Blessed Land. Maybe Spectral Soul's method originated from this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move? Feng Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul's method was derived from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. But his method was more refined. He used Wisdom Path to deduce what the calamities and tribulations were, and made preparations for them. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. It could only affect calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. Langia Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations included Fire Path, Lightning Path, and others. They were not all Water Path or Refinement Path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can exchange them for one. How do you want to trade? Land Spirit of Langia asked. This time, it was Feng Yuan's turn to think. Chapter 1059. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Oh dear. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. She wore a beautiful purple robe, but her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. Her skin was white as snow, her hair reached her waist, her body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath of turbid air, she stopped her wisdom path killer move and descended from the sky. Little Huang greets ancestor Ziwei. On the ground, Feng Kim Hong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Fairy Myrtle, he quickly knelt on the ground. Fairy Myrtle's lips curled up, showing a rare smile. Immediately, the sorrow on her brows faded, her whole body seemed to be radiating with radiance, her beauty could move one's soul. She spoke, "Huang heir, get up, no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, your mother and I have some blood relation." It could be seen that she was very satisfied with this junior, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stood up, his expression was respectful and filled with admiration. This person in front of him was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In Feng Kim Hong's mind, she did not dare to hope for rank 9 realm, but rank 8 was her life goal. This Fairy Myrtle came from Spirit Affinity House. Her seniority in the sect was extremely high. She had lived for at least 1,600 years, cultivated wisdom path, and joined the celestial court. She was dignified and beautiful. It could be said that she had all the qualities that made Feng Kim Hong admire her. She was simply the reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, after deducing for 3 months in Who Immortal Blessed Land, did you gain anything? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly. At this moment, she had already landed in front of Feng Kim Hong. But her feet did not touch the ground. She was floating in the air. There was still some distance between her and the ground. Her nature was like this, she had some mysophobia. There was no need to tell Feng Kim Hong about these things, but Fairy Myrtle still answered, after these few days of calculation, I can be sure. The original owner of this Who Immortal Blessed Land was Who Immortal. He's a member of Defy. Defy? Feng Kim Hong's eyes narrowed in surprise. Although she was a mortal, her parents were famous Gu Immortals. She knew many secrets of the world. She had heard of this organization Defy. It was a powerful force that some Central Continent Gu Immortals had formed in secret. The 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent occupied the majority of resources and held great power, controlling or suppressing other factions or loose cultivators and fiend immortals. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. There were many organizations that joined forces to resist the top 10 sects of Zhongzhou State. However, these organizations usually didn't last long. The 10 great ancient sects would either attack or drive a wedge between them, causing them to collapse. However, Defy was the most well-hidden and had existed for the longest time. It wasn't that the 10 great ancient sects hadn't targeted them before, but the results weren't great. The crucial point was that this organization had truly hidden itself too deeply. Even the members of the organization, they didn't know each other's true identity, they only called each other by numbers. Right now, Feng Kim Hong suddenly heard that Who Immortal was a member of Defy. This was truly out of her expectations. Who Immortal is a lone immortal on the surface, but back then she obtained Dang Hun Mountain by chance. Now it seems that Defy was helping her from behind. Fairy Myrtle continued. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flashed, thinking of the scene of her crushing defeat at Feng Yuan's feet, she guessed. This means that Feng Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he suddenly appeared back then, and it was such a coincidence. This time, Fairy Ziwei frowned slightly. The results of my deductions are not correct. They are not correct at the same time. But no matter what, Feng Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Xiao Huang, you kept Who Immortal Land Spirit and didn't become the true owner of this blessed land. Is it because you still want to return this blessed land to Feng Yuan in the future? Ancestor Ziwei. Feng Kim Huang's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. Fairy Myrtle smiled faintly and comforted. We are family, you don't need to worry. I know that Feng Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jioge. Your father is a person with amazing talent. He is a first-rate person in history. What's rarer is that he clearly distinguishes between gratitude and hatred, and is loyal and affectionate. I can understand why he asked you to do this. Feng Kim Hong hurriedly said, Ancestor Ziwei is magnanimous. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand and stopped Feng Kim Huang's words. Her tone was slightly heavy as she continued. But you must remember, Feng Yuan is a wanted criminal in the Celestial Court. He is on the Demon Judgment Board. If you want to repay him for saving your life, you must know when to stop. In the future, if you really return Hu Immortal blessed land to him, I will not stop you, I will even help you bear the responsibility. But this is my limit, my bottom line. I hope you two will not be so stubborn and make a huge mistake. Feng Kim Hong lowered his head. Huang Heir will remember Ancestor's words. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly, then her body fluttered as she flew up to the sky. She waved her hand and an opening appeared in Hu Immortal blessed land, connecting to the outside world. Then she turned into a purple flowing light and shot out like a meteor, instantly disappearing from Feng Kim Huang's sight. Fairy Myrtle flew all the way to the Celestial Court. In the Celestial Court, there were many palaces. It was open and aboveboard. Fairy Myrtle's meteor form tore through the sky and landed in a hall. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle's main body was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, discussing matters with two other Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Purple light flickered and entered her hand. It turned into a consciousness, along with several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. It turned out that the Fairy Myrtle that was left in Hu Immortal blessed land was almost like a real person, but her true identity was only a consciousness of Fairy Myrtle. This consciousness carried the result of the deduction and went all the way up to Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle stored the immortal Gu and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and received the result of the deduction. After a few breaths of time, she opened her deep and dark eyes, saying lightly, I have already found clues to Feng Yuan. The old Gu Immortal sitting in front of her, known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled and said, Fairy Myrtle is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path expert on par with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord in the Celestial Court. She actually used a consciousness to deduce the crucial clue. The more the consciousness thought, the more it was exhausted. Even the special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal at 88-point Xinyang Tower. They had to choose to hibernate to prevent thinking from exhausting themselves. But Fairy Myrtle's methods were profound and profound. She actually used a will to deduce for her main body. Not only did she succeed, the expenditure of this consciousness was less than 20%. Such attainment. It was truly breathtaking. Fairy Myrtle's main body was frowning slightly. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's compliment, continuing, if not for Feng Yuan managing Hu Immortal blessed land for a period of time, I would not have deduced any clues. Feng Yuan has a close relationship with Defy. Even though I did not obtain Feng Yuan's location, I know that as long as we follow the clues and uproot Defy, we will be able to find Feng Yuan. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded. Feng Yuan has Spring-Autumn Cicada and destroyed Imperial Court blessed land, inheriting some inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. He is an otherworldly demon, but he survived the southern border battlefield. This kind of dangerous person must be eradicated. But to deal with him, we need to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada first. Don't worry about this. Ever since I woke up, I have been making preparations. A few days ago, I successfully activated the killer move. I have already sensed this Spring-Autumn Cicada and sealed it. It cannot be used for the next 3 months. The third Gu Immortal said. His voice was hoarse. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His eye bags were deep and listless, giving off a feeling that he had expended too much energy and was extremely fatigued. But Fairy Myrtle and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to trust him a lot. The latter smiled. Since Wei Lingyang made a move, there is no need to worry about Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fairy Myrtle continued, then next, we need to go to Mingtang Valley and capture Gong Sun Liang. At the same time, Central Continent, beside Pot River. Wuxia stood on the riverbank, looking at the green willows, the gentle breeze and the gentle river water, but he was feeling a little anxious. After avoiding the collapse of Earth Abyss, he led Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan, and Shirnu for a while, using a Gu formation to teleport to the eastern part of Central Continent. This was Wind Cloud Manor's territory. Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body. He had already become a wanted criminal by the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but he still took the risk to stay here for 3 days. He was waiting for someone. Who was it that was worth him taking such a huge risk to wait for a meeting? A green figure flew over at a low altitude. Wuxia's heart shook. He went up to meet it. The green figure landed on the ground and stood still, but it was not a real person, it was a puppet. This puppet had a humanoid shape. It had 2 hands and 2 legs. Its body was robust. But its whole body seemed to be weaved from grass and vines. Its head, shoulders, and even its back were covered in grass. They were like daggers, pointing up vertically. The green grass puppet looked at the Gu worm in Wuxia's hand and recognized him as the target. It spoke with an arrogant tone. My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong's treasure inspection convention. He cannot come. If you want to see him, wait for 3 more days. 3 more days? Wuxia's expression changed. What? If you don't have the patience, you don't have to wait. I will bring the message back to master. The green grass puppet said coldly. Wuxia quickly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days, so what if I wait for another 3 days? But after 3 days it will be a whole 6 days. If I don't have the chance to see your master again, I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted, turning around and leaving. After a few steps, it lightly stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, turning into a lump of green shadow and flying away. After it left, Wuxia's expression turned gloomy, looking at the green grass puppet's back. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. When the green grass puppet flew out of Wuxia's vision, 3 Gu immortal figures appeared from the surroundings, surrounding Wuxia. They were Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan, and Shirnu. That green grass puppet earlier, was it the rumored grass puppet deity? Tai by Yunxing asked curiously. That's right. Wuxia nodded. It was grass puppet deity, formed from rank 6 grass puppet Gu. It has rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi awakened his aperture, his grandfather Old Man Bei Feng gave the grass puppet Immortal Gu to his beloved grandson as a gift. Feng Chanzi is arrogant and egotistical. We waited for him for so long, but we didn't even get to see him? In the end, he sent a grass puppet deity to dismiss us? He Lulan said in a dissatisfied tone. Shirnu sighed, saying helplessly, Sigh, to refine fixed immortal travel, we need the light of the immemorial era. No Gu recipe can bypass this hurdle. And this rare Gu material, the light of the immemorial era, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have a request, there is no other way. Wuxia snorted coldly, not speaking. He wanted to save his main body. He had to pass through the regional wall. But he was not like Fang Yuan. Fixed immortal travel was a shortcut to pass through the regional wall. It was almost necessary and extremely important. Right now, he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring-autumn cicada has already been sealed. It seems the Celestial Court has already started searching for me. I cannot stay in Central Continent for long. With fixed immortal travel, I will go to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Maybe I can even use it to get rid of Fang Yuan. No, looking at the time, tomorrow should be the day of Fang Yuan's tribulation. The calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture are not so easy to pass. Although Providence cannot influence Fang Yuan, it can still make arrangements against him. So what is scary is not just the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, there is also Chapter 1060. Who would have thought that I would be here again? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He stopped flying and descended from the sky. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness. A world of ice and snow. Whoosh, 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 cold wind whistled incessantly in his ears. The biting cold wind carried countless snowflakes and even tiny hailstones, rolling in all directions. Because of the snowstorm, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly restricted. Moreover, the temperature was very low. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use even more goo worms to maintain his body temperature and defend against the cold wind. This was still Northern Plains. The exact location was the northernmost part of Northern Plains, the famous Northern Icy Plain. This place was originally a grassland, but because of a world-destroying battle between experts, the natural landscape here was completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extremely cold profound ice, freezing this place again. This formed the current landscape. Back then, He Lulan chose this place to pass the calamities and tribulations, advancing to Immortal. That was because this icy plain contained reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning of strength path and transformation path. If a strength path or transformation path Gu Master advanced to Immortal here, they would form Dao Mark resonance, and the true meaning of strength path and transformation path would manifest with the help of the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing the tribulation defeats the earthly calamity, they would obtain the infusion of true meaning. It was equivalent to reckless savage demon Venerable's teachings. Scenes of memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The vivid scenes seemed to have just happened yesterday. But at this moment, things had changed. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had probably defected. Only Fang Yuan was left behind. The current situation was also very different from before. Strength path and transformation path Gu Masters. There is only one chance to obtain the infusion of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning. That is the calamity and tribulation to advance to Immortal. But now, I have the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. I might be able to repeat my previous success. Fang Yuan inwardly thought. He had not done this before, he was not very sure. However, after discussing with the land spirit of Langia, he felt that it was highly possible. He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique. When she underwent the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, the tribulation was huge and she lost her immortal goo. He barely made it through. My Immortal Aperture Calamity is probably even more terrifying than her tribulation. Fang Yuan was under a lot of pressure. If he had no other choice, he didn't want to undergo the tribulation so quickly. Every once in a while, a tribulation would occur in his Immortal Aperture. But Gu Immortals had many ways to deal with it. The most commonly used were time path methods to slow down the flow of time in the Immortal Aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. But in that case, the time Dao resources in his Immortal Aperture would be greatly reduced. But because of this, it decreased sharply. There were both pros and cons. It would depend on the Gu Immortal's situation. Langia Blessed Land had once used time path methods to modify the tributary of the River of Time in his Immortal Aperture. This caused the time in the Celestial Aperture to slow down greatly. However, this method was not mastered by the land spirit of Langia. But in the past, Long Hair Ancestor requested the assistance of a Time Dao Almighty. My Immortal Aperture has too many Time Dao resources. 2 months in the outside world. In 2 months, I will undergo a tribulation. Although my cultivation level grows quickly and the resources in my Immortal Aperture are many, but if I can't endure it and die in the tribulation, it would all be for naught. It seems that after this tribulation, I will need to search for time path methods to modify the tributary of the River of Time in my Immortal Aperture. This was all for later. The most important thing was this impending tribulation. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as a mysterious change occurred in his Immortal Aperture. Immortal Aperture, fall. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with divine light. A loud sound seemed to resound in his ears as his vision changed. Looking carefully, he was already inside his Immortal Aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. It was empty inside, it was incomparably vast. There were no cultivation resources because Fang Yuan had yet to manage them. Only goo worms of various sizes were stored inside. At this moment, these goo worms were revolving around Feng Yuan. There were so many of them that they looked like a black cloud. Under normal circumstances, the immortal aperture was placed on the goo immortal's body. But now, the immortal aperture had fallen into the outside world, wrapping around the goo immortal's body instead. At this moment, Feng Yuan's body was like a land spirit. He was like a fish in water in the immortal aperture, but could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect with the outside world's heaven and earth chi at any time to stabilize itself. When goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal aperture in the 5 regions. Another situation was that the goo immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources, and the immortal aperture itself had too little heaven and earth chi. Thus they had to place their immortal aperture and absorb the outside world's heaven and earth chi to replenish it. At Feng Yuan's original position, he had completely disappeared. The immortal aperture was on the ice surface, condensed into a point and was placed in the void, invisible. The raging icy wind was still blowing. There were no major changes, as if Feng Yuan had never been here. Everything was as usual. But at the next moment, when Feng Yuan opened the immortal aperture's entrance, everything changed. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled, the glacier shook, countless heaven and earth chi surged towards the immortal aperture's entrance like a storm. Soon, large amounts of heaven and earth chi flooded this place. The icy wind and hailstones were all turned into heaven and earth chi. The immortal aperture's entrance was a passage that connected the outside world. As it opened, Feng Yuan's immortal aperture started to connect with the outside world, continuously drawing in heaven and earth chi. It was like a giant whale that had been hiding at the bottom of the sea, opening its mouth and absorbing oxygen. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in. The entire immortal aperture shook slightly, but the shaking was extremely small. Ordinary people could not detect it. At the same time, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture also started to fuse with the river of time in the 5 regions. The immortal aperture's time flow started to slow down greatly. The immortal aperture that was placed in the world would have a much slower time flow, closer to the outside world of the 5 regions. Langya Blessed Land had been modified by a time path goo immortal, and could only be placed in the world of the 5 regions. The time flow inside was similar to the outside world of the 5 regions. Many goo immortals would choose to place their immortal apertures for the sake of their lifespan, hiding their bodies inside the immortal aperture. Unknowingly, there was a feeling that told Feng Yuan that calamities and tribulations were coming. But as the immortal aperture landed, time slowed down. Feng Yuan could clearly feel it. The speed of the calamities and tribulations slowed down. This situation was very normal. Every goo immortal would have this feeling when calamities and tribulations were coming. It was like when an earthquake was coming, livestock would roar and run amok. They all sensed the impending danger. Heaven and earth chi surged in, gradually slowing down. At first, it was like a waterfall, but soon, it was like a flowing river. A while later, it was like a flowing stream. The immortal aperture's appetite had a limit. Feng Yuan had a calm expression. He had abundant experience. Seeing the heaven and earth chi like this, he started to arrange goo worms in an orderly manner. Most of the goo worms in the immortal aperture had already been arranged. The main ones were the outside world. A vast number of goo worms flew out of the entrance like a swarm of bees. Feng Yuan could not leave this place. But goo worms could be used. Next, he controlled his goo worms and arranged them one by one. After about half a cup of tea's time, everything was ready. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, immediately pouring in immortal essence and activating his goo worms. Immortal goo rose up one after another. They floated in the air, shining with all kinds of colors. The lights intertwined. Next, they resonated with the goo worms in the outside world. In the end, it formed a huge dark green shadow. Not only did it fill the entire immortal aperture, it even spread to the outside world, covering 1,000 li of the icy plain. Immortal killer move, immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 10,000. But this was just the beginning. The core immortal goo of this killer move were mostly rank 7. Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence was expended very quickly. Thankfully, before coming, he had already obtained a large amount of immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langia, and even borrowed the immortal goo treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was successfully activated. Fang Yuan had expended more than 60% of his immortal essence. This expenditure has already far surpassed the number that the land spirit of Langia said. But he also said that the exact expenditure would vary according to the small world of the immortal aperture. Even before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already expended more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already discussed with the land spirit of Langia to borrow the immortal Yuan stone from him. He would be able to get it soon. During this tribulation, Langia blessed land could be said to be Fang Yuan's backup. But it was not appropriate to borrow it now. It would make the land spirit of Langia suspicious. He had already prepared methods like moving perspective cup goo. Even if he borrowed it during the tribulation, it would not be difficult. Moreover, he did not know what the tribulation was. He could sense that the tribulation was getting closer. Fang Yuan recalled his goo worms and closed the door, waiting quietly in the immortal aperture. Using this time, he carefully inspected the goo worms in his hands. An hour later, the tribulation finally arrived. The immortal aperture started to shake. Countless amounts of heaven and earth chi surged out from all directions. This was the heaven and earth chi contained in the immortal aperture. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth chi collided, forming a boundless snowstorm. Snow flew everywhere, the wind blew, turning the entire immortal aperture into a world of ice and snow. Fang Yuan saw this and was slightly happy. Did immortal tribulation tempering aperture take effect? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The snowstorm wreaked havoc in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed one after another in the snowstorm. Snow monster calamity? Kill. Fang Yuan muttered. Floating in the air, goo worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. At the same time, flying sword immortal goo shot out. Whoosh. Flying sword goo directly pierced through the snow monster's head, coming out from the back. Almost instantly, it flew back to Fang Yuan's side. The snow monster cried out, the wound on its head healed. It continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were similar to mud monsters and cloud beasts. Without destroying the snow core in their bodies, it was very difficult to kill them. They were very troublesome enemies. Pure flying sword goo was countered by them. But I am using a sword path killer move now. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps. When it suddenly roared, the snow core in its body was destroyed. As if its bones were extracted, its body fell apart and turned into a pile of snow. Sword path killer move, sword marks targeting death. Chapter 1061. Fang Yuan was a person who learned from his mistakes. On the way to northern plains, he encountered mud monsters and cloud beasts. He suffered many losses. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not make up for this weakness? Speaking of the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death, there were some twists and turns. After Fang Yuan entered Langia blessed land, he healed himself while asking land spirit of Langia to reverse refine flying sword goo and other rank 7 immortal goo for him. He was a rank 6 goo immortal now. It was too taxing for him to use rank 7 immortal goo. Land spirit of Langia was simple. He felt that Fang Yuan had already joined Langia's sect and became their external supreme elder. He was one of them, thus he gave him a suggestion. I can help you reverse refine immortal goo. Furthermore, it is much easier to reverse refine rank 7 to rank 6 than rank 6 to rank 7. But don't you feel it is a pity? Most importantly, reverse refinement is not something that can be done in one go. There is not much time left before the tribulation. If you start now, you won't make it in time. You might as well use this killer move. Land Spirit of Langia said this as he handed the killer move sword marks targeting death to Fang Yuan. You are really lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self hundreds of years ago. It is suitable for many sword path immortal goo. Fang Yuan felt strange at that time. long-hair ancestor was a pure refinement path Gu immortal? Why would land spirit of Xianxia buy a sword path killer move that he could not use for no reason? In the end, he only looked at it briefly before understanding. It turned out that sword marks targeting death permanently expended the Dao marks of sword path Immortal Gu. It was engraved on the target's body. After the sword path Immortal Gu flew away, the sword path Dao marks would find the target's weakness and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core to activate sword marks targeting death. It pierced through the desolate beast snow monster. This attack was not fatal. The wound caused by the Immortal Gu quickly healed itself. But the sword path Dao marks that were engraved moved around the snow monster's body, destroying the snow core that was deeply hidden in the snow monster's body. Once the snow core was destroyed, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and disintegrated. As such, Flying Sword Immortal Gu could kill targets like snow monsters. He would no longer have to work twice the effort for half the results, and the results would be minimal. But this killer move had a huge flaw. That was to permanently expend the Dao marks of the Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be seen as a fragment of the Great Dao, a collection of countless Dao marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Gu, the larger the Great Dao fragment and the more Dao marks it had. The more sword marks targeting death was used, the fewer Dao marks the sword path Immortal Gu had. Unable to reply. This way, sword path Immortal Gu would become weaker and weaker. After a certain number of times, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 6 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 5 mortal level, or rank 7 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 6. This drawback was quite severe. Sword marks targeting death had a low value and was not very popular. The previous land spirit of Xianxia bought it at a low price. What he wanted was the killer move itself. In fact, every time he used the sword path killer move sword marks targeting death, he would not be able to use it. It was like a reverse refinement of an Immortal Gu. However, the effect of its reverse refinement was very small. Only after hundreds or thousands of times would there be an effect. After Fang Yuan understood this, he also understood why the land spirit of Xianxia bought this killer move back then. After all, the previous land spirit of Xianxia's greatest hobby was Gu refinement. Fang Yuan thought about it. He immediately accepted this sword path killer move. Undeniably, this killer move was too suitable for him now. Strong winds blew, snowflakes flew. A streak of sword light pierced into the snowstorm. The snowstorm could not cover the dazzling sword light, it easily pierced through. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the air, hitting the desolate beast snow monster's chest. It then came out of its back, circling around and returning to Fang Yuan. Its injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The desolate beast snow monster roared proudly. It was about to step forward when its body suddenly broke apart, turning into a pile of snow. After a breath of time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile of snow. But these small snow monsters were only a few meters tall. They were not a threat. Another sword marks targeting death. The effect of this move was excellent. Desolate beast-level snow monsters only needed one attack to defeat them. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he finally saw the advantage of sword path. Gu master cultivation, nurture, use, and refinement. These three aspects are extremely profound. It is still Flying Sword Immortal Gu, but I have changed my usage method and obtained a huge effect. Again. Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the snowstorm, desolate beast snow monsters formed one after another, but were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters was related to their size. Rank 1 or 2 Gu masters could deal with a 6-meter-tall snow monster. 60-meter-tall snow monsters were desolate beasts. They had battle strength comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. 60-meter-tall snow monsters could fight rank 7 Gu immortals. These 60-feet-tall snow monsters were killed by Fang Yuan one by one. It was like food being served to them. Fang Yuan's battle strength had risen greatly, thinking back to when he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, facing the desolate beast swamp crab in such a pathetic state. Now that he was facing the endless desolate beast snow monsters, he was able to control the situation calmly. Fang Yuan did not relax at all. He maintained his vigilance at all times. The reason why I am so relaxed is because of the rank 7 flying sword Gu. It can deal with desolate beasts, and also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful killer move that expends Dao marks. Back then, the swamp crab had the immortal Gu Gruel mud, but these snow monsters do not. Fang Yuan's expression froze. He observed carefully. After the desolate beast snow monsters died, the small snow monsters that formed were slowly growing in size. The 10-meter ones became 20 meters, the 20-meter ones grew to 30 meters. The battle strength of these snow monsters was growing rapidly. If I let them grow, will they become 60-meter tall desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using flying sword Immortal Gu as he waved his hand. Countless dark spirals shot out. Bam bam bam. These black projectiles were densely packed. They rained down like a storm. The small snow monsters were immediately met with a calamity. At once, there were heavy casualties. But soon, from the corpses of these small snow monsters, countless more of them stood up. Fang Yuan killed dozens of small snow monsters, but over 100 stood up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt that it was a problem. But he observed carefully, even though the 100 or so small snow monsters had increased in number, they were smaller than before. Fang Yuan had a guess. He willed again. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of light green wind blades appeared. They appeared out of thin air beside him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wave after wave of wind blades interweaved in the air to form a dense net of firepower, covering the many snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters did not fall, but the small snow monsters were cut into countless pieces. At once, countless blade marks appeared on the ground. Snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan activated his investigative Gu, his eyes shining with bright light. He observed the entire battlefield. As expected, after 10 feet of snow monsters die, new snow monsters cannot be born. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Next, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Is it because of this blizzard? He split some of his attention. In a few breaths of time, he activated over 100 mortal Gu. A dark domain spread out from beneath his feet, and very quickly, a curtain of night spread out from it. It was Gu Immortal He Cheng's battlefield killer move, Night Veil. Normally, battlefield killer moves could not be set up in the Immortal aperture. This was because battlefield killer moves were temporary Dao marks engraved. Modifying the environment would cause conflict and damage to the Immortal aperture's Dao marks. But the battlefield killer move here was an Immortal level battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's Night Veil was at mortal level. It was not a big deal. He even had Shui Songzi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. It was not suitable for the current situation to amplify the snow monsters. As soon as the curtain of night fell, the power of the snowstorm within the range was greatly reduced. As expected, the small snow monsters that were shrouded in it grew much slower. But this was not a good situation. The snow seemed to be angered. Intense winds howled, ice and snow rampaged. The edge of Night Veil was compressed. Soon, it shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet. With a loud sound, it was completely crushed. Of the 100 Gu worms that made up Night Veil, less than 20% survived. Fang Yuan collected them. Desolate beast snow monsters appear one after another. More small snow monsters will be born from the corpse snow. The small snow monsters will grow together with the blizzard, growing at an unimaginable speed. But if I try to isolate the blizzard from its source, it will have the opposite effect. Currently, I can only kill small snow monsters while killing desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. As expected, his senses were not wrong. This calamity was very strong. This was only the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it far surpassed Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Herb, Earthly Calamity. The immortal essence in his hands was rapidly expending. His concentration was high, his mind was starting to get tired. However, Fang Yuan was getting more familiar with sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture was still moving, forming a vast blizzard. Initially, it only covered a few hundred li around Fang Yuan, but now, it had expanded to over 1,000 li. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. He realized that this earthly calamity was not only unprecedented in scale, it would also last for a long time, far surpassing the 10 great catastrophes. As more and more desolate beast snow monsters appeared, Fang Yuan could not kill them in time with sword marks targeting death. As the number of small snow monsters increased, Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to eliminate them. He could not deal with both sides at the same time. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the sky. Even though I need to defend against the blizzard, I still have the initiative. This thought had just flashed in Fang Yuan's mind when a sharp eagle cry pierced Fang Yuan's eardrums. Fang Yuan raised his head and his expression immediately turned grim, thinking to himself, "Not good." In the blizzard, an iron crown eagle made of ice and snow had formed. The eagle flapped its wings and moved its body, charging towards Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned his spear around and used sword marks targeting death to kill this eagle. However, in a short period of time, 3 more iron crown eagles took form and circled around him. The pressure increased, danger was approaching. Chapter 1062. 3 iron crown eagles charged at Fang Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan called out in his mind, but at the crucial moment, he failed. The killer move's activation failed, the backlash caused blood to flow out of his mouth. After all, he had only been in contact with this sword path killer move for a short period of time. In an urgent situation, if he was not focused, the chances of him making a mistake would increase. An eagle's cry pierced his eardrums. The iron crown eagle on the left pounced first. Fang Yuan quickly dodged, a phantom image flickered on his back as light illusion bat wings appeared, he barely dodged the eagle's attack. But the flowing wind barrier around him was broken, it was torn apart by the iron crown eagle's claws. Fang Yuan squinted, he decided to use sword marks targeting death again. This time he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp, it easily pierced the iron crown eagle's back and continued forward. Suddenly, cold wind blew behind him. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think. He directly used sword escape Immortal Goo. Swoosh, his body shot out like an arrow, with the momentum of piercing the sky. He flew up. The iron crown eagle that was attacking him missed its target. After escaping danger, Fang Yuan stopped sword escape. Sword escape Immortal Goo flew in a straight line. It was extremely fast. Fang Yuan flew to the sky. He was more than 10 li away from the iron crown eagle. Letting out a breath of air, Fang Yuan's heartbeat calmed down. After stabilizing himself, he willed to summon flying sword Immortal Goo. Earlier, he did not have time to recall the flying sword. This Immortal Goo had already flown far away after piercing the iron crown eagle. It would take more than 10 breaths of time for it to return to Fang Yuan's hands. And that iron crown eagle that was pierced cried out in pain. It fell towards the ground. Before it even hit the ground, its entire body had already turned into a large clump of ice and snow, sprinkling down in all directions. The remaining 2 iron crown eagles flapped their wings, one on the left and one on the right. They flew with the momentum of wind and snow. They charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan did not want to fight head-on, so he used the sword escape technique to retreat. Even though his body was extremely strong now, it was not as tough as when he was an immortal zombie. The way of the sword was known for being strong in offense and weak in defense. Sword escape Immortal Goo allowed Fang Yuan to move like an arrow. He streaked across the sky and instantly pulled away from the pursuing iron-crowned eagles. The effect was immediate. Even flying sword Immortal Goo was not as fast as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew around in the sky, finally meeting flying sword Immortal Goo and retrieving it. Fang Yuan held flying sword Immortal Goo in his hand. Injecting immortal essence, he silently mobilized the other goo worms on him. After activating 100 supplementary goo worms, a profound light appeared and entered flying sword Immortal Goo. Coincidentally, the 2 iron-crowned eagles were approaching, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan opened his fingers and felt a tremor in his palm. The flying sword insect shot out and transformed into a dazzling sword light that seemed to have the power to pierce through the universe. Flying sword Immortal Gu and Iron Crown Eagle flew towards each other, one going back and forth. In the blink of an eye, the distance was reduced to 0. After flying sword Immortal Gu pierced the first Iron Crown Eagle, its momentum did not decrease as it pierced the second one, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Iron Crown Eagle in front flew for a while before its body broke apart. The one at the back was safe and sound. It continued to fly towards Fang Yuan, as if it had an irreconcilable grudge against it. Fang Yuan was about to retrieve flying sword Immortal Gu when his heart shook. Inexplicably, a wave of true meaning entered his mind. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could not conceal his joy. This is the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning. It seems that my original plan did not fail. I succeeded. Fang Yuan purposely chose to undergo tribulation in the icy plain in the north. It was for reckless savage's true meaning. Because of historical reasons, if Strength Path or Transformation Path Gu Masters underwent tribulation in the icy plain, they would receive the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning and obtain a fortuitous encounter to raise their attainment levels. But this only happened when a Gu Master underwent heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations during immortal ascension. After a Gu Master becomes an immortal, they would experience calamities and tribulations. It happened in the immortal aperture. It would not trigger the infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan learned about the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move, he wondered if he could use this killer move to obtain the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the desolate beast snow monsters and small snow monsters, he did not receive the infusion of true meaning. He thought he failed. When he killed the first Iron Crown Eagle earlier, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning, but the situation was dangerous. He could not feel it clearly. Now, he could clearly feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of enlightenment appeared in his mind. He seemed to have turned into an Iron Crown Eagle, from when he was young to now, from when he was born to when he first flew, to when he fought in the sky. He could feel the power of his wings hitting the atmosphere. He clenched his fists. His 2 eagle claws were like steel pincers. Looking around, he could see everything within 1,000 li. His Strength Path and Transformation Path attainment levels had risen greatly. His flying attainment level had also risen slightly. Receiving the infusion of true meaning was like receiving reckless savage demon venerable's unreserved teachings. Undeniably, the direct increase in attainment level brought about a huge and all-round benefit. If he followed the usual routine, the increase in attainment level could easily take decades or even centuries. Other than dream realms, perhaps only the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning here could directly raise his attainment level. Actually, dream realms themselves are the venting of emotions, the combination of obsession and desire. They are also the remnants of countless wills. Entering the dream realm and exploring it can raise one's attainment level. That is, one can get rid of the interference of emotions in the dream realm and not lose oneself. They can purify the true meaning from all kinds of distracting thoughts and raise one's attainment level. The true essence is the infusion of true meaning. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle charged at him, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. After Fang Yuan pulled some distance away, he used sword marks targeting death again and killed it without any hesitation. Checking his immortal essence, he still had a lot left. Although he had used several sword path killer moves and rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He was not in a tight spot like before. He had not borrowed from the land spirit of Langia. He had lost most of his immortal essence earlier because the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture had expended too much. There were no enemies in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters were standing on the ground, raising their heads as they roared at him. There are more of them. Fang Yuan frowned. In the next moment, countless sharp green wind blades and pitch-black dark vortexes appeared out of thin air and shot down violently. Like a raging river, the firepower was extremely fierce. It covered the sky. instantly drowning all the snow monsters on the ground. Bam bam bam, thunderous explosions could be heard endlessly. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. The densely packed snow monsters suddenly decreased in number. More than half of the ice surface had been cleared. Only the desolate beast-level snow monsters were left standing. They were like dozens of huge pillars. That was just a mortal method. It was not a threat to them. Puff puff puff. A soft sound was heard, completely covered by the howling of the wind and snow. More little snow monsters emerged from the snowdrifts. It has only been a while, but these snow monsters are showing signs of being stubborn. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He could only continue to use sword marks targeting death to kill more desolate beast snow monsters. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the seemingly endless small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was that no matter how many snow monsters he killed, whether they were desolate beasts or not, he did not obtain any reckless savage true meaning. This earthly calamity is very strange. There are no records of it in history. But the current intensity has already far surpassed He Lolan's immortal ascension tribulation. At this time, the whirlpool formed by the wind and snow in the sky changed again. One by one, cranes flapped their wings and flew out of the whirlpool. These cranes had pure and simple feathers, their bodies were elegant and graceful, their cries were extraordinary, they were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips, and with a bloodthirsty intent, he stood up straight. After killing one, there was indeed true meaning in fusion. Fang Yuan could not help but become even more excited, his eyes almost shining brightly. Snow flew everywhere, strong winds howled, Fang Yuan and the group of 9 palace cranes engaged in an intense battle. His figure retreated and advanced, he moved left and right, up and down, agilely changing. At first, he fought alone, he was inevitably at a disadvantage, he was passive. After he killed a few 9 palace cranes, he fought for a wider space, he could advance and retreat more freely. As the results of the battle increased, he gradually grasped the initiative, he began to fight with ease. This time, 9 palace cranes appeared, more than double the number of Iron Crown eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan one by one, just that he spent a lot more time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel that all aspects of his attainment levels had improved greatly. This feeling of clearly making people feel stronger was so intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the densely packed snow monsters on the ground, his heart instantly sank. Earlier, he had only faced 10 or so desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were growing. The desolate beast snow monsters were also getting closer to ancient rank. This situation was getting more intense. Fang Yuan was determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the third sword move. Immortal killer move, sword wave triple layered. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, more than 60% of his concentration was focused. He activated more than 500 mortal goo, as well as more supplementary goo worms. This killer move's difficulty and preparation time were much higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used frequently. Finally, Fang Yuan released Wave Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was like a blade, it expanded in the air, soon turning into a ring of blue water that surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters on the ground, but at this time, a huge shadow loomed over him. Fang Yuan raised his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that a huge ruin bat had formed. It was flying in the sky, covering an area of 100 li. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruin bat was huge. It was an ancient desolate beast. It could battle rank 7 goo immortals. Chapter 1063. This is just the first earthly calamity. Not only are there so many desolate beast snow monsters, there is even an ancient ruin bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge. It cast a huge shadow that covered Fang Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the wind and snow weakened. The snow monsters also stopped roaring and howling. They looked up at this domineering beast in the sky. Before leaving Langya Blessed Land, I had already used a luck path killer move to increase my current luck. Since the tribulation, I have also been using dog shit luck immortal goo without stopping. Such luck should have reduced the power of the earthly calamity by a lot. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so difficult. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He forced himself to focus. The ancient ruin bat drew an elegant arc in the sky. Its huge body was like a mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. At once, the pressure was unparalleled. Even the air was compressed. It was so heavy that it pressed down. Sword path killer move, sword wave triple layered. Fang Yuan had no way to retreat. He could only face it head-on, using his third sword move. Swoosh! A loud sound echoed. The sword waves around him suddenly started to move, surging and surging, rolling up hundreds and thousands of waves. These ripples were bright silver in color. They were extremely sharp and had shocking killing power. The huge wave surged and moved in defiance of heaven, spreading out in the air, forming a wave that was several li long, crashing into the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound. It actually shattered this wave. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms. With a swoosh, another huge wave was created. This wave was even bigger than the first wave. It stretched for more than 10 li. There were countless silver ripples at the tip of the wave. It was dazzling and gave off an intense feeling of danger. Wherever the sword wave went, it was pure. The wind and snow were instantly cleared. Even the air was cut apart. Evidently, this was a group attack killer move. With rank 7 wave sword immortal goo as the core. There were also several water path immortal goo supporting it. These water path immortal goo were naturally borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. The second sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ruin bat's descent suddenly paused. At the same time, it let out a howl as if it was venting its pain. The sword wave didn't last long and quickly faded away. Fang Yuan saw that the ancient ruin bat's body was filled with deep sword scars. Under normal circumstances, ruin bats would seek luck and avoid calamity. When they felt that their lives were threatened, they would retreat on their own accord. Unfortunately, this ancient ruin bat was not made of flesh and blood. It was formed from an earth calamity, so it did not stop at all after being injured. It continued to dive down. He would not give up until he killed Fang Yuan. The ruin bat was a space path monster. Against it, Fang Yuan's sword escape immortal goo had little effect. Because of the space around Fang Yuan, they had all been affected by the ruin bat's power. It looked like a distance of 1 or 2 steps, but if one really walked, it would take hundreds or thousands of steps. Blindly dodging was the worst strategy. Although the ruin bat's flying speed was slow, the space path power also restricted Fang Yuan's speed. The only way was to resist, to attack and destroy the source. That was the best strategy. Thankfully, the sword wave was stacked 3 times. It could send out 3 sword wave waves, each wave stronger than the previous. The third wave, the sword wave rose to a height of 30 feet. It charged towards the ancient ruin bat like a tidal wave. The sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The waves emitted sharp sword light. It was dazzling. Even Fang Yuan, the culprit, felt his body tighten as a chill rose in his heart. Boom! The sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ancient ruin bat's momentum stopped. It raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a painful howl. The sword wave covered its abdomen. It continued to penetrate through the wound. It was expended rapidly. Eventually, there was only a trace of water left. It barely penetrated the ancient ruin bat's back. With a muffled sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruin bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruin bat slimmed down. Its huge body became very slim. The terrifying aura that was originally as majestic as a mountain had already dissipated. Fang Yuan felt his whole body relax and free. The invisible space path power that had affected the space around him completely disappeared. The heavily injured ancient ruin bat was like a kite with its string cut. After floating for a while, it smashed heavily into the ground. With a loud sound, snow flew into the air. Killed it! Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression suddenly changed. A large amount of comprehension poured into his heart like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This comprehension surpassed the sum of all the previous comprehension. In an instant, it destroyed Fang Yuan's self-awareness. Fang Yuan forgot himself. It was like he had truly become a ruined bat, from birth, to growth, to death. He floated in the air, passed through the universe, and traveled freely in the vast world. After being dazed for a while, Fang Yuan woke up. His dazed eyes shined with bright light again. It seems that I gained too much comprehension. I am like a snake swallowing a whale. I am in danger of dying from overreading. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good. It was a supreme shortcut to raising one's attainment level. But in this world, one had to know when to stop. After overdoing it, good things would often cause harm to others. Too much Reckless Savage's true meaning would completely destroy the Gu Immortal's self-awareness. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a wisdom path foundation. One of his defensive Immortal Gu was a wisdom path Immortal Gu borrowed from the land spirit of Langia. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's will would be destroyed by the true meaning. He might really think that he was a ruined bat and lose his consciousness, dying from the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. I don't have much immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruined bat was killed. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the ground. After the ruined bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into a pile of snow and dissipated. But there were already 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground. There were countless small snow monsters, and even ancient snow monsters that were 70 feet tall were starting to appear. Damn it, I only wasted some time. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt unwell. The dense group of snow monsters made him feel increasingly helpless. To get rid of these snow monsters, it seems that I need to borrow an immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan was not willing. The previous transaction had already cleared his debt, but he had no choice now. He could only borrow again. The snowstorm that had weakened earlier, it started to get stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes fluttered in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They wreaked havoc everywhere. 2 ancient ruined bats started to form in the wind and snow. Fang Yuan's body shook. His expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die. How is this an earthly calamity? Even a heavenly tribulation isn't this terrifying. Of course, this was just a simple complaint. After venting a little, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and shot forward like an arrow. He took the initiative to attack. That ancient ruined bat had nearly taken his life. If 2 of them appeared at the same time and surrounded Fang Yuan, there was no way he could continue fighting. It seemed that the power of the earthly calamity was starting to weaken and was nearing its end. The 2 ancient ruined bats took form slowly and were not as fast as the previous ones. Fang Yuan planned to take the initiative while the 2 ancient ruined bats were still forming. But at that moment, a snowstorm suddenly fell from the sky. There were several huge snowballs. Like a carriage, they came crashing down at high speed. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainments. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fang Yuan took a closer look and saw that the culprits were the snow monsters on the ground. After being nurtured by the wind and snow, the number of ancient snow monsters increased exponentially. Previously, there were only a few, but now, there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists. They could form snowballs out of thin air. After roaring, they shook their arms. The carriage-sized snowballs moved like meteors. They flew into the air and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These 2 ancient ruined bats were not easy to deal with. Now that these snowballs were coming at him fiercely, they were obstructing his movements. If they delayed his battle plan and allowed the 2 ancient ruined bats to form, Fang Yuan's tribulation would end in failure. Just as Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture and was in a dangerous situation, in the icy plane, someone was undergoing tribulation as well. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. He attracted heaven and earth chi, forming a tribulation. Master, save me. The Gu Master screamed. Facing the frost lightning, he had no strength to retaliate. He could only watch as death descended upon him. A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure blocked the tribulation Gu Master. To the Gu Master, the frost lightning was unstoppable, but in front of this figure, it was as fragile as paper. The frost lightning disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It returned without any effect, not even a corner of that figure's clothes were damaged. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master was filled with shock. Since the start of the tribulation, he had been in awe and shock. He was already numb to it. This is just a flying frost jumping lightning tribulation. It is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless. He looked at the remaining frost lightning in his hand as he said regretfully, "Master, from what you are saying, it seems like this tribulation is not strong enough?" The Gu Master said. Chu Du said frankly, "When a Gu Master ascends, heaven and earth chi will enter their body. During this process, they will come into contact with Providence. If the Gu Master asks any questions about cultivation, Providence will answer them. This is what people call natural inspiration." But in the northern icy plain, when a strength path Gu Master ascends, they will trigger reckless savage's true meaning. At that time, the Gu Master will not come into contact with Providence, but with reckless savage's true meaning, their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise rapidly. The stronger the tribulation, the more reckless savage's true meaning there will be. I am nurturing you disciples because of the reckless savage's true meaning that you will obtain when you ascend. By obtaining these true meanings, my strength path attainment level will rise rapidly. So that's it. The Gu Master realized, this is why Master said that he would need my help when he took me in as a disciple? Chu Du was about to speak when a loud sound echoed from 1,000 li away. Chu Du saw that 1,000 li away, space was torn apart like a broken mirror, showing the scene of Fang Yuan fighting the ancient ruin bat in his immortal aperture. Chapter 1064. Chu Du people called him Domination Immortal. He was a legend in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was born poor, he did not have a Huang gene bloodline, his starting point was very low, he only awakened his aperture by luck. Without a master or clan to guide him, he cultivated alone. He mainly cultivated strength path, but was not restricted by the predicament of strength path. Instead, he relied on his overflowing talent to forcefully create gene strength Gu, strength of 10 gene Gu, June strength Gu, strength of 10 June Gu, and so on with his own strength. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step. Under the shocked gazes of the world, he finally shed his mortal body and became a Gu Immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. Standing on the level of a Gu Immortal, he organized and created the human June strength path. This small path gave the declining strength path an intense boost of strength. It was like life force was injected into a dead tree, causing strength path to blossom with a brand new aura. After the beast strength phantom path and chi heaven and earth path, the human June strength path was added to the strength path. It was recognized by the world. With his strength alone, he changed the structure of strength path. No one could deny his grand achievement. Up until now, most of the Gu masters in Northern Plains cultivated strength path. They walked on the human June strength path. Fate was a mysterious thing. Normal people could not predict it. Be it Chu Du or Fang Yuan, they had never thought they would meet under such circumstances. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation. Because of the ancient ruin bat's power, a part of the aperture wall of his immortal aperture was destroyed. It connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, Chu Du was protecting his disciple, dealing with the immortal ascension tribulation and absorbing reckless savage's true meaning. The northern icy plain was huge, but the two of them chose to undergo tribulation at such a close distance. Even though they were separated by 1,000 li, their gazes met at the first moment. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. He had one hand behind his back while the other held the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fang Yuan's white robe fluttered. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was covered in injuries, but his battle intent was overwhelming. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine sword. The sharp aura made Chu Du frown slightly. Someone is undergoing immortal aperture tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruin bat inside was clearly the reckless savage's true intent, manifested through the world's calamities. This person has a peerless method that can replicate a Gu master's immortal ascension, using reckless barbarian's method to strengthen himself. Chu Du was filled with shock and ecstasy. Domination immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. This guy is protecting someone else's tribulation. He must be after the true meaning of reckless savage. Shit, if he sees my current situation, he'll definitely take the initiative to find trouble with me. The immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from the land spirit of Langya was extremely tempting to domination immortal Chu Du. As long as I get his dermic formulation, why would I need to work so hard to train my disciple to become an immortal? I can trigger the true meaning of reckless savage during my tribulation transcendence. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were stronger, and there were more true meanings. The efficiency was superb. I have to get that magic. With that, Chu Du shot toward Fang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He was called Domination Immortal. Back when he advanced to rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him, but was beaten half to death by him. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but 3 lone immortals were killed by the newly ascended Chu Du. He chased them for hundreds of thousands of li, killing the 3 immortals one after another. 100 years later, Chu Du and Lu tribe's Gu immortals had conflicts. They fought for more than 10 rounds. Lu tribe's Gu immortals could not beat them. They begged for mercy. Chu Du did not hesitate and killed them. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu immortals. Chu Du could not fight them with 2 fists. He concealed himself for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He caused trouble everywhere, destroying 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. Lu tribe's 3 immortals chased after him, but he did not retreat. Not only did he kill them, he almost entered Lu tribe's headquarters. Chu Du surrounded Lu tribe's blessed land, not leaving. Lu tribe's first supreme elder returned in anger. Chu Du fought with him for 300 rounds. Lu tribe's first supreme elder was an experienced rank 7, but he could not do anything to Chu Du. He could only let him leave in the end. This battle caused Chu Du's reputation to soar. The Gu immortal world learned of his domineering style. Not a single Gu immortal dared to look down on him anymore. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they would have to think twice before acting. But after this battle, Chu Du concealed his traces. He mainly cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. Recently, he only appeared in front of Northern Plains immortals when he participated in the Northern Plains auction. It turned out that back then, Chu Du's strength rose sharply and he defeated Lu tribe because of reckless savage's true meaning. He nurtured several Gu masters and protected them in their immortal ascension, allowing his strength path attainment level to reach Grandmaster. He created his own immortal killer move. When the time was ripe, he used the chance when Lu tribe was weak to attack them. Not only did he take revenge, he also established his reputation. These last years, he had been hiding in the northern icy plain, diligently excavating the huge treasure of reckless savage's true meaning. When Chu Du saw Fang Yuan, he not only coveted Fang Yuan's method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, he was also furious that his treasure was discovered and stolen. Thus, he did not think much. He attacked directly. He wanted to capture Fang Yuan and interrogate him about the method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning. 1,000 li was nothing to Gu immortals. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. Chu Du slowly stretched out his right palm, aiming at Fang Yuan, who was in the quasi-immortal aperture, but a sword light had already shot towards him. His reaction was fast, but Fang Yuan's reaction was even faster. Almost at the first moment, Fang Yuan activated sword marks targeting death, shooting out the immortal Gu flying sword. After a long time, a gust of wind blew. Fang Yuan's dazed eyes regained some clarity. Did I succeed? He looked at the falling ancient ruin bat in the sky, muttering subconsciously. Soon, the thoughts in his mind became more abundant, allowing him to think even more. One ancient ruin bat was finally killed by him. But there was one left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. A twisted expression appeared on his pale face as he continued to attack the ancient ruin bat. What happened next was much easier. Fighting an ancient ruin bat alone, Fang Yuan's pressure was greatly reduced. More thoughts appeared in his mind, he could think more, he could deal with the ruin bat's attacks calmly and wisely. But he did not dare to relax at all. It would be terrible if another ancient ruin bat was condensed. Even worse was domination Immortal Chu Du, who was outside. If he entered, Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire, it would be worse than dying in the calamity and tribulation. But eventually, the heaven and earth chi calmed down. Fang Yuan killed the third ancient ruin bat, but no more ruin bats appeared. Chu Du was nowhere to be seen. The calamity and tribulation have stopped. This calamity and tribulation is over. Fang Yuan looked down helplessly. This place had turned into a land of ice and snow. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were roaring. They were still looking at him fiercely. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough. I don't have many resources. I will leave these snow monsters here for now. They alone cannot break through the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to a layer of heaven. His injuries were severe, he needed to recuperate. While healing, he needed to prepare for battle. Chapter 1065. 3 days later, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was extremely huge. It was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fang Yuan passed the tribulation, he had been healing his injuries in the first layer of heaven. At this moment, the healing process had reached a critical juncture. In a blood lake that was 100 li in circumference, Fang Yuan was submerged at the bottom of the lake that was hundreds of meters deep. His injuries were extremely severe. It was so tragic that it made people feel a chill in their hearts. His entire lower body was cut off, only his upper body was left floating in the blood lake. The dense life force in the blood lake continued to pour into his huge wound. After 3 days of preparation, a lump of blood-colored light could be vaguely seen, forming the shape of his buttocks, legs, and feet. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. The moment he opened his eyes, lightning seemed to flash at the bottom of the dark blood lake. Blood path body refinement, return my immortal body. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Tens of thousands of mortal goo that were mobilized by his thoughts shone with a bright light that could not be ignored. These mortal goo had already been placed in every corner of the blood lake. Now that they were connected, the entire dark and gloomy blood lake was illuminated in red light. Gradually, the light of these mortal goo merged into one. A rank 6 immortal goo flew out of Fang Yuan's body and slowly rose. This goo was round like a pearl. It was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl. They were constantly changing, like a myriad of lotuses in full bloom, or like moving clouds. Blood Path Immortal Goo Blood Asset. This immortal goo was not in Fang Yuan's knowledge. This was a goo created by the previous land spirit of Xianxia by combining some blood path goo recipes in jewel yellow skies. Immortal goo blood assets use was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using blood asset immortal goo after the refinement. Ever since he obtained this immortal goo, the previous land spirit of Xianxia had saved a lot of resources. This immortal goo was very precious to the previous land spirit of Xianxia. It could be said that no amount of gold could buy it. But after the land spirit of Xianxia changed its nature, it only wanted to revive the hairy man race. It had no interest in goo refinement. When transacting with Fang Yuan, blood asset immortal goo fell into Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Although Fang Yuan did not show it on his face, he was extremely happy in his heart. This goo could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary goo immortals. But in the hands of a blood path grandmaster like Fang Yuan, not only did it make the best use of everything, but it could also be used extraordinarily and had a wide range of uses. Just like now. Once blood asset immortal goo appeared, the entire blood lake started to boil intensely. It was like an erupting volcano. The bottom of the blood lake was erupting. A large number of bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. Waves of life force poured into blood asset immortal goo like swallows returning to their nest. Blood asset immortal goo floated above Fang Yuan's head, rotating rapidly. Like an endless black hole, it absorbed all the vitality in the blood lake. Next, it was purified. A concentrated life force that could be seen with the naked eye poured into Fang Yuan's body like a translucent stream of water. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan's bones made crisp sounds. It was joyful. His dried flesh and blood instantly filled up, like a balloon being blown up. The scars on his skin had all disappeared. His long hair grew longer. It was black and shiny, like a layer of oil had been smeared over it. Most importantly, there was a huge wound on Fang Yuan's body. It was originally a translucent blood shadow's lower body. But under the nourishment of an immense amount of life force, from the inside out, turning phantom into reality. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's injuries were healed. His body was completely healed, it was completely intact. Bam! Fang Yuan shot out of the blood lake like an arrow, appearing in the sky. His divine sense scanned his body. He nodded in satisfaction. This body created by the sovereign immortal fetus is truly mystical. Its Tao marks are of countless paths, but they do not interfere with each other. Because of this, no matter what path's healing methods I use, they are all effective. If not for this, how could I heal this terrifying injury in just 3 days? Fang Yuan waved his hand. Blood asset immortal goo shot out of the blood lake like a meteor, flying into his hand in the blink of an eye. Holding this immortal goo in front of him, after looking at it for a while, Fang Yuan was filled with emotions as he placed it on his chest. Blood asset immortal goo was residing in Fang Yuan's body. On Fang Yuan's chest, it turned into the image of a red bead. This method of parasitizing was not safe. If Fang Yuan's body was destroyed, blood asset immortal goo would also be destroyed. Immortal goo were extremely fragile. Even a few months-old infant could crush a rank 9 immortal goo. Keeping it in the immortal aperture was the safest. But Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was still on the ground. He could only do this for now. It was not a problem to be careful. In the 500 years of my previous life, I searched for a blood path immortal goo to no avail. I could only refine spring-autumn cicada in the end. If I had such a blood path immortal goo back then, I would have made a name for myself already. Even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would have the confidence to fight them. Fang Yuan was not boasting, he was not exaggerating at all. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had peak rank 6 battle strength. He fought against ordinary rank 7 goo immortals twice and won both times. Even though there were external factors like timing and location, defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was already very dazzling. Of course, compared to people like Bo Qing and Feng Jioge, this battle result was very ordinary. But don't forget, when Fang Yuan defeated this rank 7 goo immortal, he did not even have a single immortal goo. He had used blood path mortal goo and a mortal killer move to defeat the enemy. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan used blood path to become an immortal. Not only did he create his own blood path mortal goo, he also designed many blood path killer moves. Some were powerful, some were sinister and dark, some were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was at Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a blood path immortal goo. As long as he had this immortal goo, he could rapidly modify mortal killer moves and form countless immortal killer moves, causing his battle strength to rise explosively. In the 500 years of his previous life, even after rebirth, Fang Yuan did not have a chance to obtain a blood path immortal goo. After rebirth, he wandered around the world, moving through many obstacles, walking on the crest of the waves. Because of various reasons, he did not obtain any blood path immortal goo. In fact, it was due to Providence's secret influence. Until recently, he finally obtained blood asset immortal goo from Land Spirit of Langya. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to do it so early. He wanted to cultivate blood path. Any blood path goo immortal would be detected by the Celestial Court. Their names would be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood path was very dangerous. Even the demonic path did not like it. Everyone wanted to get rid of it. When Fang Yuan obtained blood asset Immortal Goo, he thought, it is best not to use it if possible, it is best not to use it. But things did not go as he wished. During the tribulation he encountered domination Immortal Chu Du at the moment of life and death. He had no choice but to use blood asset Immortal Goo to create a blood path killer move and seal the aperture wall. When healing his injuries earlier, Fang Yuan also used a blood path Immortal killer move. Only this healing killer move could heal his injuries quickly and guard against the huge threat that was Chu Du. Fang Yuan did not want to ask for help from Land Spirit of Xianxia. The more he asked for help, the more he would expose himself. Fang Yuan still had some reservations about Land Spirit of Xianxia. At least, the sovereign immortal aperture was a huge secret. He was concealing it. Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. With 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, he modified mortal killer moves into immortal killer moves. It was a natural thing to push the boat along with the current. It was not like He Lulan, who had difficulty raising self-strength phantom to immortal level. In fact, he had created many blood path Immortal Goo recipes in his previous life, but unfortunately, his refinement path and wisdom path attainment were too low. The Immortal Goo recipes that he obtained could not be deduced, they were very incomplete. Putting away blood asset Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan started to think about his situation. 3 days have passed, Chu Du has not attacked yet. It seems that he does not have any methods to break the immortal aperture wall. 3 days ago, Fang Yuan resolutely paid the price of heavy injuries to seal the aperture wall's hole. Chu Du's efforts were in vain. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time to prepare, they would not take 3 days. Thus, Fang Yuan deduced that Chu Du was at his wit's end. This was not strange. The immortal aperture landed on the ground and formed a blessed land. As long as the entrance was not opened, the immortal aperture would shrink to a point in space. It would not be visible, outsiders would not be able to enter. Back then, in order to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate had to use their bloodline and Fangjing, using the unorthodox method of blood path to sense it. Chu Du was a strength path Gu Immortal, but piercing the immortal aperture wall clearly involved space path. Fang Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax because of this. Even though Chu Du could not enter the sovereign immortal aperture, he would definitely stay here and guard this place. This was obvious. Putting himself in his shoes, strength path Gu Immortal Chu Du, who wanted to absorb reckless savages' true meaning wholeheartedly, how could he give up on this huge fortuitous opportunity? Back then, against the super force Lu tribe, Chu Du did not leave. He guarded Lu tribe's blessed land until Lu tribe's first supreme elder arrived and fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone. How could he match Lu tribe? Even with Xianxia blessed land, he could not match Lu tribe. The battle strength of those hairy man Gu immortals could not be counted on. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture wall, he could find other helpers. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I return the immortal aperture to my body, can I use sword escape to escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword escape Immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. If I want to change directions, I need to stop. This is a weakness. It is effective against ordinary Gu immortals, but against Domination Immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move to have any hope. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew down the first layer of heaven. Just as he was in the sky of the tribulation, the snow monsters on the ground sensed Fang Yuan's traces. They roared at him. Many ancient snow monsters raised their arms and threw snowballs at Fang Yuan. Sighing, Fang Yuan flew away helplessly. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still here. I can only ignore them for now. There is nothing in this immortal aperture that they can destroy. I have sword escape Immortal Gu, but my sword path attainment level is too low. I have more hope in blood path. Next, I need to modify mortal killer moves and create immortal level blood path killer moves, using blood asset Immortal Gu as the core for movement. The enemy was cruel, they were using these cannon fodder to wear down his primeval essence. When the experts among the bandits joined the battle, he did not have as much primeval essence as the enemy, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Right at this time, intense wind sounds could be heard from the sky. The wind was huge, it was like the roar of a desolate beast. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, someone exclaimed, "Oh no! It's a golden thread tornado." Western Desert's tornadoes were divided into golden threads, silver threads, iron threads, copper threads, and others. They all had different strengths. Golden thread tornadoes were very powerful, even rank 4 Gu masters would die if they got caught in them. The feathermen panicked, the bandits were also in a mess, like gunpowder exploding, they roared as they charged towards the caravan with ruthless expressions. They wanted to take down this caravan before the golden thread tornado engulfed this place, then leave with the precious goods. "Hold on!" The featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was terrifying, feathermen would die if they got caught in it. But they were born with the ability to fly, they were in a much better situation than human Gu masters. This fierce battle had entered a white-hot stage. Almost every second, someone was losing their lives. Han Li hid among the goods and defended himself. His cultivation level was low, he was not eye-catching, the bandits felt that he was not a threat. Han Li was indeed not a threat, his primeval essence was already expended, he was no different from an ordinary person. The fireballs and wind blades on the battlefield rarely affected Han Li, because of the goods around Han Li, both sides chose to hold back. The tornado was extremely fast, it was still at the edge of the sky earlier, but it soon arrived near the battlefield. Winds blew, sand flew in the sky, landing on Han Li's body, it was numbing and painful. "Retreat!" Although the bandit leader was very unwilling, the wise leader still yelled and chose to retreat. The bandits were like a gust of wind, they were covered in injuries and had bloodshot eyes, they came and left quickly. "Quick! Move these goods away!" The featherman leader's injuries were terrifying, but at this crucial moment, he placed the goods first. The feathermen were busy saving the goods, no one cared about Han Li. The tornado attacked, Han Li was sucked into it uncontrollably. Many feathermen and a large number of goods were in the same situation as him. Han Li was swept into the wind, the world was spinning around him, he could not tell which direction he was in. His body was like a willow, dancing in the wind, he was in danger. Bang, he did not know if he crashed into a rock or the goods. He fainted immediately. After a long time, he woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man sat in front of him. He said weakly, "You, who are you?" Han Li was still in a daze. Xianxia laughed loudly, walking closer to Xianxia. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, giving up on pointless resistance. Before dying, a man's figure suddenly appeared in the deepest part of her heart. A thought appeared uncontrollably, how good would it be if she could see him one last time before she died? But after waiting for a while, Xianxia did not attack. Xianxia opened her eyes in confusion, seeing Xianxia standing motionlessly in front of her, just a few steps away from her. However, he was as stiff as a stone statue, and his terrified expression was frozen. "For some power and wealth, you disregard family, you are the scum of our Shang clan." A female immortal appeared. "You are?" Xianxia was shocked. The female immortal looked at Xianxia in admiration, consoling warmly, "Don't be afraid, I am your Shang clan's ancestor, Shang Qingqing. I have decided from this moment onwards, you will succeed as Shang clan leader." Chapter 1067. Pot River was like a long jade belt. It was carved in the eastern part of central continent. The water of Pot River was always flowing like this. It was like a beautiful song. The melody was soft and melodious. Wuxia stood at the embankment of Pot River, waiting for Feng Chanzi. He Lulan, Shirnu, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were hiding nearby, protecting Wuxia. The river water flowed. There were 2 dragonflies on the river, sometimes flying, sometimes perching on the tip of the pot grass. There were many pot grasses growing in Pot River. These grasses were rooted in the mud at the bottom of the river, absorbing nutrients. The stems were long and flexible. They propped up the tip of the grass, sticking out of the river. On the tip of the pot grass, there was a brown fruit. This fruit was only the size of a fist. It had not matured yet. The fruit was hollow. It was not tightly sealed. There was a huge opening at the top. Coincidentally, a dragonfly followed the fragrance inside the fruit and flew into it recklessly. It struggled for a while, but was knocked unconscious by the fragrance. It could not fly out anymore. Wuxia watched the scene unfold quietly. He knew, after a few months, the fruit would grow bigger. It would attract more flying insects, water worms, and even small fish and prawns. As it grew, the fruit's opening would close. After it matured, the pot grass would look like a brown jar. It would be completely sealed. Then, Pot River would welcome its annual flood season. During the flood season, Pot River would change from its gentle appearance. The water would surge rapidly, washing away the pot grasses growing in the river. The brown pot fruits would be carried away by the water, leaving the stalks. Following the flow. On both sides of Pot River, Gu masters would take action. They would fish the pot grasses' fruits. They would break them and get fishworms. There were also the seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance that the pot grass would produce gu worms. These gu worms would fall into hibernation in the pot grass. They could be easily refined by people. The super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind Cloud Manor, controlled Pot River. During this time, they would organize a Pot River ceremony. It would attract countless gu masters, men and women, young and old. Not just Wind Cloud Manor's disciples. There were also surrounding forces of all sizes. It was very lively. Wuxia looked at the pot of grass on the river, but his eyes wandered. In order to obtain the immemorial light, he had stayed near the Can River for some time. On the surface, he appeared to be carefree and calm like water, but in reality, there was a lot of anxiety accumulated in his heart. Moreover, this anxiety and uneasiness grew stronger as time passed. I have the spring and autumn cicada on me, but it has already been sealed. It could not be used. Before my rebirth, Providence will always be watching over me. Not only would Providence silently and stealthily affect my thoughts, it would also set up a trap for me. Influence other existences to encircle me. I couldn't stay in one place and give Providence time to make its plans. It couldn't be too long. If this time, Feng Chanzi didn't show up again, I can only give up on this line. Wuxia made up his mind. At this moment, a green figure appeared. Flying close to the wide surface of the Pot River, he quickly approached Wuxia. It's that rank 6 grass god. Be vigilant and prevent any accidents. The Shadow Sect Immortals transmitted secretly as they became alert. When the grass god saw Wuxia again, he had an arrogant attitude as he raised his head. The immemorial light is in my hands, but Master said that we can exchange for it, but not at the previous price. Even if there were more than 100 portions of immortal materials, the gu refinement would still fail. There is a lot of the immemorial light. I can attempt 9 refinements. Wuxia said this and paused. He secretly activated an immortal gu in his body. Rank 6 immortal gu, luck inspection. This immortal gu. It was originally with Qin by Sheng. By chance, because he needed it, it was sent to Shirnu and lent to him. After the Battle of Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect failed. This luck inspection immortal gu ended up in Wuxia's hands. This was an investigative gu worm. It was used to observe the luck of other existences. Wuxia's eyes shined as he looked above his head. In his vision, the scene was completely different. A luck path chi pillar. It was like a dream in Wuxia's eyes. Wuxia was slightly surprised. Why did my luck suddenly improve so much? He had checked his family's luck a long time ago, and it was not ideal. And because of spring-autumn cicada's weakness, his luck was still declining. The current situation was much better than what he had expected. Don't tell me. A thought flashed in Wuxia's mind. He thought of Fang Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in land spirit of Langya's hands. Last time, my shadow sect attacked Langya blessed land. We snatched a portion of the refinement cauldron and even implicated dog shit luck immortal goo, unintentionally destroying it. Land spirit of Langya had been preparing to refine dog shit luck immortal goo. Recently he had succeeded. I'm afraid he lent his dog shit luck to Fang Yuan. Wuxia immediately thought of the biggest possibility. A few days ago, he knew that Fang Yuan had passed the tribulation successfully. Because there was still a hairy man goo immortal spy in Shadow Sect's side, he was in Langya blessed land. I'm afraid that is the case. Originally, Fang Yuan and the others had connected their luck. Their luck was split evenly. After the battle of Tian Mountain, my body was Fang Yuan's. But he kept his soul. The two are still connected. He is using dog shit luck immortal goo over there to increase his own luck. But the amplification of luck is like water flowing down from above, pouring into Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li, and He Lulun. These four people's luck is connected to my body, so I gained a huge advantage. No wonder I waited for so long without any results. My hopes were slim. This time, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu. He needed capital urgently, so he made a transaction with me and obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Wuxia realized that Fang Yuan had great value. His immortal aperture goes through a tribulation every 2 months. Before the tribulation, he needs to use dog shit luck to amplify his luck and weaken the power of the earthly calamity. That way, I can benefit from it. I don't even need to go to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Even if he knows he is helping the enemy, he has no choice but to do so. Because the sovereign immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are terrifying beyond logic, he needs to do everything he can to pass the crisis of life and death. However, it was a wise decision for him to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. If Providence wants to deal with him and use all methods to eliminate him, it will need the help of the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, reckless savage's true meaning replaces a portion of Providence, greatly reducing the danger. I hope you can survive. I will take back this body of yours sooner or later. After staying by the nameless lake for a while, Wuxia saw that no one was following them. He led the three immortals on their journey again. Wuxia was in a hurry. He needed to make use of his time. Precisely because of this immortal killer move became Heaven's Envy Manor's signature move. It was famous in Central Continent and intimidated everyone. Fang Yuan's Blood Path immortal killer moves were still newly created. They were far from reaching the level of Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the next few days, Fang Yuan practiced Blood Torrent and Sword Escape immortal goo. The continuous practice deepened his experience. He had a deeper understanding of the usage of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. During the practice, he continued to make adjustments. Eventually, he did not continue to add Mortal Goo to Blood Torrent. Instead, he reduced a portion of it from the original foundation. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape because I need it to twist and turn. The moment the Sword Escape stopped, I was about to activate Blood Torrent. This time is too short, so it is troublesome to have too many Mortal Goo. Not only does it waste precious time and increase the difficulty in activating it, even if I increase the speed by a little, the effect is minimal. It's about time. I should try to store my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chudu. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to deduce more Blood Path killer moves, there was no need for that. Ever since he obtained Blood Asset Immortal Goo, he had used this Immortal Goo as the core. Using his 500 years of accumulation of mortal killer moves, he successfully deduced life-risking Blood Seal, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent, these 3 Blood Path killer moves. Doing this much was enough. After all, he only had 1 Blood Asset Immortal Goo. After using this blood path killer move, he could not use other blood path killer moves at the same time. In other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other immortal goo instead. Ever since the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had lost almost all of his goo worm accumulations. Right now, his goo worms were of many paths, they were chaotic and not systematic. But he had no choice now, he could only use them for now. But if I am given another chance, I will still choose Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had no hesitation. Even though Fang Yuan was guarding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture now, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. He had to guard against Chu Du asking for help, or setting up immortal battlefield killer moves in the icy plane. All in all, the longer he stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the entire immortal aperture world started to tremble. The tremors became larger. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. It was like a flash of lightning. In an instant, when Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he was already in the outside world, in the northern icy plain. There was no wind or snow. The pale sunlight shone on this flat and vast ice continent. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his attention. Divine light shined in his eyes as he looked around and saw Chu Du domination, immortal Chu Du. Just like Fang Yuan expected, he had been staying here. He did not leave. But out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Chu Du's attitude was different. Fellow immortal, wait. Chu Du did not attack. He smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. His voice was very gentle. There was no killing intent in it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Sir, are you going to resort to violence first? I am ashamed. Chu Du actually admitted his mistake, he said in an apologetic tone. I was too rash earlier. Because seeing the scene of your tribulation, it had a huge impact on my future cultivation. Thus, at that moment, my mind was shaken and I attacked rashly. After thinking about it, it was too late for regrets. On one side, Fang Yuan stared at Chu Du, keeping his guard up. He had already decided, no matter the cost, he had to get this method. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh again. The reason why it is hard to say is because I have not thought of what I want to trade with you. Chu Du's nose almost turned crooked from anger. After all this time, you have such a troubled expression. It is because you have not thought of it yet? Chu Du frowned, his tone turning deep. Did Sir purposely stop to make fun of me? Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not. Fang Yuan immediately said, all Gu immortals face calamities and tribulations, they have countless needs. It is just that I have not thought of how to make the transaction that will be of the greatest help to my cultivation. How about this? Let me think for a while. After I think about it, I will give you an answer. From now on, I am a transformation path Gu immortal. But the fees were very high, and it was not confidential, it was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, Wuxia and the rest would not use this route. Gong's son Liang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Wuxia was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory. Even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Shirnu was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had just ascended to immortal, their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Wuxia was lacking in money. He could only split $1 into 2. This way, he would haggle over every penny who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him. Eventually, when Wuxia used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of goo refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness. His eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Tian Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal goo, they would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies. It would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Wuxia and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory. They had nothing to do. This time, I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Wuxia was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Feng Yuan's side was very comfortable. Feng Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langia, even if the first refinement failed, they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the second and third refinement, Feng Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Feng Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources, the flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. But only a portion of these resources were sold by Feng Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langia, Feng Yuan had purposely pawned Dang Hun Mountain. Anyway, Feng Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langia extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langia was a little worried that the first goo refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Dang Hun Mountain? Chapter 1075. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds continued to resounding in the sky of Cloud Cover Continent. It was deafening. This is Heavenly Drum Thunder Tribulation. Within the silver giant formed by the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, Land Spirit of Langia shouted. His face was filled with shock and confusion. This Heavenly Drum Thunder Tribulation, every time thunder rumbles, formless lightning will form. It will directly affect the goo immortal's body and destroy their internal organs. It has the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. It is also sound path and lightning path compatible. Ordinary goo immortals cannot defend against it. They will most likely die if they encounter this tribulation. But Feng Yuan, don't be afraid. Our world is covered in refinement path Dao marks. It is the best defense. Furthermore, I have my own methods to counter it. As long as I, Heavenly Giant Solar, am around, you will be safe. In a hurry, Lan's spirit of Langia transmitted to Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation and fail the Gu refinement. Even though Lan's spirit of Langia wanted Dang Hun Mountain, if Fang Yuan failed the Gu refinement, it would be a huge problem. But Lan's spirit of Langia was a man of his word. This Gu refinement was the agreement between thieving heaven demon venerable and long-hair ancestor. He had to help Fang Yuan with all his strength. He did not have any ulterior motives. Fang Yuan floated in the air, turning a deaf ear to the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm, his mind was also as calm as ice. Lan's spirit of Langia's worries were unnecessary. Fang Yuan had been through countless battles. He had been through the 5 regions' chaotic war and the battle of Tian Mountain. He was immune to these disturbances. He was not flustered, his fingers moved like flowers blooming. He advanced the Gu refinement steadily. Boom boom boom. With every rumble of thunder, the silver giant heavenly giant Solar's body shook slightly. The hairy man Gu immortals in the battle formation were all frustrated. All of them felt irritated and irritable, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. Lan's spirit of Langia snorted coldly, "I have a move that counters sound path. Look at my immortal killer move, silence of heaven and earth." The silver giant suddenly burst forth with boundless radiance. The silvery white light was very dazzling, like a fragment of the sun. Fang Yuan closed his eyes in time. He had already activated several defensive killer moves. A silver light suddenly appeared, then rotated to style_txt and disappeared without a trace. The world was silent. There was no more sound of thunder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and countless bolts of lightning flickered in the clouds. But every time, the thunder that accompanied the lightning would disappear completely. After a long while, the sound of thunder gradually grew louder and louder. Even if your heavenly drum thunder tribulation scale is increased by more than 10 times, it cannot interfere with this Gu refinement. The land spirit of Langia had just spoken with a smug tone when the dark clouds in the sky rapidly changed. Countless blue balls of light shot out of the dark clouds. Each ball of light was a blue charm shadow. This was a lightning fairy with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Back when Immortal Fox underwent her tribulation, he was killed by a blue charm shadow. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing 20 blue charm shadows. The land spirit of Langia's eyes were wide open as he shouted, "What's going on? Why is there a second blue charm shadow tribulation? And the scale has increased by 20 times. Even though the land spirit of Langia had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable, he could not help but be moved. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This scene was so similar to his tribulation not long ago. You need to be careful. There might be intense fluctuations coming towards you. If you cannot stabilize yourself, the Gu refinement will fail miserably. Land spirit of Langia transmitted again. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak. He had a solemn expression. He was refining Gu now. There were countless refinement path Dao marks around him. There was also refinement cauldron in the sky. But the battle between the silver giant and the blue charm shadows, it would interfere with the Dao marks and cause countless tremors. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It was extremely disadvantageous to him. If he made any mistakes, all his efforts would be wasted. Boom boom boom. A series of booming sounds could be heard. They entered Fang Yuan's ears. The blue charm shadows were like a swarm of blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking the giant's hands. They were very fast, but the silver giant was very clumsy. "You fools!" Land spirit of Langia scolded. He had to protect Fang Yuan. He had to keep his hands stable at all times. He could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm shadows could only be left to the other hairy man Gu immortals. But these hairy man Gu immortals had low battle strength. They could not control the giant well. Even though they tried their best, many of their immortal killer moves failed. Even if they succeeded, it would be reflected to the outside world with a huge commotion, but the results would be minimal. After fighting for a long time, only one of the blue charm shadows dissipated. This was the luck of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Land spirit of Xianxia did not even have the energy to curse anymore. This time, it might not be good. He was filled with worry. The silver giant was formed from heavenly giant solar. It had expanded by more than 10 times. Its defense was not as good as before. It could only take a beating. The blue charm shadows were bombarding it. It was getting thinner, it was almost transparent. And even though Fang Yuan stabilized the situation, because of the outside world's interference, his speed fell. Xianxia land spirit estimated based on his speed. The silver giant would not be able to last until then. He could not spare any attention now. While Fang Yuan was completely focused on the Gu refinement, he could not leave to fight. Without any external interference, it could be said that his defeat was already set. Thankfully, this is my first attempt. Even if I fail, I still have the capital. Fang Yuan had a good attitude. His attitude was also very proper. When refining Immortal Gu, who would dare to hope to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could accept failure, but in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Wuxia was already at the end of his rope. This is the last time. This is the final immortal material. I cannot fail again. Wuxia was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth. He was like a lone wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Once he failed, it would be very difficult for him to gather more immortal materials. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. Even if there are repercussions, I need to get through this first. Wuxia made up his mind. He activated an immortal killer move. Boundless pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul started to turn into fuel, rapidly being expended. At the same time, his luck started to rise rapidly. My main body had once explored 88-point Jinyang Tower and created this killer move. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 Soul Howl Gu not long ago. I can use it after modifying some Mortal Gu. A resolute look flashed in Wuxia's eyes. He staked it all on this. He wanted to use a huge amount of luck to help him refine fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time. He screamed in his heart. Inside Xianxia Blessed Land, it was already in danger. After this change, the silver giant broke apart. The hairy man Gu immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation changed drastically. But land spirit of Xianxia alone was enough to defend against these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was filled with regret. He wanted to make a move, but land spirit of Xianxia ordered him to take care of the other hairy man Gu immortals. An hour later, Fang Yuan held on to change form Immortal Gu that was still warm from the refinement. He could not believe it himself. He succeeded on his first try? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Juch. Wuxia coughed out blood. He fell backwards. His expression was pale as paper. He fainted. The final refinement of fixed immortal travel failed again. Chapter 1076. The butterfly fluttered its wings, flying high and low. Its exquisite and graceful butterfly tail sprinkled specks of emerald green light in the air. Eventually, it landed on Fairy Myrtle's white and slender index finger. Fairy Myrtle looked at this jade butterfly with a deep gaze. She smiled and said softly, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "That's right." An old Gu immortal beside her replied expressionlessly. This old granny had a hunched back. She had yellow hair that resembled straw. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. Fairy Myrtle turned around and thanked sincerely. "This is just a rank 6 immortal Gu. It actually troubled a refinement path great grandmaster like Granny Shah to make it. It is its honor." This old Gu immortal was a member of Celestial Court. She had just woken up. Her cultivation level was rank 8, she was thousands of years old, the details could not be verified. Celestial Court had many such old antiques, but a refinement path great grandmaster was very rare. Fairy Myrtle knew more. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal, she could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Sha in front of her did not have much lifespan left. She had to hibernate in Celestial Court to delay her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation. They had feelings for each other when they were young. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself. This news finally alerted Granny Sha. She ended her hibernation and woke up. Granny Sha looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Myrtle's hands. She sighed deeply. I am an old woman whose body is lying in a coffin. What honor is there to talk about? Can I really help you capture that Feng Yuan by refining fixed immortal travel? Refining fixed immortal travel required the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By now, ordinary Gu immortals could not gather it, but Celestial Court was an exception. This was the #1 Gu immortal organization in the world. Since its establishment in the primordial era, it had always firmly occupied the top position, overlooking the river of history and looking down on the heroes of the 5 regions. The Wind Cloud Manor was just one of the 10 lower sects of the Celestial Court. There was primeval light in the treasury. Naturally, the Celestial Court had even more in its own storehouse. Thus, Granny Sha directly rushed to refine fixed immortal travel, not worrying about a shortage of immortal materials. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court, which had stood for more than 3 million years since ancient times. Facing Granny Sha's question, Fairy Myrtle smiled and answered, "This is the result of my divination. I'm 60% sure." A peculiar light flashed in Granny Sha's eyes. "You and that heaven supervising ghost are wisdom path Gu immortals on par with each other. With 60% certainty, there is a need to try." Fairy Myrtle nodded lightly. "Speaking of which, I was lucky to be able to deduce it. I recently received a few crucial clues. It was no secret that Feng Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada and other Gu. Not long ago, we captured a demonic path Gu immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We found out that the boss of the organization had borrowed Gu from him. Later, we deduced that Feng Yuan could appear in several places. Pot River was one of them. Coincidentally, Wind Cloud Manor's Gu immortal, Feng Chanzi, secretly sold the light of the immemorial era to outsiders from the sect's treasury. So, you deduced that Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel has been destroyed, right? Granny Sha asked. It is only a possibility, but from the results, it should be true. Fairy Myrtle answered. That Feng Yuan has many immortal Gu. If Feng Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central continent, deep in Earth abyss. Ing Wuxia slowly woke up. What happened? Ing Wuxia was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed. I did not succeed now, and my soul's injuries are severe. Ing Wuxia's expression was pale. He clenched his fists. He was annoyed, but also at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The super Gu formation that Ing Wuxia was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no! A wisdom path great expert is deducing me. The super Gu formation's defense is triggered. Ing Wuxia shouted in his mind, his pale face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. Chapter 1077. In Central Continent, who could deduce Ing Wuxia? The first thing that popped up in Ing Wuxia's mind was Celestial Court. A novel. The #1 Gu immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Celestial Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Celestial Court that had been ruled by 3 immortal venerables. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not want to attack Celestial Court. The Supreme Celestial Court. The Super Gu formation continued to work, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert. The entire Gu formation was emitting eerie black light. It was emitting creaking noises due to the heavy load. In such a short period of time, who can make this super goo formation so overwhelmed? It can only be the rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court. Wuxia's expression was pale, he was already sweating profusely. Shadow Sect was created after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died. His soul returned to the door of life and death after 100,000 years of development. Because of their brilliant strategy, they reached their peak. But after the Battle of Tian Mountain, they suffered terrible losses, only some remnant forces were left. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the dream realm. Wuxia was their only hope. Wuxia knew how heavy the responsibility on his shoulders was. If he was deduced and did not have fixed Immortal Travel's teleportation method, he would definitely be chased by the relentless Celestial Court Goo Immortals. He would die. It doesn't matter if I die, the problem is that my main body will fall into a hopeless situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will truly die. I will become a record in the river of history. I am not resigned to this. Wuxia shouted. He struggled to sit up. He injected his mind and immortal essence. He started to control the super goo formation. The goo formation quickly stabilized. Eerie light flowed like water, flowing in the formation. The creaking noises that were unable to bear the heavy load gradually weakened. Whether there was a goo immortal controlling it, the power displayed by the goo formation was completely different. Earlier, without Wuxia controlling it, this super goo formation could still defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But now, with Wuxia controlling it, its power increased by more than 10 times, stabilizing the situation. On the other hand, Wuxia's situation was getting worse and worse. He had just woken up from his coma, and his condition was not right. Because the goo refinement failed, he had to use his trump card killer move. In order to increase his own luck, his soul was severely damaged. After waking up, he was busy maintaining the super goo formation. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. After controlling the super goo formation for a while, Wuxia felt dizzy. He saw stars and his body was shaking. He almost fainted again. I can't. This super goo formation was hard to control. It also had to resist wisdom path deductions. It consumes a large amount of my essence, energy, and spirit. I can no longer persevere. Wuxia's heart sank. Shirnu. Hey Lulan. He transmitted. He had no choice but to tell them the secret of the super goo formation, handing it over to the other party to use. Not long after, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master. Shirnu was loyal and devoted. After being able to control the super goo formation, he found that Wuxia was in a bad state. He immediately activated the goo formation and healed Wuxia. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. The situation gradually stabilized. Wuxia finally woke up. His condition was much better. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Shirnu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, Master. Thus, Celestial Court's grotto heaven was extremely vast. The immortal materials and resources inside were unparalleled. With just these resources, Celestial Court's grotto heaven could be completely self-sufficient. It did not need to obtain anything from the outside world of the 5 regions. Even most Celestial Court's members did not know how many rank 8 Goo Immortals were sleeping in Celestial Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand how vast and terrifying the Celestial Court's hidden power was. However, since ancient times, lifespan Goo was the orthodox method of increasing lifespan. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals could sleep to extend their lifespan. There had to be some drawbacks. It was just that Lien Jiuxing had not been able to find out what this drawback was. This was one of Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, which had only existed for over 100,000 years, was simply too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, while Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was the exposed part of the iceberg. Old Man Inkstone, Bo Qing, Zishan Makoto, and the rest were the part of the iceberg under the sea. And Celestial Court was the sea with the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep. There were icebergs floating on the surface. What was hidden in the depths of the sea? Maybe there were countless dragon pythons and immortal warriors, or maybe the Gu Immortals were all dead. No one knew the truth. It might never be known. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord Lian Jiusheng, by Chen Tian, Fairy Myrtle, and Granny Sha were only the rank 8 Gu Immortals who had joined Celestial Court in the last few thousand years. They had not sunk into the depths of the sea. They could be considered huge waves on the surface. Master, what should we do now? Shirnu asked. Wuxia fell into deep silence. He racked his brains for a solution. Right now, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were like a spear, forcing Wuxia and the rest to raise their shields and defend, to control the Super Gu formation. Although the Super Gu formation was powerful and could block Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this way, the Super Gu formation needed Gu Immortals to control it. It was like restricting Wuxia and the rest. Moreover, if they simply defended, they would be too passive. They would definitely lose if they defended for too long. It was not a wise move. Celestial Court attacked me. I'm afraid it was not just against my shadow sect, it was also trying to kill Fang Yuan. My body is Fang Yuan's. To a certain extent, I am helping Fang Yuan block his calamity. It is very strange that fixed Immortal Travel's refinement failed this time. 10 chances, along with the sudden surge of luck at the end, even if it was because of the luck connection that my luck was thinned, the chances of success were still quite high. Fang Yuan succeeded in that situation. My situation was far better than his, but I still failed. It is likely that fixed Immortal Travel was refined by someone else. If that is the case, it is likely to be Celestial Court. At this time, over at Langya Blessed Land, the traitor Sixth Hair had already sent a letter to Wuxia asking for forgiveness. Thus, Wuxia knew about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that I can only sacrifice myself to save myself. Wuxia had a resolute expression. He decided to sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for his own life. With the Super Gu formation's ability, it could conceal his aura for some time. Fairy Z-Wei's deduction ability would be restricted to the Gu formation. This way, Wuxia would be able to escape and cross the 5 regional walls, leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a dangerous place. Shadow Sect's remaining forces were too few. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a whole new world for Wuxia. Chapter 1078. Boom boom boom. Thunder boomed, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Anticle to nets greater than over equal to. Amidst the rising dust, Wuxia suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the sky. His roar could not be heard by physical ears, but the 3 attacking Central Continent Gu Immortals shook intensely. Their souls shook intensely. Not good. This is a soul path immortal killer move. The 3 Central Continent Gu Immortals quickly defended themselves. Retreat! Wuxia shouted and led Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan to leave. By the time the Central Continent Gu Immortals regained their senses, the 3 Immortals were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? How powerful! At that moment, I felt like my soul was about to scatter. These 3 Gu Immortals, according to their auras, are from Northern Plains. So secretive and secretive. Who exactly are they? They actually appeared in the earth abyss of my ancient soul sect. Could it be that the previous landslide had something to do with them? The 3 Central Continent Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They conversed while healing their injuries. I've already reported this information to the sect. The sect is currently mobilizing reinforcements. Chase them. The 3 of them were hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. They cannot escape. The 3 Central Continent Gu Immortals stabilized their injuries and set off in pursuit. Net ********. After tracking for a while, the connection suddenly disappeared. The leading Central Continent Gu Immortal was perplexed. Strange. My immortal killer move was only created a few years ago. It has a tracking effect. Very few people know about it. How did he do it? There are many types of immortal goo, and killer moves can be formed by combining them. Goo immortals had uncountable methods. Maybe he has a method against Fangjing that counters your immortal killer move. That might be possible, but not likely. In my opinion, it might not have been lifted. Perhaps it was only temporarily suppressed. Or perhaps they used some kind of method to block it. The leader of the three immortals pondered for a while before saying, "We chased until here, but the connection to the immortal killer move suddenly broke. There must be something amiss. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" The immortal aperture was a small world. They were different from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fate-defying people stayed in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They could avoid heaven overseeing towers detection. If Wuxia entered someone else's immortal aperture, the 3 immortals' tracking methods would not work. But the matter of entering other people's immortal apertures. It was very rare in the Goo immortal world. Firstly, the Goo immortal's immortal aperture was of utmost importance. Very few would let others enter their immortal aperture. Secondly, this move had its drawbacks. Goo immortal's immortal apertures contained Dao marks. The Goo immortal entered someone else's immortal aperture. The Dao marks of both sides would interfere with each other, impede each other, and even repel and deplete each other. The specific consumption would depend on the specific situation. Generally speaking, it was more stable to use the big to wrap the small and the big to wrap the small. Even if the immortal aperture was large, as long as the gap between the 2 sides was not too big, the immortal aperture could be used to store Goo immortals. Equals? Greater than over equal to for all? The net, however, will more or less suffer losses in various aspects. If the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, it could connect to the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. It would be akin to attaching itself to the 5 regions. It would be much more stable than the immortal aperture inside the Goo immortal's body. It could include more Goo immortals with higher cultivation level. These things could not be sold. His cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials. They were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then Wuxia only had one way, that was to sell immortal goo. He had many immortal goo. Most of them were obtained from Fang Yuan. What he was selling now was the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Fang Yuan once possessed. In the current Goo immortal world, even though there were few Strength Path Goo immortals, this immortal goo caused a huge commotion. Because the price was not high, many rank 6 Goo immortals without immortal goo could afford it. As I expected, I will first sell this Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to cause a commotion, then I will sell other immortal goo. I will be able to get a higher price. Wuxia sneered in his heart. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, do you know about jewel yellow skies being born in Central Continent? Granny Sha used a goo worm to transmit. Fairy Myrtle received it. Fairy Myrtle had been trying her best to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body had been separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Wuxia, who was closest to her. As for Fang Yuan, he was hiding in Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her deductions were almost useless. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Myrtle smiled, stopping her deductions. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies? And using fixed immortal travel and other space path immortal goo to exchange for it? It seems that Fang Yuan has been forced into a corner by me. He has no choice but to use this method. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be able to interfere. But my celestial court is an exception. Men, open the treasury. I want to make a transaction with the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies. The heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies was extremely arrogant. It rarely appeared. Even the celestial court did not care. When a venerable threatened it, the heavenly spirit would rather die than submit. The venerables were helpless. In the huge celestial court, it was impossible to force Jewel Yellow Skies to expel Wuxia. Chapter 1080. Jewel Yellow Skies originated from Daoist Duo Bao. This person was a Gu Immortal from the medieval antiquity era. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He obtained a yellow heaven fragment and fused it into his immortal aperture's grotto heaven, creating treasure yellow heaven. Once a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture devours a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the 5 regions and could not be moved. Jewel Yellow Skies was the same. It had remained in the same place for over 300,000 years after it first appeared. But where was the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies? This was a huge mystery that nobody knew. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had tried to deduce it but did not obtain an accurate answer. The original owner of Jewel Yellow Skies was Daoist Duo Bao. Since then, there had never been a successor. Even the generations of Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables could not find the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies has existed for so long, it has already become the #1 trading market in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Why did it suddenly close? Shang Clan's Gu Immortals were uncertain. Ever since Daoist Duo Bao created Jewel Yellow Skies, it had been open for over 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the main support for Gu Immortals' cultivation, occupying an important position in their hearts. Since a long time ago, Gu Immortals were already used to the existence of Jewel Yellow Skies. Now that Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed, many Gu Immortals were caught unprepared. Why do you think Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed? Oh no, we want the gambling capital for the Battle of Tian Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge gambling capital is still in Jewel Yellow Skies. Don't tell me, the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies also wants to embezzle this huge sum of money? Shang Clan's first supreme elder shook his head, denying. The heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies does not care about this gambling capital. If it embezzled, Jewel Yellow Skies would not have its current reputation and status. There were no records of Jewel Yellow Skies being greedy in history. However, there are several records of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies. Is that so? We would like to hear the details. Shang Qingqing hurriedly asked. Shang Clan's first supreme elder said slowly. He revealed a secret. It turned out that the closure of the Jewel Yellow Skies in history was all related to the same thing. This was a fragment of the primordial yellow heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Now, only black sky and white sky remained. The yellow sky had long since shattered. Back then, Daoist Duo Bao knew that he could not transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to use his immortal aperture. After swallowing a fragment of the immemorial yellow skies, it became the Jewel Yellow Skies. Although he was trapped in the Jewel Yellow Skies for the rest of his life and lost his freedom, there were no disasters or tribulations after that. Jewel Yellow Skies had devoured the primeval Yellow Skies fragment. From then on, it could only devour Yellow Skies fragments in order to expand itself. In the historical records, there were several transactions. There were various people who went to the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies. They sold the primeval Yellow Skies fragment world. After obtaining it, the heavenly spirit took the initiative to close the Jewel Yellow Skies and wholeheartedly devoured the Yellow Skies fragment to expand itself. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same situation. Finally, the first supreme elder of the Shang clan guessed. His guess was not wrong at all. The only thing in the world that could move the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies was probably the Yellow Skies fragment. Chapter 1081. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding Wisdom Gu was too high. It was the land spirit of Langya that was willing to pay the price. Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus Gu to revive. He was now 16 years old. The average lifespan of humans in this world was 100 years. Subtracting 16 from 100, Fang Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left, It was quite long. But even so, Fang Yuan knew that if he obtained lifespan goo, he would use them on himself. Even if he did not use them now, he would store them for emergencies. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo. However, lifespan goo was the strongest currency in goo immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare to it. Goo immortal cultivation had two major obstacles: calamities and tribulations and lifespan. Even the strong immortal venerables and demon venerables were restricted by these two obstacles. In fact, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal set up 88-point Xiangyang Tower, the most important goal was to search for lifespan goo in northern plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding wisdom goo, that was secondary. In Giant Sun Immortal's later years, wisdom goo was in a hungry state for a long time. It had to hibernate and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88-point Xiangyang Tower, he found wisdom goo inside. Unfortunately, he could not use it, he could not afford to raise it. Lifespan goo were hard to find, he did not even have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he had already comprehended many things, he did not need wisdom goo much. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, a great era that belonged to him came to an end. After that, lifespan goo started to appear in the world again. After that, it started to flourish again. Another earth-shattering expert appeared, that was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He wanted to extend his lifespan. In his later years, he searched for lifespan goo, but the number of lifespan goo was not enough. Gradually, they became rare and went extinct. After Paradise Earth died, the world went on a cycle. He recuperated, lifespan goo appeared again. 88-point Xiangyang Tower held an imperial court contest every 10 years. They searched for lifespan goo in northern plains. Wisdom goo was gradually fed and recovered, until Fang Yuan destroyed imperial court blessed land. Next, under the urge of survival, wisdom goo and Fang Yuan arrived at Hu Immortal blessed land. After a series of events, he ended up in Langya blessed land. When I was in Three Kings blessed land, I used 2 lifespan goo in an attempt to refine second aperture goo. But that could not be helped. In my previous life, I obtained a lifespan goo from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After rebirth, he did not have this opportunity, he did not even have a single lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave me a lifespan goo. She should have more than 1 lifespan goo in her accumulation. She eventually died in the 10 extreme formation. What a pity, the lifespan goo in her hands was also destroyed. Something's not right. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly an idea came to him. Lifespan goo are hard to find. Even the immortal venerables and demon venerables coveted it and needed it. Blazing Heaven Demoness died because of Spectral Soul's scheme. All of her accumulations were destroyed. They were all taken away by Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance are still there. Their wealth is still very shocking. As for the land spirit of Langya's hands, they also had quite a sizable amount of lifespan goo. Almost all of these lifespan goo came from Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history, over 300,000 years. It had 2 generations of venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had a huge space inside. Sixth Hair is the trader. Is he the only trader in Langya Blessed Land? He is representing Wuxia to make a transaction with me. What does he want to do? What is the situation with Wuxia? Why is he suddenly making a transaction with me? Is he sincere? Or is it a trap for me? Or is it a probe from the land spirit of Langya? After all, I joined Langya sect because of the Information Path Alliance agreement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. But to think that there would be a moment where they would take the initiative to fix this flaw of Fang Yuan's. This letter Gu records the entire battle of Tian Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it. There was no problem. He activated the Gu worm and the scenes of Tian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was missing many crucial memories. No wonder I felt something amiss but could not find anything. So I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. If one lost their memories completely, they would not be able to sense it if they were alone. If they felt like they had forgotten something, it was not complete, they could still recall it. However, the information path Mortal Gu gave Fang Yuan a feeling of déjà vu, but he could not eliminate the possibility that the other party was lying. After inspecting it 3 times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how do I know if what is recorded here is real or fake? Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the difficult part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Wuxia had deep hatred towards each other. They were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. They could not be trusted. How to express their sincerity and make the other party trust them was the most difficult part. If this problem was solved, then this transaction would be easy to complete. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly. Thoughts flashed in his mind. He was considering his words. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan could kill without batting an eyelid. If he said the wrong thing, he might die, but Wuxia had the heavy responsibility of saving his main body. He could not afford to fail. After a long while, Sixth Hair spoke. Fang Yuan, you have spring-autumn cicada. You have been reborn. Everyone knows this. But the truth is, you have even more secrets that outsiders like us know about. Providence is vast and omnipresent. It covers the 5 regions and 9 heavens, past, present, and future. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. Human Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. The two are opposites, they contradict each other. Thus, all the past venerables, all the legends, are targets of Providence's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan Gu, they are Providence's 2 trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have undergone 2 tribulations. Once was the earthly calamity, once was the immortal Gu's tribulation. The power of the 2 calamities and tribulations is beyond common sense. It is because you used sovereign immortal fetus Gu to revive. Your new body and immortal aperture have endless potential. Once you grow up, you will definitely surpass the past venerables. Thus, Providence is very wary of you. It is trying to restrict you and kill you in advance. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Ever since the tribulation, he had been thinking about this question. But now, Sixth Hair suddenly provided him with an answer. Providence? Fang Yuan muttered, pondering over this word. Sixth Hair sighed deeply, continuing, my main body, spectral soul, created Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, and refined the sovereign immortal fetus. I planned for 100,000 years, but I failed in the end. This was also the work of Providence. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, there were also people who surrounded me. The celestial court led by Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was one of them. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden killer of the human tribulation. What do you mean? Fang Yuan squinted, bright light flashed in his eyes. His interest was piqued. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's following words would bring about an earth-shattering change to him. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew, once he said what he was going to say, the huge flaw of Fang Yuan not knowing about Providence would be completely fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's unstoppable rise in power. Fang Yuan was currently like a python trapped in a quagmire. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know what was going on. It could only roll around in the quagmire. But if he told this to Fang Yuan, it would be the same as removing the black cloth covering the python's eyes. The python's eyes would brighten, it would see the vast world, it would see the quagmire that trapped it. It was very shallow and small. With a clear direction and understanding of its situation, this python would raise its head towards the sky, it would summon the wind and rain, it would become a dragon and roam the world. Earlier, Feng Jioge and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals entered Northern Plains to investigate. Later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords group attacked Northern Plains and destroyed it. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Ing Wuxia are bound together. If Lord Ing Wuxia dies, your good days will also come to an end. Sixth Hair's eloquence was unrestrained. He spoke with fervor and assurance. Moreover, he had a clear hierarchy of reasons and evidence. He understood the other party's emotions and moved them with reason. Fang Yuan was moved. He blurted out, "You are right, this is true insight. I think we can make a deal." Sixth Hair was overjoyed. He thought, this matter is a success. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. Recently, he had been under a lot of pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan was able to pass the tribulation and refine change form Immortal Gu instead. No matter what he did or what his motive was, the result was clear. He had sinned. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Thus, he had to make amends for his sins. This time, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to persuade Fang Yuan. It was Ing Wuxia's intention, and it was also what he, Sixth Hair, was willing to do. Now, it seemed that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Ing Wuxia's only way out. Sixth Hair used his own strength to pave this path of survival for Ing Wuxia. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. To tell you the truth, Fang Yuan, you will need some time to see the Immortal Gu. You are definitely aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance divisions are being coveted. If Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City had not sunk into Earth Trench, it would have been visited countless times already. The Super Gu formation is set up in Dark Flow Giant City. I will need some time to get the Immortal Gu. But before that, I hope you can provide some immortal materials in advance. Because these immortal materials need to be used to refine Gu, the earlier the better. I don't know how long Lord Ing Wuxia can last. Fang Yuan heard this. He laughed coldly in his heart. Sixth Hair's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. Earlier he said that Ing Wuxia was in imminent danger, and now he says that he can still hold on for a while. On the surface, Fang Yuan kept a straight face. He flatly refused. No, that's impossible. I need to pay the immortal materials first. If you don't sell me your Immortal Gu, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry, Fang Yuan. I have already prepared an information path Immortal Killer move. Bind both sides and not allow either side to go back on their word. Sixth Hair said sincerely. Fang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand and said, don't mention whatever information path means to me. I don't believe in that. Since you were able to subdue He Lulan, you must have removed the Information Path Alliance pact from her, right? As for me, I'm not an Information Path expert. Wouldn't I be a fool to form an alliance with you guys? This. Sixth Hair fell silent. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not form an alliance pact with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a good idea. I will use the information to exchange for some immortal materials. How about that? These information and secrets are extremely valuable to you, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know the limits of Providence? Our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Providence? And the information on otherworldly demons, and even Langya Blessed Land, don't you want to know? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with eagerness. Providence. After understanding Providence's scheme, how could Fang Yuan not pay attention to Providence? And in this world, who had more authority than Shadow Sect in dealing with Providence? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to trade, Fang Yuan would still be kept in the dark for a long time. As for otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan had always been curious about them. Why did they transmigrate to this place? Who were the otherworldly demons? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And the information on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. What else was hidden in it? To Fang Yuan, who borrowed the power of the land spirit of Langya, and also wanted Langya blessed land, this was extremely important information. Undeniably, this information was extremely valuable. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the hall became quiet. Both sides were silent. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Sixth Hare waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely agree. It was all because the temptation of this information was too great for him. Of course, if not for the situation, Sixth Hare would rather die than let Fang Yuan know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke but changed the topic. I still have something I don't understand. Since there is a supergoo formation, why did Wuxia and the rest not use the supergoo formation to escape? Sixth Hare explained honestly, the supergoo formation can only transport immortal materials. A pair of horns stabbed diagonally into the sky from both sides, and the distance between them was very large. The cow's chest was very wide, and its abdomen was also very large, but it gradually became slimmer at the back of the waist. His body was big at the front and small at the back. The bottom of the body and the forelegs. They were all covered with a thick layer of long hair, almost reaching the ground. The tail behind his buttocks was thick and big, like a brown broom. Without a doubt, this giant bull was majestic and mighty, and the effect of its entrance was excellent. It was domineering and awe-inspiring, forming a sharp contrast with 12th Hare's previous performance. It's just Fang Yuan didn't care at all. Although the chestnut yak was a desolate beast, it was famous for its low combat strength. This was the main impression that many Gu immortals had towards it. However, the taste of beef was unique. It could be eaten raw, just like eating chestnuts. This was also the origin of its name. Of course, among the desolate beasts, the chestnut yak's battle strength was not the weakest. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast, which Fang Yuan was currently raising, was the desolate beast-level dragonfish. You finally used it. 12th Hare was overjoyed. He pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Chestnut yak, charge!" The chestnut yak raised its head and roared again. But it did not move. 12th Hare's face was filled with awkwardness, as if he was holding back his anger. He ordered again, "Charge, charge, charge, you stupid bull!" The chestnut yak then began to charge. The distance between it and Fang Yuan was very short, and after a few steps, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan. A strong wind blew towards them. The chestnut yak's body was huge. When it charged, it was like 4 buses stacked on top of each other. It was quite powerful. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. In his immortal aperture, change form immortal goo flew up first. All kinds of mortal supplementary goo worms also flew up, revolving around change form immortal goo. Immortal transformation path killer move, flying bear transformation. Light suddenly blossomed. The intense light forced 12th Hare to close his eyes. 12th Hare quickly activated his investigative goo. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of transparent crystal as he opened them again. The light had not faded yet. But 12th Hare could clearly see the scene in the battlefield. The chestnut yak also collided with a giant beast. This giant beast's body was even bigger than it. The chestnut yak's charge was in vain. At this time, the light faded, revealing the giant beast's true appearance. This was a giant bear. Its body was thick and fat. Its body was covered in short and thick white fur, as white as snow. It had 4 sharp claws, a short tail, and its body was curled up like a huge snow-white pom-pom. It actually looked a little cute. This was the desolate beast flying bear that Feng Yuan had transformed into. The chestnut yak saw this flying bear and immediately stared with its eyes wide open. Its aura instantly fell to rock bottom. It gave a miserable cry and actually turned around to run away. 12th Hare saw this and angrily scolded, "You cowardly yak, you are still a desolate beast, damn it, come at me." He activated his enslavement path method. The chestnut yak ran for a long distance before it was enslaved by 12th Hare again. It turned around and charged towards Feng Yuan's flying bear transformation. The chestnut yak was a herbivorous desolate beast. It had a gentle nature. This chestnut yak was raised by the previous land spirit of Xianxia. His goal was to use its meat as an immortal material for goo refinement. And because of the Shadow Sect's sudden attack, the other desolate beasts in Xianxia Blessed Land had all died. Thus, 12th Hare first used this chestnut yak to practice. Chapter 1089. Feng Yuan's words were reasonable. Land spirit of Xianxia nodded repeatedly. That's right, he praised. I wouldn't dare. This is just my humble opinion. Feng Yuan was modest. Land spirit was naive. He did not understand Feng Yuan's modesty. He shook his head and retorted, "No, this is not a humble opinion. It is an insightful opinion. Your words are a great inspiration to me and also a great contribution to Xianxia sect." Originally, according to Xianxia sect's rules, just this contribution would raise your status by 1 level. For example, 6th Hare would be promoted to 5th Hare. But you are not a true hairy man goo immortal yet, so you can only get 200 sect contribution points. At the end, Land Spirit of Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan and sighed in regret. Feng Yuan's face also showed an extremely regretful expression. He was only an external elder now. He did not need to do any missions. He would get 10 sect contribution points every month. But the other hairy man goo immortals had good roots. They would get much more in this aspect every month. Moreover, the higher the rank of the hairy man goo immortal, the more sect contribution points they would get every month. I really want to become a true hairy man. Feng Yuan sighed. His face was filled with sincerity, as if he really wanted to. Land Spirit of Xianxia said, "It is a pity that Jewel Yellow Skies is closed now. Once it reopens, I will conduct a large-scale purchase of desolate beasts in the market." Regarding this, I also have a humble opinion. Feng Yuan quickly said, "There are many hairy man goo immortals. To nurture them, no matter how big our sect is, we cannot afford such expenditure. This is not the orthodox way of doing business. I suggest we create our own resources." How do we create our own resources? Land Spirit of Xianxia asked. Feng Yuan answered, "Very simple, we will occupy the resources of the 5 regions outside world like other super forces." Land Spirit of Xianxia showed a difficult expression. He had this idea before. He had carefully considered the pros and cons. He felt it was not a good idea. The reason was very clear. The hairy men were variant humans. In the current situation, they could not be seen. Even though there were variant human forces in northern plains. The most obvious example was the Inkman city. But this Inkman city only had 1 Inkman goo immortal on the surface. Moreover, in history, Inkman city's ancestor, Immortal Yen Yen, also paid a heavy price. Only then did he reach an agreement with the giant Sun Immortal. Due to these 2 factors, Inkman City managed to survive in the cracks of countless powerful human forces. But if such a hairy man force appeared, and so many hairy man goo immortals appeared, it would definitely challenge the mental state of the current human goo immortals. This was a huge violation of their bottom line. Whether it was the righteous Dao, demonic Dao, or loose immortal forces, none of them would allow such a powerful force to exist. Although the land spirit of Langia was simple, it was not stupid. Even though he wholeheartedly wanted the hairy men to rule the world, he could still see the current situation clearly. But Fang Yuan had already expected such a reaction from the land spirit of Langia. He continued, "First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting Langya sect to compete with other human forces for the outside world's resources. Instead, we will occupy the resources that they do not have and continue to develop in secret." Land spirit of Langya realized, "You are talking about those dangerous forbidden areas?" Northern Plains was vast, but the super forces had already divided up those cultivation resources. The remaining ones were mainly the 10 great fierce lands. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fang Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up. Rank 6 Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Goo, Woman's Heart Goo, Blood Asset Goo, Dark Limit Goo, Dog Shit Luck Goo, Change Form Goo, Strength Chi Goo, Self-Strength Goo, Flying Bear Strength Goo, Pulling Mountain Goo, Pulling Water Goo, Landscape as Before Goo, Man as Before Goo, Star Eyes Goo. Among them, Woman's Heart Goo was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land by Fang Yuan to refine Bo Qing's Sword Path Goo before the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain. He used the Light of Wisdom to construct a Goo formation. Unravel Mystery Goo and Woman's Heart Goo were part of it. But Unravel Mystery Goo was only used for a while in the initial stage before it was removed by Fang Yuan. Woman's Heart Goo, however, needed to be kept in the Goo formation until Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Goo was refined successfully. Precisely because of this, after the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan used Langya sect's strength to move all the resources in the 2 blessed lands. Woman's Heart also followed him to Langya Blessed Land, eventually ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. As for Connect Luck Goo and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo that originally belonged to Fang Yuan, because Wuxia sold them to Jewel Yellow Skies during the transaction. He could not obtain them. After the transaction, it was even more impossible for Fang Yuan to take them back. Among the Star Path Goo worms, only Star Eyes ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The other immortal goo like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Thought were all wasted in Wuxia's hands. It was unknown if they were still around. During the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, graceful chaotic duel stage disintegrated, many goo worms were destroyed, but some goo worms were left in the Immortal Zombie's Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan was not familiar with these goo worms. He could not even remember their appearances. Because of amnesia, he did not know how many were kept by Wuxia. It was not that Fang Yuan did not think of snatching these goo worms. But before he could do that, Wuxia had already ended the transaction. Normally speaking, Immortal Goo valued quality over quantity. Forget about Mortal Goo. No matter how many Mortal Goo there were, Goo Immortals could raise them all. Immortal Goo were an important factor in determining a Goo Immortal's strength. Very few Goo Immortals could raise as many Immortal Goo as Fang Yuan. Even the current rank 8 Goo Immortals did not have as many as Fang Yuan. This was not an exaggeration. Most Goo Immortals only needed to raise 2 or 3 Immortal Goo. Of course, these Immortal Goo had to match their rank. Because one Immortal Goo could be used with a large number of Mortal Goo to use different Immortal killer moves. They could form different effects, including offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. But just one Immortal Goo was not enough. Because when a Goo Immortal only had one Immortal Goo, they could only use one Immortal killer move. A defensive killer move would be used. They would have no offensive methods. They would also lose their movement methods. They could only take hits passively. They had offense but no defense. Goo Immortals were too dangerous. They needed at least 2 Immortal Goo that could be used at the same time. They had to be comprehensive. If they used more than 3 Immortal Goo, the Immortal Goo would become a burden. Normally speaking, they could neither raise nor use them. After all, activating immortal goo would expend immortal essence. There were very few cases of people using rank 7 immortal goo like Fang Yuan. His experience was a special case. He was different from most goo immortals. When goo immortals chose immortal goo, they had to choose carefully. The carefully here did not just refer to quantity, it also restricted the range of the immortal goo. A fire path goo immortal would naturally choose fire path immortal goo. If they chose water path or ice path, they would be asking for trouble. But Fang Zheng insisted on getting first place. Not only did he make things difficult for himself, he also made other hairy men hostile towards him. What was the difference between first place and second place? It was a temporary victory or defeat. It was not a crucial turning point in one's life. Was it really so important? But Fang Yuan's will was happy about this. Fang Zheng had a deep prejudice against him. Only by using external pressure could he get along with Fang Yuan's will and be influenced imperceptibly. And now, Fang Zheng's choice. The obstruction he caused would be huge and would be greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's training plan. Thus, Fang Yuan's will decided to help Fang Zheng achieve his wish. He said, "I am only a will. You can only think of ways to get rid of this soul path goo worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured and you cannot use the river-swallowing toad anymore. After all, controlling the river-swallowing toad to fight will expend a lot of your mental energy. Although you lost this trump card goo worm, you still have a chance of winning. From now on, you need to listen to my instructions." Fang Zheng gave a muffled snort. Although he was very unhappy, in the current situation, he could only silently agree with Fang Yuan's will. Fang Zheng himself might not be able to sense it. After these few days of interaction, he was indeed changing. When Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley, he happened to receive a portion of his will. After carefully inspecting and finding no problems, Fang Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like a tide, wrapping around this will and closely communicating with each other. In a short moment, Fang Yuan knew about Fang Zheng's current situation. Oh, he has already defeated his opponent under the guidance of my will and obtained first place. He is doing quite well. But this way, Black Hair Nation's face will be lost. Ha, interesting. They won the competition but lost even more. The following days will not be easy. However, this will be of great help to my training, won't it? Moreover, I have a backup plan in Steel Thread City that is still being prepared. When Fang Yuan learned of the situation, he once again condensed a lump of his will. The scale was very large, several times more than the will that returned previously. Training Fang Yuan required thinking. This way, his will would continue to be consumed. He had to obtain Fang Yuan's replenishment from time to time. Immediately, Fang Yuan pointed with his finger, and several rank 5 goo worms flew out, protecting this huge lump of will. Then, it flew towards Black Hair Continent. When it flew to the sky of Black Hair Continent, this lump of will split into two. One flew towards Black Hair Imperial Capital, while the other flew towards Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City Lord was the female hairy man who had doted on Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan's will quietly entered her mind. It was very easy for a goo immortal to plot against a goo master. The female city lord was handling documents at her desk, meticulously managing the affairs of the city. She did not feel the existence of Fang Yuan's will, nor did she notice that there was a slight bulge in her abdomen. The hidden plan has been set. In the sky above Cloud Cover Continent, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He retracted his gaze leisurely. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals indeed had the aura of an immortal. In the end, it was because the strength of Gu immortals far surpassed mortals. Fang Jing's training has already achieved some results, and it is going very smoothly. However, the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe has not been deduced yet. The problem is still the same wisdom Gu. At this time, several days had already passed since Fang Yuan stored the flowing light fruits into his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan felt more and more. There was no trouble with the light of wisdom. But the problem of the immortal zombie body was also being resolved. Fang Yuan knew that his soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect. But he still thought of a solution: increase his soul foundation. This was dealing with myriad changes by remaining unchanged. If his soul went through cultivation and became as powerful as Spectral Soul's main body, then any soul path sneak attacks on his body would not be a problem. Of course, Fang Yuan was still far from becoming Spectral Soul's main body. But Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Wuxia's hands. He was only a split soul. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as his main body. Thus, these days, Fang Yuan had not only been managing his immortal aperture, he had also given pointers to the hairy man Gu immortals in battle, earning a large amount of sect contribution points. He had also arranged time to enter Luopa Valley to temper his soul every day, before leaving the valley to use Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that were praised by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Although it had not even been 10 days, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It had already accumulated quite a lot. But at this time, Fang Yuan still did not have the confidence to test it himself, to test the possible traps in the immortal zombie body. Another day passed. Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley. But he saw an information path Gu worm flying towards him. Fang Yuan took a look. It was the land spirit of Xianxia who had summoned him to discuss some important matters. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He had actually been waiting for the reaction of the land spirit of Xianxia these last days. He immediately set off. Not long after, Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a hairy man, returned to the first cloud city. He arrived at the first cloud city. The land spirit of Xianxia called out, "You are here, sit here." Fang Yuan had just sat down when he heard the land spirit of Xianxia say, "I have considered your suggestion for a few days. It is very reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not appropriate. You might not be aware, but Earth Trench is very chaotic now. It is much more lively than before. Large numbers of northern plains Gu immortals from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators appear there." Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression, asking even though he already knew the answer, "Why is that?" Because of the Battle of Tian Mountain, the zombie alliance of all regions became empty shells. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also suddenly disappeared, causing many suspicions and probing. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members are dead. The probing Gu immortals and forces saw that the other party did not respond, so they became more daring. Not only did they occupy all of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they even invaded Earth Trench. Fang Yuan smiled, shaking his head and sighing. It is a pity that Providence is heartless. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fang Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lulan was still a Mortal Gu master, she used this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength, true martial physique's aura and survive. Why were the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques so extraordinary? It was because Providence did not want the existence of the 10 extreme physiques to affect the balance of the world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. His calamities and tribulations were many times greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effects. Fang Yuan suddenly thought, Fairy Jiang Yu is a member of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect is fighting against Providence. They must have many tools like Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Ying Wuxia can escape from this predicament, with the help of Shadow Sect's remaining forces, he will have a bright future ahead of him. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This desolate beast was very common in Taichio. Even though it looked weak, it fused perfectly. It was not like the Gu immortal body from before, which was out of place in Taichio. Soon he encountered a desolate beast. It was a golden sand dark horse. It was a huge horse. It was even larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Its muscles were bulging, its bones were strong, its skin looked like it was made of dark gold, it had 6 hooves that were dark in color. The golden sand dark horse was eating grass. Sensing Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat transformation, the golden sand dark horse raised its head curiously, looking at this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their own territories. Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat form entered the golden sand dark horse's territory. But the golden sand dark horse did not eat meat, it had a calm nature, while the coiling mountain goat was also a herbivorous desolate beast. In the golden sand dark horse's survival instincts, the coiling mountain goat posed no threat. But it was still very vigilant. It stared at Fang Yuan, until Fang Yuan went around it and left. It lowered its head and continued to eat grass. Fang Yuan chose to transform into the coiling mountain goat. He had naturally considered it carefully. Actually, in northern plains, there were many wolf desolate beasts, but if he transformed into a wolf desolate beast, the golden sand dark horse would react intensely. After crossing the golden sand dark horse's territory, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taichio. Even if he could not remember it, there were many information path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fang Yuan looked ahead. But the giant grass grew taller. The edge of the giant grass was as tall as a tree, while the deeper he went, the giant grass was like a tower. The giant grass at the center of Taichio. It was like a mountain. Chapter 1095. One day later, Taichio. One book one? Nshu. Here. Fang Yuan held onto a giant grass that was 600 to 700 feet tall. He looked into the distance. The remains of a huge tree were like a huge ship stranded on the beach. But only half of it was left. It was black and broken, as if it had been struck by lightning. Fang Yuan's current appearance had changed greatly. He had turned into an ape. Fire-swallowing ape. Ancient desolate beast. Although it was not big, it was not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan had long stopped using the coiled mountain goat form. The coiled mountain goat could not go deep into Taichio. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts often appeared. The fire-swallowing ape was one of the more special ones. It was strong, but it only ate flames. Hence, it roamed around. It did not fight with other desolate beasts for food. Hence, it was a suitable target for Fang Yuan to disguise as. If he did not turn into a fire-swallowing ape, Fang Yuan would not be able to move an inch. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. Fang Yuan looked into the distance and murmured. This was already the third target on the map of Taichio. The first location was now occupied by a group of desolate beasts, black blood wolves. The second location had been completely abandoned. It had become the gap between two large groups of carnivorous beasts. Fang Yuan's current location was the last marked destination on the map. 1,000 Snakes Haze tree had once fallen here. This tree was as big as a mountain. It covered the surroundings. It was of the immemorial level. It had 77,770 branches. They were like willow branches or long snakes. At the end of the branches, there were snakes. The roots of this tree were deeply rooted in the ground. They were thousands of feet deep. It fed on passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. When it hunted, the tens of thousands of branches would dance. They were like 10,000 pythons slithering and entangling. After it was entangled, it absorbed blood to survive. After a long time, countless living beings died under the tree. Their flesh rotted and their bones piled up. It was filled with resentment. Book 1, Layers of Yin Qi. Yin and Yang attracted each other. Every time there was a thunderstorm, the 1,000 Serpents Haze tree would attract mighty lightning to strike down. It would be fine if they encountered an ordinary thunderstorm, but if they were unlucky and encountered a heavenly thunder formed by an extraordinary phenomenon, they would not be able to withstand it. That would be terrible. The 1,000 Serpents Haze tree had almost no natural enemies. It was a primordial desolate beast that dominated an area. Perhaps it had attracted the attention of Providence, which led to the lightning tribulation. Anyway, 300,000 years ago, Tai Chiu was engulfed in a sea of fire. The 1,000 Snakes Haze tree burned like an erupting volcano, illuminating half the night sky for several months. However, this 1,000 Serpents Haze tree, he's not dead yet? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he had left behind this Tai Chiu topographic map. It had been more than 300,000 years since then. The 1,000 Snakes Haze tree had been struggling at death's door for more than 300,000 years. It was actually not dead and still showed signs of life. Although humans are the most intelligent of all living beings, their vitality, lifespan, physique, soul, and so on are far inferior to other living beings. The life force of the 1,000 Snakes Haze tree was absolutely formidable. It was struck by lightning, burned by fire, but it's still alive. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The 1,000 Snakes Haze tree was now completely collapsed on the ground. More than half of its thick trunk had rotted away. There was only a section that was a few miles long left. In its complete state, the 1,000 Snakes Haze tree was as tall as a mountain. The attack range of its branches covered a radius of 100 miles. Fang Yuan acutely observed that there were still dozens of branches moving about on the broken wood of the 1,000 Snakes Haze tree. There were still dozens of branches moving about. They were like dozens of pythons, entangling and wriggling slowly. Once a prey entered their hunting range, they would attack with lightning speed and kill the prey. Although the 1,000 Snakes Haze tree was in such a miserable state, it was still a primordial desolate plant. It could easily hunt ancient desolate beasts and groups of desolate beasts. Fang Yuan observed for a while and had a new discovery. Fortune and misfortune really do exist together. A complete 1,000 Snakes Haze tree killed a large number of living beings, causing the corpses under the tree to pile up like a mountain. But this 1,000 Snakes Haze tree only has this small section left. There is not even one left. The prey it hunted was limited, it did not accumulate any yin qi or grievance energy, there is no more heavenly lightning. This was the reason why this 1,000 Snakes Haze tree was still alive. Fang Yuan gradually frowned. He took a huge risk to come to Tai Chiu. He wanted to find a suitable location to set up a teleportation goo formation. 1. Read books. 1. Tai Chiu's map gave Fang Yuan 3 targets. But the first 2 were gone. The third was not suitable. Because the 1,000 Snakes Haze tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant. It had shocking battle strength. It could fight rank 8 goo immortals. Even the weakest rank 8 was not something Fang Yuan could take down. Even for the huge Langya sect, it was a tough nut to crack. And if he fought here, he might attract a terrifying beast tide. In that case, I've succeeded a small part of my mission and failed a large part of it. even though I completed some parts of Tai Chio's map and eliminated 3 targets. But I did not find a suitable location for Langya sect to set up a teleportation goo formation. There is no choice. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power is weakening. I need to leave now. I will explore Tai Chio after some time. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he could succeed this time, it would be great. After all, Fang Yuan was doing well recently. Internal and external problems were not urgent. But if he did not succeed this time, Fang Yuan would not have much time and energy next time. After all, he was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge and complex project, not to mention his own cultivation, the problem of his immortal zombie body, and teaching Fang Yuan. But there was no choice. In this world, there were many people who did not live according to their wishes. Fang Yuan quietly retreated. He chose the closest direction to retreat. But the bad thing was, after walking for a while, Fang Yuan found many peculiarities. Chapter 1096. The fire-swallowing monkey's figure turned into an arc in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tied under the cover of the dust, rapidly approaching the immemorial desolate beast corpse. From its appearance, this was the corpse of an elephant. The grayish-blue elephant's skin was tattered, and the flesh and blood under the skin had already been completely wiped out. The white bones formed a frame, together with the huge elephant skin. They formed a huge tent. This was a half-collapsed tent. It gave off a terrifying aura. This immemorial desolate beast had clearly gone through an intense battle when it was alive. Fang Yuan could not help but have a doubt. What is the existence that could kill this immemorial desolate beast? Right now, he was very close to the center of Tai Chio. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. It was truly dangerous and unfathomable. Immemorial desolate beasts were hidden here. They were a headache to the super forces. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength comparable to rank 8 Goo Immortals. And among the super forces, only a few had rank 8 Goo Immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 4 or 5 rank 8 Goo Immortals on the surface. Even at the periphery of Tai Chio, a slight carelessness could cause a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beasts and beast tides. These 2 factors prevented Tai Chio from being disturbed by northern plains Goo Immortal forces. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly, flying towards a tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind at all. But Fang Yuan felt the resistance gradually increasing. A formless force was resisting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was going against the tide, going deeper into the sea. As he went deeper, Fang Yuan even had auditory hallucinations. Swish, swish, swish. His ears were filled with the sound of the rising and falling tides. Waterpath Dao marks. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Undeniably, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundance of waterpath Dao marks. Although the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water Dao marks remained with its bones and skin, silently influencing the heaven and earth in this domain. Fang Yuan had previously come into contact with primordial desolate beast corpses. Take Dongfang Naginori's Tribulation for example. However, the primordial ruin bat's corpse had already been modified by Dongfang Naginori, so Fang Yuan didn't feel the way he did now. In the super goo formation of the earth trench, Fang Yuan also obtained many immemorial immortal materials. Some immortal materials had extremely dense Dao marks on them, and they even produced a halo of Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eye. However, these immortal materials were only a small portion. In terms of the total number of Dao marks, PBTT could not be compared to Fang Yuan's almost complete immemorial desolate elephant corpse. The primordial desolate beast's accumulation of Dao marks. It was quite terrifying. Most importantly, this primordial desolate beast did not seem to have died long ago. Thus, Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable. He could not get close to it. Immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Whenever they stay in one place for a long time, the vast number of Dao marks on them will affect the surrounding environment, slowly transforming it. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but his feet did not stop moving. His body continued to move as he tried to get closer. Because of these waterpath Dao marks. Thus, there was no wind. The surroundings of the corpse were quiet, there were no signs of life. When this area is completely transformed, there will be clouds that will not dissipate, there will even be a lake that will give birth to all sorts of plants and beasts. Fang Yuan deduced that this area was not stable yet. Only then will I have the advantage in terms of strategy. Fang Yuan sighed as he realized the advantage of information path. Gu masters of all paths. They all had their own strengths. Information path did not seem to be very eye-catching among them. But if it could be used, the advantage that information path gave Gu masters was much stronger than most other paths. Of course, this difference in information was because of the benefits that Fang Yuan obtained from his transaction with the Shadow Sect. And the Shadow Sect must have paid a huge price to obtain information about Providence and Langya Sect. I have always been lacking in information path methods. I need to make up for this in the future. Fang Yuan made up his mind. Information path Gu masters were skilled in gathering information, establishing alliance agreements, and inheriting knowledge. At first glance, it did not seem like much, but when it came to cultivation, it could create a huge advantage. Central continent, Earth abyss. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I found something. I have searched that direction more than 10 times already. It is really well hidden. Ancient soul sects Gu immortals immediately reacted. They had excited expressions as they charged towards the source of the sound. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was he tired, he was also heavily injured. Almost half his body was gone. A mere immortal zombie. The ancient soul sect Gu Immortal who fought with Wuxia stopped in the air, looking down at Wuxia with disdain. Leave him alive. Even though he is an immortal zombie, his concealment technique is truly unique. We need to interrogate him for the sect. The other two Gu immortals shouted as they tore through the air, rushing over. Wuxia suddenly showed a mocking smile. You want my concealment technique? Sure, I will tell you now. Oh no. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized this was the enemy's scheme. Wuxia purposely lost. He wanted to lure the three immortals over. This was a plan to lure the enemy. Since there was a plan to lure the enemy, there would be a follow-up plan to kill the enemy. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals reacted quickly, but Wuxia had made ample preparations. How could he let them escape so easily? In an instant, the super Gu formation that was waiting to be activated. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals fell into a desperate situation. They felt like the entire universe was filled with endless power, restraining them. At once, they could not control their bodies. They could not move. Next, under the three immortals' shocked expressions, their bodies and souls were directly crushed by the super Gu formation's power. Even though the three immortals resisted, they only lasted for 3 breaths of time. I will collect some interest from you first. Wuxia smiled coldly. His gaze was cold. At this moment, they have probably already entered the regional wall. The celestial court Gu immortals were surprised. Someone said, "So fast." This is an ancient battle formation. It is called omnidirectional travel. Back then, when immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, he joined with hairy man Gu immortal Yu Mu Chun, immortal zombie 7-star child, and blood dragon Song Zi Xing to teleport to Heavenly Lotus Sect from the source of Falling Heavenly River using this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, the ancient battle formation uses humans as the formation cores. It has lower requirements for immortal goo. We cannot defend against this method. Fairy Myrtle deduced with her fingers again, before speaking slowly. Thus, the best way to deal with Providence was to raise the Goo Immortals' cultivation level and strengthen themselves. For example, back then, Qizai chased after Fang Yuan because Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 Goo Immortal, weaker than him. If Fang Yuan was rank 8, he would not have foolishly chased after him. Similarly, with regards to those cloud beasts, if Fang Yuan had the strength, he could easily exterminate them. But because he was weak, he was forced to run around. Thus, even if the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are a good chance for Providence to eliminate me, I will face them without fear and face them head-on. Every time I pass a calamity or tribulation, I will break through Providence's blockade. I will grow stronger time and time again until I can resist Providence. When I become a demon venerable, I will be invincible in the world. What can Providence do to me? Fang Yuan already understood this in his heart. When he returned to his cloud city, he learned that a hairy man envoy had arrived. Fang Yuan summoned this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Goo Master. "Lord, my city lord ordered me to deliver this to you," the hairy man Goo Master said respectfully. As he spoke, he handed over a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it, but did not open it. He looked at the hairy man envoy in front of him. With just one look, the hairy man Goo Master felt a chill in his heart. It was like he was naked, all his hair was stripped off, all his secrets were exposed to the other party. "From today onwards, you will stay here. I will guide you in your enslavement path cultivation," Fang Yuan said slowly. "Thank you for your guidance." The hairy man Goo Master immediately knelt on the ground. His body was shaking in excitement. "Leave." Fang Yuan had no interest in this hairy man peak stage rank 5 Goo Master. After waving him away, Fang Yuan returned to his room and continued to cultivate. He opened the wooden box. Inside was an immortal goo. It was none other than rank 6 beast enslavement immortal goo. It turned out that a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that their relationship was good and the time was ripe. He asked 12th Hair to borrow his beast enslavement immortal goo. He was willing to pay with sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Instead, he made another request. Not long ago, he had received a bloodline descendant on the sea continent. 12th Hair and this descendant's grandmother had a history of love, and because this descendant had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to continue nurturing him. And this descendant cultivated enslavement path. 12th heir wanted Fang Yuan to guide him personally. Fang Yuan had no objections. Honestly speaking, this transaction was more beneficial to him. After all, he had been using less sect contribution points recently. He wanted to save as much as he could. In the Immortal aperture, the area of ice and snow had stopped expanding. This meant that the ice and snow Dao marks from the previous earthly calamity had been fully used up. The Immortal aperture's transformation was complete. The Immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the Immortal aperture, because of the different time flow, a long time had passed since the previous encirclement. The snow monsters relaxed again, so Fang Yuan was facing a wandering snow monster. Beast enslavement immortal goo. Fang Yuan's thoughts appeared out of thin air. He directly injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal goo. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, as if it had suffered a formless attack. But soon, it raised its head and roared. It discovered the strength path immortal zombie that was hiding its tracks and charged towards him. Failed retreat. Fang Yuan immediately retreated. Chapter 1102. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster was killed by Fang Yuan. Only its head was left. Even though it was only a head, the snow monster's ferocity did not diminish. It roared at Fang Yuan and breathed out sharp icy winds. Snow monsters were different from desolate beasts. They were made of ice and snow, similar to cloud beasts, blood beasts, and mud monsters. The strength path immortal zombie controlled by Fang Yuan snorted coldly. It stood in front of the desolate beast snow monster's head and placed its hand on the snow monster's head. Immediately, a thin layer of frost covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it. He activated a large number of self-will goo. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was filled with a large amount of providence. Fang Yuan's self-will entered and collided with providence. It was like fire and water colliding. They could not tolerate each other. Providence had little quantity, but self-will had an endless supply. Soon, providence was pushed back. It was washed away by self-will. At the final moment, the snow monster's head self-detonated. A large amount of ice and snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was instantly buried by this ice and snow. However, this self-detonation before death did not have any destructive power at all. Soon, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie came out of the snow, unharmed. But his expression was unsightly. Even if I use self-will to wash away providence, the snow monster will only self-detonate. Can't it be subdued? But even if it can be subdued, I used up 100 self-will goo just to wash one head. The cost is quite high. Even though self-will goo was immortal goo, it was rank 5. At the same time, these self-will goo were not refined by Fang Yuan himself. He used Langya's sect contribution points to ask other hairy man goo immortals to refine them. After this step, Fang Yuan's success rate increased by a little. And most importantly, it was time. Fang Yuan first had to heavily injure a desolate beast snow monster. It could not resist. Make it unable to move. Only then could it continue to instill a large amount of my will and wash providence. The amount of time it took to kill a desolate beast snow monster might not be that impressive. However, there were still so many snow monsters in Fang Yuan's Kokidahara. Once the number increased, there would be more time. The second earthly calamity was coming. It was not worth it for Fang Yuan to do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, the snow monsters will not be able to survive. It's also dangerous. Back then, one of the first-generation split souls of Shadow Sect, Goo Immortal Green, researched the life and death immortal aperture method in the super goo formation of Northern Plains Trench. A huge explosion occurred during the research. Many immortal materials were filled with providence. Lu avoided them like a viper. Just like that, he discarded all these immortal materials. Such a clear attitude has already explained many problems. If I really sell these snow monsters of Providence that are targeting me, I'll be able to kill them all. I'm afraid we'll suffer even worse chain effects. After the failure, Feng Yuan could only carry out his previous plan and continue to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrived, leaving none behind. Even Providence had to be washed away. Nothing was left. Ordinary snow monsters. They were all cannon fodder. Feng Yuan could easily kill them, there was nothing to worry about. But desolate beast snow monsters were hard to deal with, he needed to spend some effort. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Feng Yuan could not help but miss Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan sighed. He chose to move out a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture, handing them to Land Spirit of Xianxia for safekeeping. So many resources? It seems that Feng Yuan, you are very knowledgeable in managing your immortal aperture. Land Spirit of Xianxia was surprised at the amount of resources. But in fact, this was only a small portion of what Feng Yuan had. He did not even have 30% of it. Feng Yuan naturally would not move all the resources out. Land Spirit of Xianxia was not a fool, he would immediately suspect Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Less than half a day before the earthly calamity arrived, Feng Yuan arrived at the northern icy plain through a teleportation Gu formation. Although the northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable, it contained countless reckless savage true meaning. But Providence still existed. Thus, Feng Yuan did not come here in advance. The icy plain was vast. Feng Yuan randomly chose a direction and placed his immortal aperture at a suitable location. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what, the second earthly calamity would definitely be stronger than the first. Every time he underwent a tribulation, he would need to borrow so many Gu worms from the Land Spirit of Xianxia. This was a huge price to pay. Feng Yuan modified the immortal tribulation tempering aperture because he wanted to get rid of the Land Spirit of Xianxia's control over him. A moment later, Feng Yuan made his arrangements and started to mobilize his immortal essence, activating Gu worms one by one. Green light burst out, filling the immortal aperture and connecting to the outside world. Gradually, the green light inside and outside the immortal aperture merged into a huge light shadow, covering the surrounding tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence were expended, allowing Feng Yuan to successfully activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. The second earthly calamity arrived. The world shook, winds surged and clouds surged. At first, there was only a light breeze, but soon, the wind started to surge. In the blink of an eye, intense winds filled the sky, sweeping the world and blowing away all living beings. What tribulation is this? Feng Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, preparing for battle. Even though he did not recognize the origin of this earthly calamity, just from the prelude, this earthly calamity was like the previous one, it was extremely powerful, it was definitely out of the ordinary. Intense winds blew, sweeping up the ice and snow on the ground, causing the world to turn into a blur. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path Dao marks to begin with, there was only a faint light. Right now, wind and snow covered the sky, Feng Yuan's vision became restricted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, what is that sound? Feng Yuan had already used all kinds of methods to investigate, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a clear chime-like sound coming from within the howling winds. This strange scene made Feng Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me this is... He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right at this time, the sound of wind chimes resounded, a huge green flower flew out of the wind and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain. The speed of this viridescent flower was extremely fast. It was simply too fast, it crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, creating a long mark on the mountain. The rocks along the way were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The sound of wind chimes resounded. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, shattering themselves and creating 18 deep marks. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He confirmed the answer in his mind. Wind flowers were the essence of the wind. They were a special plant that could only be born in extremely intense winds. They had no roots or horns, they danced in the wind. They were as big as chariots, they were light green and extremely sharp. Ding 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 ding. Chapter 1106. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path Dao marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, two desolate beasts were fighting. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier. My strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear Transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path Dao marks. Even though I have change form Immortal Goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path Dao marks are resisting change form Immortal Goo's influence. Transformation path Goo immortals mainly had transformation path Dao marks on their bodies. These Dao marks could change into other Dao marks under the influence of Goo worms. Change form Immortal Goo was the essence of transformation path. With it, the Goo immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. They could all transform. But this Goo only had the form, it needed to be paired with other Goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is in my body. I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombie to train in Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path Dao marks. It is very difficult to use Change Form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear Strength has the amplification of Strength Path Dao marks. The effect is better. Fang Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Dao marks. This was a huge advantage. The boundaries between each path were clear, they were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation, he also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Fang Yuan, The boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like Strength Path Immortal zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods. They can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Fang Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Fang Yuan had beast enslavement immortal goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to return beast enslavement immortal goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spine fin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of beast enslavement immortal goo, the desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Chu Du smiled. He walked in front of Tian Xiaxia. Brother Tian is magnanimous. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would have claimed to be number 1 long ago and looked down on northern plains. Let's see who can match me in this world? Tian Xiaxia squinted, laughing heartily. Brother Chu, you are an overlord among immortals with great ambitions. I cannot compare to you. What? Brother Chu, do you also want to profit from that He tribe? So you came here today to ask me to deduce something for you? Chu Du nodded, before shaking his head. He tribe is about to be destroyed, just like Dong Fong tribe. Right now, almost all of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World is attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to go over and get involved in this mess. I'm here. I have something more important to ask Brother Tian to deduce for me. A look of admiration appeared on Tian Xiaxian's face. Good. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you do not go with the flow. Such perseverance. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to deduce a person. This is a clue. Chu Du said as he handed an immortal goo to Tian Xiaxia. This immortal goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Its wings were shining with silver light. Tian Xiaxian's gaze turned cold. A rank 7 sword path immortal goo. He was slightly surprised. A profound aura emanated from his body. He gave the answer himself. This is flying sword immortal goo. Bo Qing used it before. As expected of Tian Xiaxia, that is indeed the case. Chu Du praised, explaining his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fang Yuan, to draw out reckless savages' true meaning to help him cultivate. Compared to the tempering aperture method, his previous method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become immortals. It was too cumbersome and inefficient. Even though he kept Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. He could only compromise with Fang Yuan. But after that, Fang Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du his contact details, Chu Du could not get a reply. Occasionally, Fang Yuan would reply, but they were all perfunctory. Chu Du became increasingly anxious. Especially when Jewel Yellow Skies closed a few months ago. Chu Du completely lost contact with Fang Yuan. Chu Du was also one of the Gu immortals who was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies. But thinking about it, he felt that even if Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan would not care about him. It was quite unbelievable. What kind of person was Chu Du? He actually had to beg a Gu immortal to pay attention to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was Chu Du's opportunity to cultivate. Chu Du even ignored He tribe's storm. he went to find Xianxia. He wanted to use his method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Since you're ignoring me, then I'll take the initiative to find you, Chudu thought. This was the domination Immortal style. Xianxia continued to deduce. After a while, he said, "Good. This Immortal goo is still the target. Brother Chu, you did the right thing by not forcefully refining it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing his location." Chu Du frowned. Only 50%? If the other party is hiding in his Immortal aperture, I will not be able to deduce him. A 50% chance is already very high. Xian said. Chu Du nodded helplessly. Then, Brother Tian, please do it. Let's go somewhere else. I need about 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by the land spirit of Langya, but this time, it was not to urge him to attack the falling star hound, but to tell him that something big was happening in northern plains. Hey tribe. Fang Yuan muttered as his gaze flickered. I am too easily targeted by Providence, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Fang Yuan had such aptitude, the sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation, heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time path delaying methods. Langya blessed land was like this. Long hair ancestor had once invited a time path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Langya immortal aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After long hair ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Langya to have sufficient time to react and prepare to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time path Gu immortals. Even Tai by Yunsheng could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai by Yunsheng in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But the truth was, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai by Yunsheng was an obvious example. Even if I know any time path Gu immortals, or take the initiative to get to know some time path experts, my sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive, it is an important matter, how can I let these time path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain Heifan's true inheritance and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But Heifan's true inheritance was not ordinary, it was left behind by the rank 8 Heifan. In Hei tribe's history, it was clearly recorded. When Heifan was alive, he helped many Hei tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way, Hei tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily, their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, Hei tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal Heifan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of Hei tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers, this created the dominance of Hei tribe in history. Fang Yuan knew about Hei tribe's history through the captive Hei Cheng. Blazing Heaven Demonis also knew about this. Chapter 1109. No. Hearing Chudu's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia Xn shook his head. This insignia is an information path method. According to my deductions, it should be an information path true inheritance, and the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chudu frowned, his expectations fell by a lot. Originally, he had little hope of cultivating a sword path true inheritance. Because he cultivated strength path, he had a huge foundation of strength path Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong offensive capabilities, and it was related to the legendary, pseudo-venerable, Bo Qing. Chudu was naturally very curious. But now that he heard information path, this curiosity decreased by many times. With Chudu's knowledge and experience, he knew the advantages that information path could bring to his cultivation. But he had a direct personality, he had great ambitions, he preferred to have more offensive methods. He was called Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. Since Chudu could not cultivate sword path, he could not cultivate information path. In this world, from ancient times until now, only Feng Yuan could cultivate all the sects. Other Gu immortals who cultivated two paths would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation and they had a good immortal Gu, most situations would have more disadvantages than advantages. It was not a wise move. Seeing Chudu's expression, Xianxia Xian knew what he was thinking. He urged, "Brother Chu, don't underestimate this insignia. According to my deduction, I only engraved Flying Sword Immortal Gu later. This information path method is simply unheard of. It has broadened my horizons. It is not ordinary." Chudu's expression became solemn. Once he was reminded, he felt that Xianxia Xian's words were not false. If it was engraved on ordinary rocks, clouds, or water, it was not strange. But engraved on Gu worms, this was very rare. Because this Flying Sword Immortal Gu was a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu immortals underwent tribulations time and time again, adding Dao marks to their bodies. As for the immortal Gu themselves, they were fragments of Dao marks of different paths. They would cause internal friction, conflict, and rejection. This insignia was an information path method. It was also a trace of information path Dao mark. It was actually able to imprint on a sword path Dao mark fragment and even survive for a long time. He was like a lone boat in the midst of a tsunami, unwavering. Looking at it this way, this kind of information path method was simply shocking. "Brother Chu, how about I negotiate with you?" Xianxia Xian suddenly said. Chudu smiled lightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he could guess Xianxia Xian's thoughts. Chudu waved his hand and interrupted Xianxia Xian. "Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not mine. It belongs to my friend. To tell you the truth, this friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I am worried, so I asked you to calculate his whereabouts. The immortal fate on it naturally belongs to him." The deduction of a wisdom path Gu immortal. It couldn't be obtained out of thin air. One needed to have a basic clue. And the more clues there were, the easier it would be to deduce and evolve. Thus, wisdom path Gu immortals often yearned for information path methods. Xianxia Xian was originally not interested in most information path methods because his master was old immortal Tian Yuan, and his wisdom path inheritance was extraordinary. As a result, his horizons were raised by many levels. This immortal cultivated wood path, he had rank 6 cultivation level. He was called He Tribe's Rockman when he was young. He was clumsy with words and had a simple and refined personality. He was usually the closest to He Cheng. They had a deep friendship. "Speak, we are all ears. Let's see what unique opinions you, He Bai, have." The Gu Immortals' words were sharp. They hated He Cheng to the core. Even Bai was disliked by them. Bai's expression did not change, he was like a rock. He spoke in a low voice. I do not need to say much about the current situation, everyone is clear about it. Not only Righteous Path and Demonic Path Gu Immortals, even lone cultivator Gu Immortals have appeared, wanting to take a bite out of our tribe. In the end, it is all about benefits. Everyone gives the wall a push when it is down. The survival of the tribe is the most important thing. As long as we can survive, resources, benefits, reputation, they are all external things, we can give them up. Are you proposing to surrender? Unfortunately, traitors like He Cheng and He Lulan appeared in our tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed. Do you think the other Huangjin tribes will let us off easily? A Gu Immortal sneered and mocked. Bai slowly shook his head. The Huangjin tribes naturally won't, but in Northern Plains, there is one person who can help our tribe escape this calamity. Bai slowly said a name. The Immortals heard this and were all shocked. Chapter 11:10. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dyed red like fire. It was too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze blew, causing the golden wheat on the ground to ripple. This is the wheat field that tribe nurtured, it is quite grand. Gu Immortal Lu Qingming floated in the sky, looking down as he said plainly. Tribe planted large amounts of wheat here. This type of wheat was called golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but what it produced was not barley for human consumption, but a kind of metal called gold essence. This place was originally a barren wasteland. Because it was rich in minerals, it even formed bare ore, so not a single blade of grass grew. Tribe planted the golden wheat and used this method to mine here. Not only did they use ingenious ideas, they also put in a lot of effort. That was why this vast wheat field was formed. Even Lu Qingming couldn't see the end of the wheat field even from high up in the sky. There was another person standing beside Lu Qingming. This person was called Su Guang. He was a light path Gu Immortal. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at the wheat field under his feet. Tribe's wheat field is already famous in Northern Plains. Every time it was produced, at least 500,000 kilograms of gold essence could be harvested. These gold essences had always been a huge source of income for tribe. Although these golden essences are only rank 5 mortal materials and we don't use them much, if we collect them and sell them, we can get a good price. Lu Qingming smiled and nodded. It's indeed worth it. I advise the two of you not to make a mistake. This place has already belonged to my Guan clan. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. His face was solemn. He was brimming with fighting spirit. The third eye on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They had already sensed that there were Gu Immortal auras here. Earlier, he said he would not move, it was to lure out the other Gu Immortals. So it is Guan clan's Gu Immortal, Guan Shenjiao. Lu Qingming said politely. I've long heard of the famous 3 elites of Earth. But in the Battle of Dongfang Naganori, Han Dong had already died in Taiqiu. If the two of you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid the name of the Earth-traveling 3 elites will be completely erased. Guan Shenjiao wasn't polite at all. He was a Guan clan Gu Immortal. Guan clan was a super force. Gold family. Therefore, he was full of confidence. Su Guang laughed heartily. You are of the righteous path, while us brothers are of the demonic path. The righteous and the demonic Dao are opposing each other. How can we retreat so easily? Naturally, we have to fight to determine the winner. Guan Shenjiao snorted coldly and directly attacked. In that instant, immortal energy swept outwards, radiance erupting. Both sides began to fight in the sky. 2 figures, one big and one small, flying close to the ground. Grandpa, where are we going? The younger one, who was only a young man, asked curiously. Hee, my good grandson, the place we are going to is the gushing spring forest. Do you know? The large figure was an elderly Gu Immortal wearing a yellow robe. His wide sleeves fluttered wildly in the wind. The youth rolled his eyes. The gushing spring forest is an underground fountain that forms a forest of water columns. It is said that there are countless water path goo worms and earth path goo worms there. It is an important place for He tribe. Not bad. Grandpa did not teach you for nothing. My good grandson, aren't you cultivating the water Dao? This time, we are going to gushing spring forest. What water path mortal goo do we need? If he was lucky, he might even be able to plunder more springs. They are planted in Grandpa's immortal aperture. Chapter 11:11. The remnant forces of Shadow Sect were not to be underestimated. There were more than 10 immortal goo in front of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy that had just appeared on the two's faces gradually faded. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there is not a single strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo. He Lulan shook her head and sighed, her tone filled with regret. Sigh. Fang Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path, if I use these immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's situation was the same, there was no time path among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo belonged to soul path. Shi Nu was silent, he was an earth path goo immortal, there were 2 earth path immortal goo here, but his immortal goo had not decreased. Wuxia nodded, the smile on his face did not change. He knew that these immortal goo were destroyed in the battle of Tian Mountain. These days, Immortal Goo House Regret Pool had been operating on its own, using the previous success mark and the tributary of the River of Time here to refine these immortal goo. Thus, Soul Path was the majority. There was originally a Time Path Immortal Goo, but the refinement failed. As for Strength Path Immortal Goo, there was none. That great strength true martial physique, Immortal Zombie Dali, was a rare dual cultivator of wisdom and strength in history. Unfortunately, when he refined the Strength Path Immortal Goo, Shadow Sect had not rebuilt Regret Pool yet, he could not leave behind any successful goo refinement mark. Don't worry. You're just worried about the internal friction between the Dao marks, but I have a wonderful method here that can allow you to cultivate another path. Moreover, the Dao marks of this path will not conflict with the Dao marks that you're cultivating. There is such a method in this world? Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes bulged in shock. Shi Nu's gloomy expression also changed. This kind of method was simply unheard of. He Lulan narrowed her eyes. She suspected that Wuxia was using this chance to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She lightly said, "How can there be such a good thing in this world? There are gains and losses, such a method has many drawbacks, right?" Wuxia laughed, "I guarantee that there will be no side effects." He took a deep look at He Lulan, but his gaze darkened. Naturally, he thought of Fang Yuan, and could not help but feel depressed. Compared to sovereign immortal fetus goo, the Dao marks of the 2 sects did not interfere with each other, so what was there to be surprised about? Shadow Sect's sovereign immortal fetus goo could cultivate all Dao marks at the same time, they did not interfere with each other. Spectral Soul was inside the door of life and death. He devoured countless goo immortal souls and obtained a vast amount of cultivation experience. After 100,000 years of preparation, he had pushed the realms of countless schools to the level of martial grandmasters. A long time ago, the Shadow Sect had been practicing the dual cultivation method for a long time. It was the initial version that had been researched. His highest achievement was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Shadow Sect had spent 100,000 years. They used up the entire Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's foundation, and even used Spectral Soul's main body to barely succeed. But Heaven's plans supersede man's. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was refined, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan took the fruits of his labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was a one-time consumable goo. Fang Yuan had used Rebirth. There were no more sovereign immortal fetus goo in the world. In theory, it could be refined again. But to refine a second one, the price and risk was simply too great. Even Wu Xie did not have the courage to do so.